around the world and above. Province of Bohemia, the European Union. It is called coast, the bone, and what it lacks in beauty, it more than makes up for in strength. Appearing to grow out of its solid rock foundation, this 14th century Gothic rod casts an intimidating shadow over the Plaquemine Valley, an image David Allen Forbes is keen to capture with his pencil and paper. This will be his second book, Castles of the Zombie War, The Continent. The Englishman sits under a tree, his patchwork clothing and long Scottish sword already adding to this Arthurian setting. He abruptly switches gears as I arrive, from serene artist to painfully nervous storyteller. When I say that the New World doesn't have our history of fixed fortifications, I'm only referring to North America. There are the Spanish coastal fortresses, naturally, along the Caribbean, and the ones we and the French built in the Lesser Antilles. Then there are the Inca ruins in the Andes, although they never experienced direct sieges. Note 1. Although Machu Picchu was quiet throughout the war, the survivors at Vilcabamba did see a minor internal outbreak. End note. Also, when I say North America, that does not include the Mayan and Aztec ruins in Mexico, that business with the Battle of Kukulcan, although I suppose that's Toltec now, isn't it, when those chaps held off so many Zed-heads on the steps of that bloody Great Pyramid. So when I say New World, I'm really referring to the United States and Canada. This isn't an insult, you understand. Please don't take it as such. You're both young countries. You don't have the history of institutional anarchy we Europeans suffered after the fall of Rome. You've always had standing national governments, with the forces capable of enforcing law and order. I know that wasn't true during your westward expansion or your Civil War, and please, I'm not discounting those pre-Civil War fortresses or the experiences of those defending them. I'd one day like to visit Fort Jefferson. I hear those who survived there had quite a time of it. All I'm saying is, in Europe's history, we had almost a millennia of chaos, where sometimes the concept of physical safety stopped at the battlements of your lord's castle. Does that make sense? I'm not making sense. Can we start again? No, this is fine. Please continue. You'll let it out, all the daft bits. You got it. Right then. Castles. Well, I don't want for a moment to overstate their importance for the general war effort. In fact, when you compare them to any other type of fixed fortification, modern, modified, and so forth, their contribution does seem quite negligible, unless you're like me, and that contribution was what saved your life. This doesn't mean that a mighty fortress was naturally our god. For starters, you must understand the inherent difference between a castle and a palace. A lot of so-called castles were really nothing more than just great impressive homes, or else had been converted to such after their defensive value had become obsolete. These once impregnable bastions now had so many windows cut into the ground floor that it would have taken forever to brick them all up again. You'd be better off in a modern block of flats with the staircase removed. And as far as those palaces that were built as nothing more than status symbols, places like Chateau Ussé or Prague Castle, they were little more than death traps. Just look at Versailles. That was a first-rate cock-up. Small wonder the French government chose to build their national memorial on its ashes. Did you ever read that poem by Renard about the wild roses that now grow in the memorial garden, their petals stained red with the blood of the damned? Not that a high wall was all you needed for long-term survival. Like any static defense, castles had as many internal as external dangers. Just look at Moiderslot in Holland. One case of pneumonia, that's all it took. Throw in a wet, cold autumn, poor nutrition, and lack of any genuine medications. Imagine what that must have been like, trapped behind those high stone walls, those around you fatally ill, knowing your time was coming, knowing the only slim hope you had was to escape. The journals written by some of the dying tell of people going mad with desperation, leaping into that moat choked with Z-heads. And then there were fires, like the ones at Braubach and Pierrefonds, hundreds trapped with nowhere to run, just waiting to be charred by the flames or asphyxiated by the smoke. There were also accidental explosions, civilians who somehow found themselves in possession of bombs, but had no idea how to handle or even store them. At Miskolc-Deosdieu in Hungary, as I understand it, someone got their hands on a cache of military-grade sodium-based explosives. Don't ask me what exactly it was or why they had it, but nobody seemed to know that water, not fire, was the catalytic agent. The story goes that someone was smoking in the armory, caused some small fire, or what not. The stupid sods thought they were preventing an explosion by dousing the crates in water. It blew a hole right through the wall, and the dead surged in like water through a breached dam. At least that was a mistake based on ignorance. I can't even begin to forgive what happened at Château de Fougères. They were running low on supplies, thought that they could dig a tunnel under their undead attackers. What did they think this was, the Great Escape? Did they have any professional surveyors with them? Did they even understand the basics of trigonometry? The bloody tunnel exit fell short by over half a kilometer, came up right in a nest of the damn things. Stupid wankers hadn't even thought to equip their tunnel with demolition charges. Yes, there were cock-ups aplenty, but there were also some noteworthy triumphs. Many were subjected to only short-term sieges, the good fortune of being on the right side of the line. Some in Spain, Bavaria, or Scotland above the Antonine, only had to hold out for weeks or even days. Note 2. The main British line of defense was fixed along the site of the old Roman Antonine Wall. End note. For some, like Kishmo, it was only a question of getting through one rather dodgy night. But then there were the true tales of victory, like Chenonceau in France, a bizarre little Disney-esque castle built on a bridge over the Cher River. With both connections to land severed and the right amount of strategic forethought, they managed to hold their position for years. They had enough supplies for years? Oh, good Lord, no. They simply waited for first snowfall, then raided the surrounding countryside. This was, I should imagine, standard procedure for almost anyone under siege, castle or not. I'm sure those in your strategic blue zones, at least those above the snow line, operated in much the same manner. In that way we were fortunate that most of Europe freezes in winter. Many of the defenders I've spoken to have agreed that the inevitable onset of winter, long and brutal as it was, became a life-saving reprieve. As long as they didn't freeze to death, many survivors took the opportunity of frozen Z-heads to raid the surrounding countryside for everything they'd need for the warmer months. It's not surprising how many defenders chose to remain in their strongholds, even with the opportunity to flee. Be it Bouillon in Belgium, or Spish in Slovakia, or even back home, like Beaumaris in Wales. Before the war, the place had been nothing but a museum piece, a hollow shell of roofless chambers and high concentric walls. The town council should be given the VC for their accomplishments, pooling resources, organizing citizens, restoring this ruin to its former glory. They had just a few months before the crisis engulfed their part of Britain. Even more dramatic is the story of Conwy, both a castle and medieval wall that protected the entire town. The inhabitants not only lived in safety and relative comfort during the stalemate years, their access to the sea allowed Conwy to become a springboard for our forces once we began to retake our country. Have you ever read Camelot Mine? I shake my head. You must find yourself a copy. It's a cracking good novel, based on the author's own experiences as one of the defenders of Caerphilly. He began the crisis on the second floor of his flat in Ludlow, Wales. As his supplies ran out and the first snow fell, he decided to strike out in search of more permanent lodgings. He came upon the abandoned ruin, which had already been the site of a half-hearted and ultimately fruitless defense. He buried the bodies, smashed the frozen Z-heads, and set about restoring the castle on his own. He worked tirelessly, in the most brutal winter on record. By May, Caerphilly was prepared for the summer siege, and by the following winter it became a haven for several hundred other survivors. He shows me some of his sketches. A masterpiece, isn't it? Second largest in the British Isles. What's the first? He hesitates. Windsor. Windsor was your castle? Well, not mine personally. I mean, you were there. Another pause. It was, from a defensive standpoint, as close as one could come to perfection. Before the war, it was the largest inhabited castle in Europe, almost 13 acres. It had its own well for water, and enough storage space to house a decade's worth of rations. The fire of 1992 led to a state-of-the-art suppression system, and the subsequent terrorist threats upgraded security measures to rival any in the UK. Not even the general public knew what their tax dollars were paying for. Bulletproof glass, reinforced walls, retractable bars, and steel shutters hidden so cleverly in window sills and door frames. But of all our achievements at Windsor, nothing can rival the siphoning of crude oil and natural gas from the deposit several kilometers beneath the castle's foundation. It had been discovered in the 1990s, but never exploited for a variety of political and environmental reasons. You can believe we exploited it, though. Our contingent of Royal Engineers rigged a scaffolding up and over our wall and extended it to the drilling site. It was quite an achievement, and you can see how it became the precursor to our fortified motorways. On a personal level, I was just grateful for the warm rooms, hot food, and, in a pinch, the Molotovs and flaming ditch. It's not the most efficient way to stop a Z-head, I know, but as long as you've got them stuck and can keep them in the fire. And besides, what else could we do when the bullets ran out and we were left with nothing else but an odd lot of medieval hand weapons? There were quite a bit of those about, in museums, personal collections, and not a decorative dud among them. These were real, tough and tested. They became part of British life again, ordinary citizens traipsing about with a mace, or halberd, or double-bladed battle-axe. I myself became rather adept with this claymore, although you wouldn't think of it to look at me. He gestures, slightly embarrassed, to the weapon almost as long as himself. It's not really ideal, takes a lot of skill, but eventually you learn what you can do, what you never thought you were capable of, what others around you are capable of. David hesitates before speaking. He is clearly uncomfortable. I hold out my hand. Thank you so much for taking the time. There's more. If you're not comfortable... No, please, it's quite all right. Takes a breath. She wouldn't leave, you see. She insisted, over the objections of Parliament, to remain at Windsor, as she put it, for the duration. I thought maybe it was misguided nobility, or maybe fear-based paralysis. I tried to make her see reason, begged her almost on my knees. Hadn't she done enough with the Balmoral decree, turning all her estates into protected zones for any who could reach and defend them? Why not join her family in Ireland, or the Isle of Man, or at least, if she was insisting on remaining in Britain, Supreme Command HQ, north, above the Antonine? What did she say? The highest of distinctions is service to others. He clears his throat. His upper lip quivers for a second. Her father had said that. It was the reason he had refused to run to Canada during the Second World War, the reason her mother had spent the Blitz visiting civilians huddled in the tube stations beneath London. The same reason to this day we remain a united kingdom. Their task, their mandate, is to personify all that is great in our national spirit. They must forever be an example to the rest of us, the strongest and bravest and absolute best of us. In a sense, it is they who are ruled by us, instead of the other way around, and they must sacrifice everything, to shoulder the weight of this godlike burden. Otherwise, what's the flipping point? Just scrap the whole damn tradition, roll out the bloody guillotine, and be done with it altogether. They were viewed very much like castles, I suppose, as crumbling, obsolete relics with no real modern function other than as tourist attractions. But when the skies darkened and the nation called, both reawoke to the meaning of their existence. One shielded our bodies, the other our souls. Ulithi Atoll, Federated States of Micronesia. During World War II, this vast coral atoll served as the main forward base for the United States Pacific Fleet. During World War Z, it sheltered not only American naval vessels, but hundreds of civilian ships as well. One of those ships was the UNS Ijiro, the first broadcast hub of Radio Free Earth. Now a museum to the achievements of the project, she is the focus of the British documentary Words at War. One of the subjects interviewed for this documentary is Bharati Palshagar. Ignorance was the enemy. Lies and superstition, misinformation, disinformation. Sometimes no information at all. Ignorance killed billions of people. Ignorance caused the zombie war. Imagine if we had known then what we know now. Imagine if the undead virus had been as understood as, say, tuberculosis was. Imagine if the world's citizens, or at least those charged with protecting those citizens, had known exactly what they were facing. Ignorance was the real enemy, and cold hard facts were the weapons. When I first joined Radio Free Earth, it was still called the International Program for Health and Safety Information. The title Radio Free Earth came from the individuals and communities who monitored our broadcasts. It was the first real international venture, barely a few months after the South African plan and years before the conference at Honolulu. Just like the rest of the world based their survival strategies on Rediker, our genesis was routed in Radio Ubunya. Note 1. Ubunya, a word of Zulu origin for unity. End note. What was Radio Ubunya? South Africa's broadcasts to its isolated citizens. Because they didn't have the resources for material aid, the only assistance the government could render was information. They were the first, at least to my knowledge, to begin these regular multilingual broadcasts. Not only did they offer practical survival skills, they went so far as to collect and address each and every falsehood circulating among their citizens. What we did was take the template of Radio Ubunya and adapt it for the global community. I came aboard, literally, at the very beginning, as the Ural's reactors were just being put back online. The Ural was a former vessel of the Soviet, then the Russian Federal Navy. Back then, the SSV-33 had been many things: a command and control ship, a missile tracking platform, an electronic surveillance vessel. Unfortunately, she was also a white elephant, because her systems, they tell me, were too complicated even for her own crew. She had spent the majority of her career tied to a pier at the Vladivostok naval base, providing additional electrical power for the facility. I am not an engineer, so I don't know how they managed to replace her spent fuel rods or convert her massive communication facilities to interface with the global satellite network. I specialize in languages, specifically those of the Indian subcontinent. Myself and Mr. Verma, just the two of us to cover 1 billion people. Well, at that point it was still 1 billion. Mr. Verma had found me in the refugee camp in Sri Lanka. He was a translator, I was an interpreter. We had worked together several years before at our country's embassy in London. We thought it had been hard work then. We had no idea. It was a maddening grind, 18, sometimes 20 hours a day. I don't know when we slept. There was so much raw data, so many dispatches arriving every minute. Much of it had to do with basic survival. How to purify water, create an indoor greenhouse, culture and process mold spore for penicillin. This mind-numbing copy would often be punctuated with facts and terms that I had never heard of before. I'd never heard the term quisling or feral. I didn't know what a lobo was, or the false miracle cure of phalanx. All I knew was that suddenly there was a uniformed man shoving a collection of words before my eyes and telling me, "We need this in Marathi and ready to record in 15 minutes. What kind of misinformation were you combating? Where do you want me to begin? Medical, scientific, military, spiritual, psychological? The psychological aspect I found the most maddening. People wanted so badly to anthropomorphize the walking blight. In war, in a conventional war that is, we spend so much time trying to dehumanize the enemy to create an emotional distance. We would make up stories or derogatory titles. When I think about what my father used to call Muslims. And now in this war it seemed that everyone was trying desperately to find some shred of a connection to their enemy, to put a human face on something that was so unmistakably inhuman. Can you give me some examples? There were so many misconceptions. Zombies were somehow intelligent. They could feel and adapt, use tools and even some human weapons. They carried memories of their former existence, or they could be communicated with and trained like some kind of pet. It was heartbreaking having to debunk one misguided myth after another. The civilian survival guide helped, but was still severely limited. Oh, really? Oh, yes. You could see it was clearly written by an American, the references to SUVs and personal firearms. There was no taking into account the cultural differences. The various indigenous solutions people believed would save them from the undead. Such as? I'd rather not give too many details, not without tacitly condemning the entire people group from which this solution originated. As an Indian, I had to deal with many aspects of my own culture that had turned self-destructive. There was Varanasi, one of the oldest cities on earth, near the place where Buddha supposedly preached his first sermon, and where thousands of Hindu pilgrims came each year to die. In normal pre-war conditions, the road would be littered with corpses. Now these corpses were rising to attack. Varanasi was one of the hottest white zones, a nexus of living death. This nexus covered almost the entire length of the Ganges. Its healing powers had been scientifically assessed decades before the war, something to do with the high oxygenation rate of the waters. Note 2. Although opinion is divided on the subject, many pre-war scientific studies have proven that the high oxygenation retention of the Ganges has been the source of its long-revered miracle cures. End note. Tragic. Millions flocked to its shores, serving only to feed the flames. Even after the government's withdrawal to the Himalayas, when over 90% of the country was officially overrun, the pilgrimages continued. Every country had a similar story. Every one of our international crew had at least one moment when they were forced to confront an example of suicidal ignorance. An American told us about how the religious sect known as God's Lambs believed that the rapture had finally come, and the quicker they were infected, the quicker they would go to heaven. Another woman, I won't say what country she belonged to, tried her best to dispel the notion that sexual intercourse with a virgin could cleanse the curse. I don't know how many women or little girls were raped as a result of this cleansing. Everyone was furious with his own people. Everyone was ashamed. Our one Belgian crew member compared it to the darkening skies. He used to call it the evil of our collective soul. I guess I have no right to complain. My life was never in danger. My belly was always full. I might not have slept often, but at least I could sleep without fear. Most importantly, I never had to work in the Ural's IR department. IR? Information reception. The data we were broadcasting did not originate aboard the Ural. It came from all around the world, from experts and think tanks in various government safe zones. They would transmit their findings to our IR operators, who in turn would pass it along to us. Much of this data was transmitted to us over conventional, open, civilian bands, and many of these bands were crammed with ordinary people's cries for help. There were millions of wretched souls scattered throughout our planet, all screaming into their private radio sets as their children starved, or their temporary fortress burned, or the living dead overran their defenses. Even if you didn't understand the language, as many of the operators didn't, there was no mistaking the human voice of anguish. They weren't allowed to answer back, either. There wasn't time. All transmissions had to be devoted to official business. I don't want to know what that was like for the IR operators. When the last broadcast came from Buenos Aires, when that famous Latin singer played that Spanish lullaby, it was too much for one of our operators. He wasn't from Buenos Aires. He wasn't even from South America. He was just an 18-year-old Russian sailor who blew his brains out all over his instruments. He was the first, and since the end of the war, the rest of the IR operators have followed suit. Not one of them is alive today. The last was my Belgian friend. You carry those voices with you, he told me one morning. We were standing on the deck, looking into that brown haze, waiting for a sunrise we knew we'd never see. Those cries will be with me the rest of my life, never resting, never fading, never ceasing their call to join them. The Demilitarized Zone, South Korea. Hyung-Chol Choi, Deputy Director of the Korean Central Intelligence Agency, gestures to the dry, hilly, unremarkable landscape to our north. One might mistake it for Southern California, if not for the deserted pillboxes, fading banners, and rusting barbed wire fence that runs to either horizon. What happened? No one knows. No country was better prepared to repel the infestation than North Korea. Rivers to the north, oceans to the east and west, and to the south, he gestures to the demilitarized zone, the most heavily fortified border on Earth. You can see how mountainous the terrain is, how easily defensible. But what you can't see is that those mountains are honeycombed with a titanic military-industrial infrastructure. The North Korean government learned some very hard lessons from your bombing campaign of the 1950s, and had been laboring ever since to create a subterranean system that would allow their people to wage another war from a secure location. Their population was heavily militarized, marshaled to a degree of readiness that made Israel look like Iceland. Over 1 million men and women were actively under arms, with a further 5 in reserve. That is over a quarter of the entire population, not to mention the fact that almost everyone in the country had, at some point in their lives, undergone basic military training. More important than this training, though, and most important for this kind of warfare, was an almost superhuman degree of national discipline. North Koreans were indoctrinated from birth to believe that their lives were meaningless, that they existed only to serve the state, the revolution, and the great leader. This is almost the polar opposite of what we experienced in the South. We were an open society. We had to be. International trade was our lifeblood. We were individualists, maybe not as much as you Americans, but we had more than our share of protests and public disturbances. We were such a free and fractured society that we barely managed to implement the Chang Doctrine during the Great Panic. Note 1. The Chang Doctrine, South Korea's version of the Rediker Plan. End note. That kind of internal crisis would have been inconceivable in the North. They were a people who, even when their government caused a near genocidal famine, would rather resort to eating children than raise even a whisper of defiance. Note 2. There have been reports of alleged cannibalism during the famine of 1992, and that some of the victims were children. End note. This was the kind of subservience Adolf Hitler could have only dreamed of. If you had given each citizen a gun, a rock, or even their bare hands, pointed them at approaching zombies, and said, "Fight," they would have done so down to the oldest woman and smallest tot. This was a country bred for war, planned, prepared, and poised for it since July 27, 1953. If you were going to invent a country to not only survive but triumph over the apocalypse we faced, it would have been the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. So what happened? About a month before our troubles started, before the first outbreaks were reported in Busan, the North suddenly and inexplicably severed all diplomatic relations. We weren't told why the rail line, the only overland link between our two sides, was suddenly closed, or why some of our citizens who'd been waiting decades to see long-lost relatives in the North had their dreams abruptly shattered by a rubber stamp. No explanation of any kind was given. All we got was their standard matter of state security brush-off. Unlike many others, I wasn't convinced that this was a prelude to war. Whenever the North had threatened violence, they always rang the same bells. No satellite data, ours or the Americans, showed any hostile intent. There were no troop movements, no aircraft fueling, no ship or submarine deployment. If anything, our forces along the demilitarized zone began noticing their opposite numbers disappearing. We knew them all, the border troops. We'd photographed each one over the years, given them nicknames like Snake Eyes or Bulldog, even compiled dossiers on their supposed ages, backgrounds, and personal lives. Now they were gone, vanished behind shielded trenches and dugouts. Our seismic indicators were similarly silent. If the North had begun tunneling operations, or even massed vehicles on the other side of Z, we would have heard it like the National Opera Company. Panmunjom is the only area along the DMZ where opposing sides can meet for face-to-face negotiations. We share joint custody of the conference rooms, and our troops posture for each other over several meters of open courtyard. The guards were changed on a rotating basis. One night, as the North Korean detachment marched into their barracks, no replacement unit marched out. The doors were shut, the lights were extinguished, and we never saw them again. We also saw a complete halt to human intelligence infiltration. Spies from the North were almost as regular and predictable as the seasons. Most of the time they were easy to spot, wearing out-of-date clothes or asking the price of goods that they should have already known. We used to pick them up all the time, but since the outbreaks began, their numbers had dwindled to 0. What about your spies in the North? Vanished, all of them. Right about the same time, all our electronic surveillance assets went dark. I don't mean there was no disturbing radio traffic. I mean there was no traffic at all. One by one, all the civilian and military channels began shutting down. Satellite images showed fewer farmers in their fields, less foot traffic in city streets, even fewer volunteer laborers on many public works projects, which is something that has never happened before. Before we knew it, there wasn't a living soul left from the Yalu to the DMZ. From a purely intelligence standpoint, it appeared as if the entire country, every man, woman, and child in North Korea, had simply vanished. This mystery only stoked our growing anxiety, given what we had to deal with at home. By now, there were outbreaks in Seoul, Pahang, Daejeon. There was the evacuation of Mokpo, the isolation of Gangneung, and, of course, our version of Yonkers at Incheon. And all of it compounded by the need to keep at least half our active divisions along our northern border. Too many in the Ministry of National Defense were convinced that Pyongyang was just aching for war, waiting eagerly for our darkest moment to come thundering across the 38th parallel. We in the intelligence community couldn't disagree more. We kept telling them that if they were waiting for our darkest hour, then that hour had most certainly arrived. Taehanminguk was on the brink of national collapse. Plans were being secretly drafted for a Japanese-style resettlement. Covert teams were already scouting locations in Kamchatka. If the Chang Doctrine hadn't worked, if just a few more units had broken, if a few more safe zones had collapsed, maybe we owe our survival to the North, or at least to the fear of it. My generation never really saw the North as a threat. I'm speaking of the civilians, you understand. Those of my age who saw them as a backward, starving, failed nation. My generation had grown up their entire lives in peace and prosperity. The only thing they feared was a German-style reunification that would bring millions of homeless ex-communists looking for a handout. That wasn't the case with those who came before us, our parents and grandparents, those who lived with the very real specter of invasion hanging over them, the knowledge that at any moment the alarms might sound, the lights might dim, and the bankers, school teachers, and taxi drivers might be called to pick up arms and fight to defend their homeland. Their hearts and minds were ever vigilant, and in the end, it was them, not us, who rallied the national spirit. I'm still pushing for an expedition to the north. I'm still blocked at every turn. There's too much work to do, they tell me. The country is still in shambles. We also have our international commitments, most importantly, the repatriation of our refugees to Kyushu. Snorts. Those Japs are gonna owe us big time. I'm not asking for a recon in force. Just give me one helicopter, one fishing boat. Just open the gates at Panmunjom and let me walk through on foot. What if you trigger some booby trap they counter? What if it's nuclear? What if you open the door to some underground city and 23 million zombies come spewing out? Their arguments aren't without merit. We know the DMZ is heavily mined. Last month, a cargo plane nearing their airspace was fired on by a surface-to-air missile. The launcher was an automated model, the type they'd designed as a revenge weapon in case the population had already been obliterated. Conventional wisdom is that they must have evacuated to their subterranean complexes. If that is true, then our estimates of the size and depth of those complexes were grossly inaccurate. Maybe the entire population is underground, tooling away on endless war projects, while their great leader continues to anesthetize himself with Western liquor and American pornography. Do they even know the war is over? Have their leaders lied to them again, and told them that the world as they know it has ceased to be? Maybe the rise of the dead was a good thing in their eyes, an excuse to tighten the yoke even further in a society built on blind subjugation. The great leader always wanted to be a living god, and now, as master not only of the food his people eat, the air they breathe, but the very light of their artificial suns, maybe his twisted fantasy has finally become a reality. Maybe that was the original plan, but something went disastrously wrong. Look what happened to the mole city underneath Paris. What if that occurred in the north on a national level? Maybe those caverns are teeming with 23 million zombies, emaciated automatons howling in the darkness and just waiting to be unleashed. Kyoto, Japan. The old photo of Kondo Tatsumi shows a skinny, acne-faced teenager with dull red eyes and bleached blonde highlights streaking his unkempt hair. The man I am speaking to has no hair at all. Clean-shaven, tanned, and toned, his clear, sharp gaze never leaves mine. Although his manner is cordial and his mood light, this warrior monk retains the composure of a predatory animal at rest. I was an otaku. I know that term has come to mean a great many things to a great many people, but for me it simply meant outsider. I know Americans, especially young ones, must feel trapped by societal pressure. All humans do. However, if I understand your culture correctly, individualism is something to be encouraged. You revere the rebel, the rogue, those who stand proudly apart from the masses. For you, individuality is a badge of honor. For us, it is a ribbon of shame. We lived, particularly before the war, in a complex and seemingly infinite labyrinth of external judgments. Your appearance, your speech, everything from the career you held to the way you sneezed, had to be planned and orchestrated to follow rigid Confucian doctrine. Some either have the strength or lack thereof to accept this doctrine. Others, like myself, chose exile in a better world. That world was cyberspace, and it was tailor-made for Japanese otaku. I can't speak for your educational system, or indeed for that of any other country, but ours was based almost entirely on fact retention. From the day we first set foot in a classroom, pre-war Japanese children were injected with volumes upon volumes of facts and figures that had no practical application in our lives. These facts had no moral component, no social context, no human connection to the outside world. They had no reason for existence other than that their mastery allows ascension. Pre-war Japanese children were not taught to think. We were taught to memorize. You can understand how this education would easily lend itself to an existence in cyberspace. In a world of information without context, where status was determined on its acquisition and possession, those of my generation could rule like gods. I was a sensei, master over all I surveyed, be it discovering the blood type of the Prime Minister's cabinet or the tax receipts of Matsumoto and Hamada, or the location and condition of all Shin-Gunto swords of the Pacific War. Note 1. Hitoshi Matsumoto and Masatoshi Hamada were Japan's most successful pre-war improvisational comedians. End note. I didn't have to worry about my appearance, or my social etiquette, my grades, or my prospects for the future. No one could judge me, no one could hurt me. In this world I was powerful, and more importantly, I was safe. When the crisis reached Japan, my clique, as with all the others, forgot our previous obsessions and devoted our energies entirely to the living dead. We studied their physiology, behavior, weaknesses, and the global response to their attack upon humanity. The last subject was my clique's specialty, the possibility of containment within the Japanese home islands. I collected population statistics, transport networks, police doctrine. I memorized everything from the size of the Japanese merchant fleet to how many rounds the Army's Type 89 assault rifle held. No fact was too small or obscure. We were on a mission. We barely slept. When school was eventually canceled, it gave us the ability to be wired in almost 24 hours a day. I was the first to hack into Dr. Komatsu's personal hard drive and read the raw data a full week before he presented his findings to the Diet. This was a coup. It further elevated my status among those who already worshipped me. Dr. Komatsu first recommended the evacuation. He did. Like us, he'd been compiling the same facts, but whereas we'd been memorizing them, he'd been analyzing them. Japan was an overcrowded nation, 128 million people jammed into less than 370,000 square kilometers of either mountainous or over-urbanized islands. Japan's low crime rate gave it one of the relatively smallest and most lightly armed police forces in the industrialized world. Japan was pretty much also a demilitarized state. Because of American protection, our self-defense forces had not seen actual combat since 1945. Even those token troops who were deployed to the Gulf almost never saw any serious action and spent most of their occupation duty within the protected walls of their isolated compound. We had access to all these bits of information, but not the wherewithal to see where they were pointing. So it took us all by complete surprise when Dr. Komatsu publicly declared that the situation was hopeless and that Japan had to be immediately evacuated. That must have been terrifying. Not at all. It set off an explosion of frenzied activity, a race to discover where our population might resettle. Would it be the South, the coral atolls of the Central and South Pacific, or would we head north, colonizing the Kurils, Sakhalin, or maybe somewhere in Siberia? Whoever could uncover the answer would be the greatest otaku in cyber history. And there was no concern for your personal safety? Of course not. Japan was doomed, but I didn't live in Japan. I lived in a world of free-floating information. The Siafu, that's what we were calling the infected now, weren't something to be feared, they were something to be studied. Note 2. Siafu is the nickname for the African driver ant. The term was first used by Dr. Komatsu Yukio in his address to the Diet. End note. You have no idea the kind of disconnect I was suffering. My culture, my upbringing, and now my otaku lifestyle all combined to completely insulate me. Japan might be evacuated. Japan might be destroyed. And I would watch it all happen from the safety of my digital mountaintop. What about your parents? What about them? We lived in the same apartment, but I never really conversed with them. I'm sure they thought I was studying. Even when school closed, I told them I still had to prepare for exams. They never questioned it. My father and I rarely spoke. In the mornings, my mother would leave a breakfast tray at my door. At night, she would leave dinner. The first time she didn't leave a tray, I thought nothing of it. I woke up that morning, as I always did, gratified myself, as I always did, logged on, as I always did. It was midday before I started to feel hungry. I hated those feelings, hunger or fatigue, or the worst, sexual desire. Those were physical distractions. They annoyed me. I reluctantly turned away from my computer and opened my bedroom door. No food. I called for my mother. No answer. I went into the kitchen area, grabbed some raw ramen, and ran back to my desk. I did it again that night, and again the next morning. You never questioned where your parents were. The only reason I cared was because of the precious minutes I was wasting having to feed myself. In my world, too many exciting things were happening.
What about the other otaku? Didn't they discuss their fears?
We shared facts, not feelings, even when they started to disappear. I'd noticed that someone had stopped returning email, or else hadn't posted for a while. I'd see that they hadn't logged on in a day, or that their servers were no longer active.
And that didn't scare you?
It annoyed me. Not only was I losing a source of information, I was losing potential praise for my own. To post some new factoid about Japanese evacuation ports and to have 50 instead of 60 responses was upsetting. Then to have those 50 drop to 45, then to 30.
How long did this go on for?
About 3 days. The last post from another otaku in Sendai stated that the dead were now flowing out of Tohoku University Hospital in the same cho as his apartment.
And that didn't worry you?
Why should it? I was too busy trying to learn all I could about the evacuation process, how it was going to be executed, what government organizations were involved. Would the camps be in Kamchatka, or Sakhalin, or both? And what was this I was reading about the rash of suicides that was sweeping the country? Note 3. It has been established that Japan suffered the largest percentage of suicides during the Great Panic. End note. So many questions, so much data to mine. I cursed myself for having to go to sleep that night. When I woke up, the screen was blank. I tried to sign on. Nothing. I tried rebooting. Nothing. I noticed that I was on backup battery. Not a problem. I had enough reserve power for 10 hours at full use. I also noticed that my signal strength was 0. I couldn't believe it. Kokura, like all Japan, had a state-of-the-art wireless network that was supposed to be fail-safe. One server might go down, maybe even a few, but the whole net? I realized it must be my computer. It had to be. I got out my laptop and tried to sign on. No signal. I cursed and got up to tell my parents that I had to use their desktop. They still weren't home. Frustrated, I tried to pick up the phone to call my mother's cell. It was cordless, dependent on wall power. I tried my cell. I got no reception.
Do you know what happened to them?
No. Even to this day I have no idea. I know they didn't abandon me. I'm sure of it. Maybe my father was caught out at work. My mother trapped while trying to go grocery shopping. They could have been lost together, going to or coming back from the relocation office. Anything could have happened. There was no note, nothing. I've been trying to find out ever since. I went back into my parents' room just to make sure they weren't there. I tried the phones again. It wasn't bad yet. I was still in control. I tried to go back online. Isn't that funny? All I could think about was trying to escape again, getting back to my world, being safe. Nothing. I started to panic. Now, I started to say, trying to command my computer by force of will. Now. I started beating the monitor. My knuckles split. The sight of my own blood terrified me. I'd never played sports as a child, never been injured. It was all too much. I picked up the monitor and threw it against the wall. I was crying like a baby, shouting, hyperventilating. I started to retch and vomited all over the floor. I got up and staggered to the front door. I don't know what I was looking for, just that I had to get out. I opened the door and stared into darkness.
Did you try knocking at the neighbor's door?
No. Isn't that odd? Even at the height of my breakdown, my social anxiety was so great that actually risking personal contact was still taboo. I took a few steps, slipped, and fell into something soft. It was cold and slimy, all over my hands, my clothes. It stank. The whole hallway stank. I suddenly became aware of a low, steady scraping noise, like something was dragging itself across the hallway toward me. I called out, "Hello?" I heard a soft, gurgling groan. My eyes were just beginning to adjust to the darkness. I began to make out a shape, large, humanoid, crawling on its belly. I sat there paralyzed, wanting to run, but at the same time wanting to know for sure. My doorway was casting a narrow rectangle of dim gray light against the far wall. As the thing moved into that light, I finally saw its face, perfectly intact, perfectly human, except for the right eye that hung by the stem. The left eye was locked on mine, and its gurgling moan became a choked rasp. I jumped to my feet, sprang back inside my apartment, and slammed the door behind me. My mind was finally clear, maybe for the first time in years, and I suddenly realized that I could smell smoke and hear faint screams. I went over to the window and threw the curtains open. Kokura was engulfed in hell. The fires, the wreckage. The siafu were everywhere. I watched them crash through doors, invade apartments, devour people cowering in corners or on balconies. I watched people leap to their deaths or break their legs and spines. They lay on the pavement, unable to move, wailing in agony as the dead closed in around them. One man in the apartment directly across from me tried to fight them off with a golf club. It bent harmlessly around a zombie's head before 5 others pulled him to the floor. Then, a pounding at the door. My door. This shakes his fist. Bomb, 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 from the bottom near the floor. I heard the thing groaning outside. I heard other noises, too, from the other apartments. These were my neighbors, the people I'd always tried to avoid, whose faces and names I could barely remember. They were screaming, pleading, struggling, and sobbing. I heard one voice, either a young woman or a child, on the floor above me, calling someone by name, begging them to stop. But the voice was swallowed in a chorus of moans. The banging at my door became louder. More siafu had shown up. I tried to move the living room furniture against the door. It was a waste of effort. Our apartment was, by your standards, pretty bare. The door began to crack. I could see its hinges straining. I figured I had maybe a few minutes to escape. Escape? But if the door was jammed? Out the window, onto the balcony of the apartment below. I thought I could tie bedsheets into a rope. Smiles sheepishly. I'd heard about it from an otaku who studied American prison breaks. It would be the first time I ever applied any of my archived knowledge. Fortunately, the linen held. I climbed out of my apartment and started to lower myself down to the apartment below. Immediately, my muscles started cramping. I'd never paid much attention to them, and now they were reaping their revenge. I struggled to control my motions, and to not think about the fact that I was 19 floors up. The wind was terrible, hot and dry from all the fires. A gust picked me up and slammed me against the side of the building. I bounced off the concrete and almost lost my grip. I could feel the bottom of my feet bumping against the balcony's railing, and it took all the courage I had to relax enough to climb down just those few extra feet. I landed on my ass, panting and coughing from the smoke. I could hear sounds from my apartment above, the dead that had broken through the front door. I looked up at my balcony and saw a head. The one-eyed siafu was squeezing himself through the opening between the rail and the balcony floor. It hung there for a moment, half out, half in, then gave another lurch toward me and slid over the side. I'll never forget that it was still reaching for me as it fell, this nightmare flash of it suspended in midair, arms out, hanging eyeball now flying upward against its forehead. I could hear the other siafu groaning on the balcony above, and turned to see if there were any in this apartment with me. Fortunately, I saw that the front door had been barricaded like mine. However, unlike mine, there weren't any sounds of attackers outside. I was also comforted by the layer of ash on the carpet. It was deep and unbroken, telling me that no one or nothing had walked across this floor for a couple days. For a moment I thought I might be alone, and then I noticed the smell. I slid the bathroom door open and was blown back by this invisible, putrid cloud. The woman was in her tub. She had slit her wrists, long vertical slices along the arteries to make sure the job was done right. Her name was Reiko. She was the only neighbor I'd made any effort to know. She was a high-priced hostess at a club for foreign businessmen. I'd always fantasized about what she'd look like naked. Now I knew. Strangely enough, what bothered me most was that I didn't know any prayers for the dead. I'd forgotten what my grandparents had tried to teach me as a little kid, rejected it as obsolete data. It was a shame how out of touch I was with my heritage. All I could do was stand there like an idiot and whisper an awkward apology for taking some of her sheets. Her sheets? For more rope. I knew I couldn't stay there for very long. Besides the health hazard of a dead body, there was no telling when the siafu on that floor would sense my presence and attack the barricade. I had to get out of this building, get out of the city, and hopefully try to find a way to get out of Japan. I didn't have a fully thought-out plan yet. I just knew I had to keep going, one floor at a time, until I reached the street. I figured stopping at a few of the apartments would give me a chance to gather supplies, and as dangerous as my sheet rope method was, it couldn't be any worse than the siafu that would almost certainly be lurking in the building's hallways and stairwells. Wouldn't it be more dangerous once you reach the streets? No, safer. Catches my expression. No, honestly. That was one of the things I'd learned online. The living dead were slow and easy to outrun, or even outwalk. Indoors, I might run the risk of being trapped in some narrow choke point, but out in the open, I had infinite options. Better still, I'd learned from online survivor reports that the chaos of a full-blown outbreak could actually work to one's advantage. With so many other frightened, disorganized humans to distract the siafu, why would they even notice me? As long as I watched my step, kept up a brisk pace, and didn't have the misfortune to be hit by a fleeing motorist or stray bullet, I figured I had a pretty good chance of navigating my way through the chaos on the streets below. The real problem was getting there. It took me 3 days to make it all the way down to the ground floor. This was partially due to my disgraceful physical stamina. A trained athlete would have found my makeshift rope antics a challenge, so you can imagine what they were for me. In retrospect, it's a miracle I didn't plunge to my death or succumb to infection with all the scrapes and scratches I endured. My body was held together with adrenaline and pain medication. I was exhausted, nervous, horribly sleep-deprived. I couldn't rest in the conventional sense. Once it got dark, I would move everything I could against the door, then sit in a corner, crying, nursing my wounds, and cursing my frailty until the sky began to lighten. I did manage to close my eyes one night, even drift off to sleep for a few minutes, but then the banging of a siafu against the front door sent me scurrying out the window. I spent the remainder of that night huddled on the balcony of the next apartment. Its sliding glass door was locked, and I just didn't have the strength to kick it in. My second delay was mental, not physical. Specifically, my otaku's obsessive-compulsive drive to find just the right survival gear, no matter how long it took. My online searches had taught me all about the right weapons, clothing, food, and medicine. The problem was finding them in an apartment complex of urban salarymen. Laughs. I made quite a sight, shimmying down that sheet rope in a businessman's raincoat and Reiko's bright pink vintage Hello Kitty school bag. It had taken a long time, but by the third day I had almost everything I needed, everything except a reliable weapon.
There wasn't anything.
Smiles. This was not America, where there used to be more firearms than people. True fact, an otaku in Kobe hacked this information directly from your National Rifle Association.
I meant a hand tool, a hammer, a crowbar.
What salaryman does his own home maintenance? I thought of a golf club. There were many of those. But I saw what the man across the way had tried to do. I did find an aluminum baseball bat, but it had seen so much action that it was too bent out of shape to be effective. I looked everywhere, believe me, but there was nothing hard or strong or sharp enough I could use to defend myself. I also reasoned that once I made it to the street, I might have better luck, a truncheon from a dead policeman, or even a soldier's firearm. Those were the thoughts that almost got me killed. I was 4 floors from the ground, almost literally at the end of my rope. Each section I made extended for several floors, just enough length to allow me to gather more sheets. This time I knew would be the last. By now, I had my entire escape plan worked out. Land on the 4th floor balcony, break into the apartment for a new set of sheets. I'd given up looking for a weapon by then. Slide down to the sidewalk, steal the most convenient motorcycle, even though I had no idea how to ride one, streaking off like some old-timey bosozoku, and maybe even grab a girl or two along the way. Note 4. Bosozoku, Japanese youth-oriented motorcycle gangs that reached their popular peak in the 1980s and 1990s. End note. Laughs. My mind was barely functional by that point. If even the first part of the plan had worked, and I did manage to make it to the ground in that state, well, what matters is that I didn't. I landed on the 4th floor balcony, reached for the sliding door, and looked up right into the face of a siafu. It was a young man, mid-20s, wearing a torn suit. His nose had been bitten off, and he dragged his bloody face across the glass. I jumped back, grabbed onto my rope, and tried to climb back up. My arms wouldn't respond. No pain, no burning. I mean, they had just reached their limit. The siafu began howling and beating his fists against the glass. In desperation, I tried to swing myself from side to side, hoping to maybe rappel against the side of the building and land on the balcony next to me. The glass shattered, and the siafu charged for my legs. I pushed off from the building, letting go of the rope, and launching myself with all my might. And I missed. The only reason we are speaking now is that my diagonal fall carried me onto the balcony below my target. I landed on my feet, stumbled forward, and almost went toppling off the other side. I stumbled into the apartment and immediately looked around for any siafu. The living room was empty, the only piece of furniture a small traditional table propped up against the door. The occupant must have committed suicide like the others. I didn't smell anything foul, so I guessed he must have thrown himself out of the window. I reasoned that I was alone, and just this small measure of relief was enough to cause my legs to give out from under me. I slumped against the living room wall, almost delirious with fatigue. I found myself looking at a collection of photographs decorating the opposite wall. The apartment's owner had been an old man, and the photographs told of a very rich life. He'd had a large family, many friends, and had traveled to what seemed every exciting and exotic locale around the world. I'd never even imagined leaving my bedroom, let alone even leading that kind of life. I promised myself that if I ever made it out of this nightmare, I wouldn't just survive, I would live. My eyes fell on the only other item in the room, a kamedana, or traditional Shinto shrine. Something was on the floor beneath it, I guessed a suicide note. The wind must have blown it off when I entered. I didn't feel right just leaving it there. I hobbled across the room and stooped to pick it up. Many kamedana have a small mirror in the center. My eye caught a reflection in that mirror of something shambling out of the bedroom. The adrenaline kicked in just as I wheeled around. The old man was still there, the bandage on his face telling me that he must have reanimated not too long ago. He came at me. I ducked. My legs were still shaky, and he managed to catch me by the hair. I twisted, trying to free myself. He pulled my face toward his. He was surprisingly fit for his age, muscle equal to, if not superior to, mine. His bones were brittle, though, and I heard them crack as I grabbed the arm that caught me. I kicked him in the chest. He flew back. His broken arm was still clutching a tuft of my hair. He knocked against the wall, photographs falling and showering him with glass. He snarled and came at me again. I backed up, tensed, then grabbed him by his one good arm. I jammed it into his back, clamped my other hand around the back of his neck, and with a roaring sound I didn't even know I could make, I shoved him, ran him right onto the balcony and over the side. He landed face up on the pavement, his head still hissing up at me from his otherwise broken body. Suddenly there was a pounding on the front door, more siafu that had heard our scuffle. I was operating on full instinct now. I raced into the old man's bedroom and began ripping the sheets off his bed. I figured it wouldn't take too many, just 3 more stories, and then I stopped, frozen, as motionless as a photograph. That's what had caught my attention. One last photograph that was on the bare wall in his bedroom. It was black and white, grainy, and showed a traditional family. There was a mother, father, a little boy, and what I guessed had to be the old man as a teenager in uniform. Something was in his hand, something that almost stopped my heart. I bowed to the man in the photograph and said an almost tearful arigato. What was in his hand? I found it at the bottom of a chest in his bedroom, underneath a collection of bound papers and the ragged remains of the uniform from the photo. The scabbard was green, chipped, Army-issue aluminum, and an improvised leather grip had replaced the original sharkskin. But the steel, bright like silver and folded, not machine-stamped. A shallow, torii curvature with a long, straight point. Flat, wide ridgelines decorated with the kikusui, the imperial chrysanthemum, and an authentic, not acid-stained, river bordering the tempered edge. Exquisite workmanship, and clearly forged for battle. I motioned to the sword at his side. Tatsumi smiles. Kyoto, Japan. Sensei Tomonaga Ijiro knows exactly who I am seconds before I enter the room. Apparently I walk, smell, and even breathe like an American. The founder of Japan's Tatenokai, or Shield Society, greets me with both a bow and handshake, then invites me to sit before him like a student. Kondo Tatsumi, Tomonaga's second-in-command, serves us tea, then sits beside the old master. Tomonaga begins our interview with an apology for any discomfort I might feel about his appearance. The sensei's lifeless eyes have not functioned since his adolescence. I am Hibakusha. I lost my sight at 11:02 a.m., August 9th, 1945, by your calendar. I was standing on Mount Kompira, manning the air raid warning station with several other boys from my class. It was overcast that day, so I heard rather than saw the B-29 passing close overhead. It was only a single B-san, probably a reconnaissance flight, and not even worth reporting. I almost laughed when my classmates jumped into our slit trench. I kept my eyes fixed above the Urakami Valley, hoping to maybe catch a glimpse of the American bomber. Instead, all I saw was the flash, the last thing I would ever see. In Japan, Hibakusha, survivors of the bomb, occupied a unique rung in our nation's social ladder. We were treated with sympathy and sorrow, victims and heroes and symbols for every political agenda. And yet, as human beings, we were little more than social outcasts. No family would allow their child to marry us. Hibakusha were unclean, blood in Japan's otherwise pristine genetic onsen. Note 1. Onsen, a natural hot spring, often used as a communal bath. End note. I felt this shame on a deeply personal level. Not only was I Hibakusha, but my blindness also made me a burden. Out the sanatorium's windows I could hear the sounds of our nation struggling to rebuild itself. And what was my contribution to this effort? Nothing. So many times I tried inquiring about some manner of employment, some work, no matter how small or demeaning. No one would have me. I was still Hibakusha, and I learned so many polite ways to be rejected. My brother begged me to come and stay with him, insisting that he and his wife would take care of me and even find some useful task around the house. For me, that was even worse than the sanatorium. He had just gotten back from the army, and they were trying to have another baby. To impose on them at such a time was unthinkable. Of course, I considered ending my own life. I even attempted it on many occasions. Something prevented me, staying my hand each time I groped for the pills or broken glass. I reasoned it was weakness. What else could it be? A Hibakusha, a parasite, and now a dishonorable coward. There was no end to my shame in those days. As the Emperor had said in his surrender speech to our people, I was truly enduring the unendurable. I left the sanatorium without informing my brother. I didn't know where I was heading, only that I had to get as far from my life, my memories, myself as possible. I traveled, begged mostly. I had no more honor to lose. Until I settled in Sapporo, on the island of Hokkaido. This cold northern wilderness has always been Japan's least populated prefecture, and with the loss of Sakhalin and the Kuriles, it became, as the Western saying goes, the end of the line. In Sapporo, I met an Ainu gardener, Ota Hideki. The Ainu are Japan's oldest indigenous group, and even lower on our social ladder than the Koreans. Maybe that is why he took pity on me, another pariah cast out by the tribe of Yamato. Maybe it was because he had no one to pass his skills along to. His own son had never returned from Manchuria. Ota-san worked at the Akakaze, a former luxury hotel that now served as a repatriation center for Japanese settlers from China. At first, the administration complained that they had no more funds to hire another gardener. Ota-san paid me out of his own pocket. He was my teacher and only friend, and when he died I considered following him. But, coward that I was, I could not bring myself to do it. Instead, I simply continued to exist, working silently in the earth, as the Akakaze went from a repatriation center to a luxury hotel, and Japan went from conquered rubble to economic superpower. I was still working at the Akakaze when I heard of the first domestic outbreak. I was trimming the Western-style hedges near the restaurant when I overheard several of the guests discussing the Nagumo murders. According to their conversation, a man had slain his wife, then set upon the corpse like some kind of wild dog. This was the first time I had heard the term African rabies. I tried to ignore it and get on with my work. But the next day there were more conversations, more hushed voices across the lawn and beside the pool. Nagumo was old news compared to the much more serious outbreak at Sumitomo Hospital in Osaka. And the next day there was Nagoya, then Sendai, then Kyoto. I tried to push their conversations from my mind. I had come to Hokkaido to escape from the world, to live out my days in shame and ignominy. The voice that finally convinced me of danger came from the hotel's manager, a stiff, no-nonsense salaryman with a very formal manner of speech. After the outbreak in Hirosaki, he held a staff meeting to try to debunk, once and for all, these wild rumors about dead bodies coming back to life. I had only his voice to rely on, and you can tell everything about a person by what happens when he opens his mouth. Mr. Sugawara was pronouncing his words far too carefully, particularly his hard, sharp consonants. He was overcompensating for a previously conquered speech impediment, a condition that only threatened to rise in the presence of great anxiety. I had listened to this verbal defense mechanism before from the seemingly unflappable Sugawara-san, first during the 95 quake, and again in 98 when North Korea had sent a long-range nuclear-capable test missile streaking over our homeland. Sugawara-san's articulation had been almost imperceptible then. Now it shrieked louder than the air raid sirens of my youth. And so, for the second time in my life, I fled. I considered warning my brother, but so much time had passed I had no idea how to reach him, or even if he was still alive. That was the last and probably the greatest of all my dishonorable acts, the heaviest weight I will carry to my grave. Why did you run? Were you afraid for your life? Of course not. If anything, I welcomed it. To die, to finally be put out of my lifelong misery, was almost too good to be true. What I feared was, once again, becoming a burden to those around me. To slow someone down, to take up valuable space, to put other lives in danger if they tried to save an old blind man who wasn't worth saving. And what if those rumors about the dead returning to life were true? What if I were to find myself infected, and awake from death to threaten the lives of my fellow countrymen? No, that was not going to be the fate of this disgraced Hibakusha. If I was to meet my death, it should be in the same manner as I had lived my life, forgotten, isolated, and alone. I left at night and began hitchhiking south down Hokkaido's Do-o Expressway. All I had with me was a water bottle, a change of clothes, and my ikupasui, a long flat shovel similar to a Shaolin spade, but which also served for many years as my walking stick. Note 2. Ikupasui, the technical term for a small Ainu prayer stick. When later questioned about this discrepancy, Mr. Tomonaga answered that the name was given to him by his teacher, Mr. Ota. Whether Ota intended to bestow some spiritual connection to this gardening implement, or was simply so out of touch with his own culture, as many Ainu of his generation were, we will never know. End note. There was still a sizable amount of road traffic in those days. Our oil from Indonesia and the Gulf was still flowing, and many truck drivers and private motorists were kind enough to give me a ride. With each and every one, our conversation turned to the crisis. Did you hear that the Self-Defense Force has been mobilized? The government's going to have to declare a state of emergency. Did you hear there was an outbreak last night right here in Sapporo? No one was sure what the next day would bring, how far the calamity would spread, or who would be its next victim. And yet no matter whom I spoke to, or how terrified they sounded, each conversation would inevitably end with, "But I'm sure the authorities will tell us what to do." One truck driver said,
Any day now, you'll see, if you just wait patiently and don't make a public fuss." That was the last human voice I heard, the day before I left civilization and trekked into the Hidaka Mountains. I was very familiar with this national park. Ota-san had taken me here every year to collect sansai, the wild vegetables that attract botanists, hikers, and gourmet chefs from all over the home islands. As a man who often rises in the middle of the night, knows the exact location of every item in his darkened bedroom, I knew every river and every rock, every tree and patch of moss. I even knew every onsen that bubbled to the surface, and therefore never wanted for a naturally hot and cleansing mineral bath. Every day I told myself, this is the perfect place to die. Soon I will have an accident, a fall of some kind, or perhaps I will become ill, contract some sickness, or eat a poisoned root. Or maybe I will finally do the honorable thing and just stop eating altogether. And yet every day I foraged and bathed, dressed warmly, and minded my steps. As much as I longed for death, I continued to take whatever measures necessary to prevent it. I had no way of knowing what was happening to the rest of my country. I could hear distant sounds, helicopters, fighter planes, the steady, high-altitude whine of civilian jetliners. Perhaps I was wrong, I thought. Perhaps the crisis was over. For all I knew, the authorities had been victorious, and the danger was rapidly fading into memory. Perhaps my alarmist departure had done nothing more than create a welcome job opening back at the Akakaze, and perhaps one morning I would be roused by the barking voices of angry park rangers, or the giggles and whispers of school children on a nature hike. Something did arouse me from my sleep one morning, but not a collection of giggling students. And no, it wasn't one of them either. It was a bear, one of the many large brown higuma roaming the Hokkaido wilderness. The higuma had originally migrated from the Kamchatka Peninsula and bore the same ferocity and raw power of their Siberian cousins. This one was enormous. I could tell by the pitch and resonance of his breathing. I judged him to be no more than 4 or 5 meters from me. I rose slowly and without fear. Next to me lay my ikupasui. It was the closest thing I had to a weapon, and I suppose if I had thought to use it as such, it might have made a formidable defense. You didn't use it, nor did I want it. This animal was much more than just a random hungry predator. This was fate, I believed. This encounter could only be the will of the Kame. Who is Kame? What is Kame? The Kame are the spirits that inhabit each and every facet of our existence. We pray to them, honor them, hope to please them, and curry their favor. They are the same spirits that drive Japanese corporations to bless the site of a soon-to-be constructed factory, and the Japanese of my generation to worship the emperor as a god. The Kame are the foundation of Shinto, literally, the way of the gods, and worship of nature is one of its oldest and most sacred principles. That is why I believed their will was at work that day. By exiling myself into the wilderness, I had polluted nature's purity. After dishonoring myself, my family, my country, I had at last taken that final step and dishonored the gods. Now they had sent an assassin to do what I had been unable to for so long, to erase my stink. I thanked the gods for their mercy. I wept as I prepared myself for the blow. It never came. The bear stopped panting, then released a high, almost childlike whimper. "What is wrong with you?" I actually said to a 300-kilogram carnivore. "Go on and finish me." The bear continued to whine like a frightened dog, then tore away from me with the speed of hunted prey. It was then that I heard the moan. I spun, tried to focus my ears. From the height of his mouth, I could tell he was taller than me. I heard one foot dragging across the soft, moist earth, and air bubbling from a gaping wound in its chest. I could hear it reaching out to me, groaning and swiping at empty air. I managed to dodge its clumsy attempt and snatched up my ikupasui. I centered my attack on the source of the creature's moan. I struck quickly, and the crack vibrated up through my arms. The creature fell back upon the earth as I released a triumphant shout of 10,000 years. It is difficult for me to describe my feelings at this moment. Fury had exploded within my heart, a strength and courage that drove away my shame as the sun drives the night from heaven. I suddenly knew the gods had favored me. The bear hadn't been sent to kill me. It had been sent to warn me. I didn't understand the reason right then, but I knew I had to survive until the day when that reason was finally revealed. And that is what I did for the next few months. I survived. I mentally divided the Hidaka Range into a series of several hundred chitai. Note 3. Chitai, zone. End note. Each chitai contained some object of physical security, a tree or tall flat rock, some place I could sleep in peace without the danger of immediate attack. I slept always during the day, and only traveled, foraged, or hunted at night. I did not know if the beasts depended on their sight as much as human beings, but I wasn't going to give them even the most infinitesimal advantage. Note 4. To this day it is unknown how much the living dead depend on sight. End note. Losing my vision had also prepared me for the act of ever-vigilant mobility. Those with sight have a tendency to take walking for granted. How else could they trip over something they've clearly seen? The fault lies not in the eyes, but in the mind. A lazy thought process spoiled by a lifetime of optic nerve dependency. Not so for those like me. I already had to be on guard for potential danger, to be focused, alert, and watching my step, so to speak. Simply adding one more threat was no bother at all. Every time I walked, it was for no longer than several hundred paces. I would halt, listen to and smell the wind, perhaps even press my ear to the ground. This method never failed me. I was never surprised, never caught off guard. Was there ever a problem with long-range detection, not being able to see an attacker several miles away? My nocturnal activity would have prevented the use of healthy eyesight, and any beast several kilometers away was no more a threat to me than I was to it. There was no need to be on my guard until they entered what you might call my circle of sensory security, the maximum range of my ears, nose, fingertips, and feet. On the best of days, when the conditions were right and Hayaji was in a helpful mood, that circle extended as far as half a kilometer. Note 5. Hayaji, god of the wind. End note. On the worst of days, that range might drop to no more than 30, possibly 15 paces. These incidents were infrequent at best, occurring if I had done something to truly anger the kame, although I can't possibly imagine what that would be. The beasts were a great help as well, always being courteous enough to warn me before attacking. That howling alarm that ignites the moment they detect prey would not only alert me to the presence of an attacking creature, but even to the direction, range, and exact position of the attack. I would hear that moan wafting across the hills and fields, and know that in perhaps half an hour or so, one of the living dead would be paying me a visit. In instances such as these, I would halt, then patiently prepare myself for the attack. I would unclasp my pack, stretch my limbs, sometimes just find a place to sit quietly and meditate. I always knew when they were getting close enough to strike. I always took the time to bow and thanked them for being so courteous to warn me. I almost felt sorry for the poor mindless filth, to come all this way, slowly and methodically, only to end their journey with a split skull or severed neck.
Did you always kill your enemy on the first strike?
Always.
He gestures with an imaginary ikupasui.
Thrust forward, never swing. At first I would aim for the base of the neck. Later, as my skills grew with time and experience, I learned to strike here.
He places his hand horizontally against the indentation between the forehead and nose.
It was a little harder than simple decapitation, all that thick, tough bone, but it did serve to destroy the brain, as opposed to decapitation, where the living head would always require a secondary blow.
What about multiple attackers? Was that more of a problem?
Yes, in the beginning. As their numbers swelled, I began to find myself increasingly surrounded. Those early battles were untidy. I must admit I allowed my emotions to rule my hand. I was the typhoon, not the lightning bolt. During one melee at Tokachi Dake, I dispatched 41 in as many minutes. I was washing bodily fluids from my clothes for a fortnight. Later, as I began to exercise more tactical creativity, I allowed the gods to join me on the battlefield. I would lead groups of beasts to the base of a tall rock, where I would crush their skulls from above. I might even find a rock that allowed them to climb up after me. Not all at once, you understand, one by one, so I could knock them back into the jagged outcroppings below. I was sure to thank the spirit of each rock, or cliff, or waterfall that carried them over 1,000-meter drops. This last incident was not something I cared to make a habit of. It was a long and arduous climb to retrieve the body.
You went after the corpse?
To bury it. I couldn't just leave it there, desecrating the stream. It would not have been proper.
Did you retrieve all the bodies?
Every last one. That time, after Tokachi Dake, I dug for 3 days. The heads I always separated. Most of the time I just burned them. But at Tokachi Dake, I threw them into the volcanic crater, where Oyamatsumi's rage could purge their stench.
Note 6. Oyamatsumi, ruler of mountains and volcanoes.
End note. I did not completely understand why I committed these acts. It just felt correct to separate the source of the evil. The answer came to me on the eve of my second winter in exile. This would be my last night in the branches of a tall tree. Once the snow fell, I would return to the cave where I had spent the previous winter. I had just settled in comfortably, waiting for dawn's warmth to lull me to sleep, when I heard the sound of footsteps, too quick and energetic to be a beast. Hayaji had decided to be favorable that night. He brought the smell of what could only be a human being. I had come to realize that the living dead were surprisingly bereft of odor. Yes, there was the subtle hint of decomposition, stronger perhaps if the body had been turned for some time, or if chewed flesh had pushed through its bowels and collected in a rotting heap in its undergarments. Other than this, though, the living dead possessed what I referred to as a scentless stink. They produced no sweat, no urine, or conventional feces. They did not even carry the bacteria within their stomach or teeth that in living humans would have fouled their breath. None of this was true of the two-legged animal rapidly approaching my position. His breath, his body, his clothes, all had clearly not been washed for some time. It was still dark, so he did not notice me. I could tell that his path would take him directly underneath the limbs of my tree. I crouched slowly, quietly. I wasn't sure if he was hostile, insane, or even recently bitten. I was taking no chances. At this point,
Kondo chimes in. Kondo. He was on me before I knew it. My sword went flying. My feet collapsed from under me. Tomonaga. I landed between his shoulder blades, not hard enough to do any permanent damage, but enough to knock the wind out of his slight, malnourished frame. Kondo. He had me on my stomach, my face in the dirt, the blade of his shovel thing pressed tightly against the back of my neck. Tomonaga. I told him to lie still, that I would kill him if he moved. Kondo. I tried to speak, gasping between coughs that I was friendly, that I didn't even know he was there, that all I wanted to do was pass along and be on my way. Tomonaga. I asked him where he was going. Kondo. I told him Nemuro, the main Hokkaido port of evacuation, where there might still be one last transport, or fishing boat, or something that might still be left to get me to Kamchatka. Tomonaga. I did not understand. I ordered him to explain. Kondo. I described everything about the plague, the evacuation. I cried when I told him that Japan had been completely abandoned, that Japan was nai. Tomonaga. And suddenly I knew. I knew why the gods had taken my sight, why they sent me to Hokkaido, to learn how to care for the land, and why they had sent the bear to warn me. Kondo. He began to laugh as he let me up, and helped to brush the dirt from my clothing. Tomonaga. I told him that Japan had not been abandoned, not by those whom the gods had chosen to be its gardeners. Kondo. At first I didn't understand. Tomonaga. So I explained that, like any garden, Japan could not be allowed to wither and die. We would care for her. We would preserve her. We would annihilate the walking blight that infested and defiled her, and we would restore her beauty and purity for the day when her children would return to her. Kondo. I thought he was insane, and told him so right to his face. The two of us against millions of siafu? Tomonaga. I handed his sword back to him. Its weight and balance felt familiar to the touch. I told him that we might be facing 50 million monsters, but those monsters would be facing the gods. Cienfuegos, Cuba. Sergiocha Garcia Alvarez suggests I meet him at his office. The view is breathtaking, he promises. You will not be disappointed. On the 69th floor of the Malpica Savings and Loans Building, the second tallest building in Cuba after Havana's Jose Marti Towers, Senor Alvarez's corner office overlooks both the glittering metropolis and bustling harbor below. It is the magic hour for energy-independent buildings like the Malpica, that time of the day when its photovoltaic windows capture the setting sun with their almost imperceptible magenta hue. Senor Alvarez was right. I am not disappointed. Cuba won the zombie war. Maybe that's not the most humble of statements, given what happened to so many other countries. But just look at where we were 20 years ago, as opposed to where we are now. Before the war, we lived in a state of quasi-isolation, worse than during the height of the Cold War. At least in my father's day, you could count on what amounted to economic welfare from the Soviet Union and their Comecon puppets. Since the fall of the communist bloc, though, our existence was one of constant deprivation. Rationed food, rationed fuel. The closest comparison I can make is that of Great Britain during the Blitz. And like that other besieged island, we too lived under the dark cloud of an ever-present enemy. The U.S. blockade, while not as constricting as during the Cold War, nonetheless sought to suffocate our economic lifeblood by punishing any nation that attempted free and open trade. As successful as the U.S. strategy was, its most resounding triumph was allowing Fidel to use our northern oppressor as an excuse to remain in power. "You see how hard your life is," he would say. "The blockade has done this to you. The Yankees have done this to you. And without me, they would be storming our beaches even now." He was brilliant, Machiavelli's most favored son. He knew we would never remove him while the enemy was at the gates. And so we endured the hardships and the oppression, the long lines and the hushed voices. This was the Cuba I grew up in, the only Cuba I could ever imagine. That is, until the dead began to rise. Cases were small and immediately contained, mostly Chinese refugees and a few European businessmen. Travel from the United States was still largely prohibited, so we were spared the initial blow of first-wave mass migration. The repressive nature of our fortress society allowed the government to take steps to ensure that the infection was never allowed to spread. All internal travel was suspended, and both the regular army and territorial militias were mobilized. Because Cuba had such a high percentage of doctors per capita, our leader knew the true nature of the infection weeks after the first outbreak was reported. By the time of the Great Panic, when the world finally woke up to the nightmare breaking down their doors, Cuba had already prepared itself for war. The simple fact of geography spared us the danger of large-scale overland swarms. Our invaders came from the sea, specifically from an armada of boat people. Not only did they bring the contagion, as we have seen throughout the world, there were also those who believed in ruling their new homes as modern-day conquistadors. Look at what happened in Iceland, a pre-war paradise, so safe and secure they never found the need to maintain a standing army. What could they do when the American military withdrew? How could they stop the torrent of refugees from Europe and Western Russia? Is it no mystery how that once idyllic Arctic haven became a cauldron of frozen blood, and why, to this day, it is still the most heavily infested white zone on the planet? That could have been us, easily, had it not been for the example set by our brothers in the smaller Windward and Leeward Islands. Those men and women, from Anguilla to Trinidad, can proudly take their place as some of the greatest heroes of the war. They first eradicated multiple outbreaks along their archipelago, then, with barely a moment to catch their collective breaths, repelled not only seaborne zombies, but an endless flood of human invaders, too. They spilled their blood so that we did not have to. They forced our would-be latifundista to reconsider their plans for conquest, and realize that if a few civilians armed with nothing but small arms and machetes could defend their homelands so tenaciously, what would they find on the shores of a country armed with everything from main battle tanks to radar-guided anti-ship missiles? Naturally, the inhabitants of the Lesser Antilles were not fighting for the best interests of the Cuban people, but their sacrifices did allow us the luxury of setting our own terms. Any seeking sanctuary would find themselves greeted with the saying so common among Norte Americano parents: "While under my roof, you will obey my rules." Not all of the refugees were Yankees. We had our share from mainland Latin America, from Africa and Western Europe, Spain especially. Many Spaniards and Canadians had visited Cuba, either on business or holiday. I had gotten to know a few of them before the war. Nice people, polite, so different from the East Germans of my youth, who used to toss handfuls of candy in the air and laugh while we children scrambled for it like rats. The majority of our boat people, however, originated from the United States. Every day more would arrive, by large ship or private craft, even on homemade rafts that brought an ironic smile to our faces. So many of them, a total of 5 million, equal to almost half of our indigenous population, and along with all the other nationalities, they were placed under the jurisdiction of the government's quarantine resettlement program. I would not go so far as to call the resettlement centers prison camps. They could not compare to the lives suffered by our political dissidents, the writers and teachers. I had a friend who was accused of being a homosexual. His stories from prison cannot compare to even the harshest resettlement center. It was not easy living, however. These people, no matter what their pre-war occupation or status, were initially put to work as field hands, 12 to 14 hours a day, growing vegetables in what had once been our state-run sugar plantations. At least the climate was on their side. The temperature was dropping, the skies were darkening. Mother Nature was kind to them. The guards, however, were not. "Be glad you're alive," they'd shout after each slap or kick. "Keep complaining and we'll throw you to the zombies." Every camp had a rumor about the dreaded zombie pits, the hole in which they'd throw the troublemakers. The DGI, the General Intelligence Directorate, had even planted prisoners in the general population to spread stories about how they personally witnessed men being lowered headfirst into the boiling lake of ghouls. This was all just to keep everyone in line, you see. None of it was actually true, though there were stories about the Miami whites. The majority of American Cubanos were welcomed home with open arms. I myself had several relatives living in Daytona who just barely escaped with their lives. The tears of so many reunions in those early frantic days could have filled the Caribbean Sea. But that first wave of post-revolution immigrants, the affluent elite who had flourished under the old regime and who spent the rest of their lives trying to topple everything we'd worked so hard to build, as far as those aristos were concerned, I am not saying there is any proof that they were thrown to the ghouls by their fat, reactionary Bacardi Blanca drinking asses, but if they were, they can suck Batista's balls in hell. A thin, satisfied smile crosses his lips. Of course, we couldn't have actually attempted this kind of punishment with your people. Rumors and threats were one thing, but physical action. Push a people, any people, too far, and you risk the possibility of revolt. 5 million Yankees, all rising in open revolution? Unthinkable. It already took too many troops to maintain the camps, and that was the initial success of the Yankee invasion of Cuba. We simply didn't have the manpower to guard 5 million detainees and almost 4,000 kilometers of coastline. We couldn't fight a war on two fronts, and so the decision was made to dissolve the centers and allow 10% of the Yankee detainees to work outside the wire on a specialized parole program. These detainees would do the jobs Cubanos no longer wanted: day laborers, dishwashers, and street cleaners. And while their wages would be next to nothing, their labor hours would go to a point system that allowed them to buy the freedom of other detainees. It was an ingenious idea. Some Florida Cubano came up with it, and the camps were drained in 6 months. At first, the government tried to keep track of all of them, but that soon proved impossible. Within a year, they had almost fully integrated the Norte Cubanos, insinuating themselves into every facet of our society. Officially, the camps had been created to contain the spread of infection, but that wasn't the kind spread by the dead. You couldn't see this infection at first, not when we were still under siege. It was still behind closed doors, still spoken in whispers. Over the next several years, what occurred was not so much a revolution as an evolution, an economic reform here, a legalized, privately owned newspaper there. People began to think more boldly, talk more boldly. Slowly, quietly, the seeds began to take root. I'm sure Fidel would have loved to bring his iron fist crashing down on our fledgling freedoms. Perhaps he might have, if world events had not shifted in our favor. It was when the world governments decided to go on the attack that everything changed forever. Suddenly we became the arsenal of victory. We were the breadbasket, the manufacturing center, the training ground, and the springboard. We became the air hub for both North and South America, the great dry dock for 10,000 ships. Note 1. The exact number of Allied and neutral ships that anchored in Cuban ports during the war is still unknown. End note. We had money, lots of it, money that created an overnight middle class, and a thriving capitalist economy that needed the refined skills and practical experience of the Norte Cubanos. We shared a bond I don't think can ever be broken. We helped them reclaim their nation, and they helped us reclaim ours. They showed us the meaning of democracy, freedom not just in vague, abstract terms, but on a very real, individually human level. Freedom isn't just something you have for the sake of having. You have to want something else first, and then want the freedom to fight for it. That was the lesson we learned from the Norte Cubanos. They all had such grand dreams, and they'd lay down their lives for the freedom to make those dreams come true. Why else would El Jefe be so damned afraid of them? I'm not surprised that Fidel knew the tides of freedom were coming to sweep him out of power. I am surprised at how well he rode the wave. He laughs, gesturing to a photo on the wall of an aged Castro speaking in the Parque Central. Can you believe the cojones of that son of a bitch? To not only embrace the country's new democracy, but to actually take credit for it? Genius. To personally preside over the first free elections of Cuba, where his last official act was to vote himself out of power. That is why his legacy is a statue, and not a bloodstain against a wall. Of course, our new Latin superpower is anything but idyllic. We have hundreds of political parties, and more special interest groups than sands on our beaches. We have strikes, we have riots, we have protests, it seems, almost every day. You can see why Che ducked out right after the revolution. It's a lot easier to blow up trains than to make them run on time. What is it that Mr. Churchill used to say? Democracy is the worst form of government, except for all the others. He laughs. Patriot's Memorial, the Forbidden City, Beijing, China. I suspect Admiral Xu Zhi has chosen this particular spot on the off chance that a photographer would be present. Although no one since the war has ever remotely questioned either his or his crew's patriotism, he is taking no chances for the eyes of foreign readers. Initially defensive, he consents to this interview only on the condition that I listen objectively to his side of the story, a demand he clings to even after I explain that there is no other. Note, for the sake of clarity, Western naval designations have replaced the authentic Chinese. We were not traitors. I say this before I'll say anything else. We loved our country, we loved our people, and while we may not have loved those who ruled both, we were unwaveringly loyal to our leadership. We never would have imagined doing what we did had not the situation become so desperate. By the time Captain Chun first voiced his proposal, we were already on the brink. They were in every city, every village. In the 9.5 million square kilometers that made up our country, you couldn't find 1 centimeter of peace. The army, arrogant bastards that they were, kept insisting that they had the problem under control, that every day was the turning point, and before the next snow fell upon the earth, they would have the entire country pacified. Typical army thinking. Over-aggressive, overconfident. All you need is a group of men or women, give them matching clothes, a few hours training, something that passes for a weapon, and you have an army. Not the best army, but still an army nonetheless. That can't happen with the Navy, any Navy. Any ship, no matter how crude, requires considerable energy and materials to create. The Army can replace its cannon fodder in hours. For us, it might take years. This tends to make us more pragmatic than our compatriots in green. We tend to look at a situation with a bit more, I don't want to say caution, but perhaps more strategic conservatism. Withdraw, consolidate, husband your resources. That was the same philosophy as the Rediker plan, but of course the army wouldn't listen. They rejected Rediker without the slightest consideration or internal debate. How could the army ever lose, with their vast stockpiles of conventional armaments, with their bottomless well of manpower? Bottomless well. Unforgivable. Do you know why we had such a population explosion during the 1950s? Because Mao believed it was the only way to win a nuclear war. This is truth, not propaganda. It was common knowledge that when the atomic dust eventually settled, only a few thousand American or Soviet survivors would be overwhelmed by tens of millions of Chinese. Numbers, that was the philosophy of my grandparents' generation. And it was the strategy the Army was quick to adopt once our experienced professional troops were devoured in the outbreak's early stages. Those generals, sick, twisted old criminals, sitting safely in their bunker and ordering wave after wave of conscripted teenagers into battle. Did they even think that every dead soldier was now a live zombie? Did they ever realize that instead of drowning them in our bottomless well, we were the ones drowning, choking to death as the most populous nation on earth found itself for the first time in history in danger of becoming fatally outnumbered? That was what pushed Captain Chun over the edge. He knew what would happen if the war continued along its course, and what our chances for survival would be. If he thought that there was any hope, he would have grabbed a rifle and hurled himself at the living dead. He was convinced that soon there would be no more Chinese people, and perhaps eventually no more people anywhere. That was why he made his intentions known to his senior officers, declaring that we might be the only chance of preserving something of our civilization. Did you agree with his proposal? I didn't even believe it at first. Escape in our boat, our nuclear submarine? This wasn't just desertion, slinking out in the middle of a war to save our own pathetic skins. This was stealing one of the motherland's most valuable national assets. The Admiral Zheng He was only one of 3 ballistic missile subs, and the newest of what the West referred to as the Type 94. She was the child of 4 parents. Russian assistance, black market technology, the fruits of anti-American espionage, and let us not forget, the culmination of nearly 5,000 years of continuous Chinese history. She was the most expensive, the most advanced, the most powerful machine our nation had ever constructed. To simply steal her, like a lifeboat from the sinking ship of China, was inconceivable. It was only Captain Chun's force of personality, his deep fanatical patriotism, that convinced me of our only alternative. How long did it take to prepare? 3 months. It was hell. Qingdao, our home port, was in a constant state of siege. More and more army units were called in to maintain order, and each was just a little less trained, a little less equipped, a little younger or older than the one that came before it. Some of the surface ship captains had to donate expendable crew to shore up base defenses. Our perimeter was under attack almost every day, and through all of this, we had to prepare and provision the boat for sea. It was supposed to be a routinely scheduled patrol. We had to smuggle on board both emergency supplies and family members. Family members? Oh, yes, that was the cornerstone of the plan. Captain Chun knew the crew wouldn't leave port unless their families could come with them. How was that possible? To find them or to smuggle them aboard? Both. Finding them was difficult. Most of us had families scattered throughout the country. We did our best to communicate with them, get a phone line working, or send word with an army unit headed in that direction. The message was always the same. We'd be heading back out on patrol soon, and their presence was required at the ceremony. Sometimes we'd try to make it more urgent, as if someone was dying and needed to see them. That was the best we could do. No one was allowed to go out and physically get them. Too risky. We didn't have multiple crews like you do on your missile boats. Every rating would be missed at sea. I pitied my shipmates, the agony of their waiting. I was lucky that my wife and children... Children? I thought... That we were only allowed one child? That law was modified years before the war, a practical solution to the problem of an imbalanced nation of only child sons. I had twin daughters. I was lucky. My wife and children were already on base when the trouble started. What about the captain? Did he have family? His wife had left him in the early 80s. It was a devastating scandal, especially in those days. It still astounds me how he managed to both salvage his career and raise his son. He had a son. Did he come with you? Shu evades the question. The worst part for many others was the waiting, knowing that even if they managed to make it to Qingdao, there was a very good chance that we might have already sailed. Imagine the guilt. You ask your family to come to you, perhaps leave the relative safety of their pre-existing hideout, and arrive only to be abandoned at the dock. Did many of them show up? More than one would have guessed. We smuggled them aboard at night, wearing uniforms. Some, children and the elderly, were carried in supply crates. Did the families know what was happening? What you were intending to do? I don't believe so. Every member of our crew had strict orders to keep silent. Had the MSS even had a whiff of what we were up to, the living dead would have been the least of our fears. Our secrecy also forced us to depart according to our routine patrol schedule. Captain Chun wanted so badly to wait for stragglers, family members who might be perhaps only a few days, a few hours away. He knew it might have jeopardized everything, however, and reluctantly gave the order to cast off. He tried to hide his feelings, and I think in front of most he might have gotten away with it. I could see it in his eyes, though, reflecting the receding fires of Qingdao. Where were you headed? First, to our assigned patrol sector, just so everything would initially seem normal. After that, no one knew. A new home, at least for the time being, was out of the question. By this point, the blight had spread to every corner of the planet. No neutral country, no matter how remote, could guarantee our safety. What about coming over to our side, America, or another Western country? He flashes a cold, hard stare. Would you? The Jung carried 16 JL-2 ballistic missiles. All but one carried 4 multiple re-entry warheads with a 90-kiloton yield. That made her equivalent to one of the strongest nations in the world. Enough power to murder entire cities with just the turn of a key. Would you turn that power over to another country, the one country up until that point that had used nuclear weapons in anger? Again, and for the last time, we were not traitors. No matter how criminally insane our leadership might have been, we were still Chinese sailors. So you were alone? All alone. No home, no friends, no safe harbor, no matter how harsh the storm. The Admiral Zhang He was our entire universe, heaven, earth, sun, and moon. That must have been very difficult. The first few months passed as though it was merely a regular patrol. Missile subs are designed to hide, and that's what we did, deep and silent. We weren't sure if our own attack subs were out looking for us. In all probability, our government had other worries. Still, regular battle drills were conducted, and the civilians trained in the art of noise discipline. The chief of the boat even rigged special soundproofing for the mess hall, so it could be both a schoolroom and play area for the children. The children, especially the younger ones, had no idea what was happening. Many of them had even traveled with their families across infested areas, some barely escaping with their lives. All they knew was that the monsters were gone, banished to their occasional nightmares. They were safe now, and that's all that mattered. I guess that is how we all felt those first few months. We were alive, we were together, we were safe. Given what was happening to the rest of the planet, what more could we want? Did you have some way of monitoring the crisis? Not immediately. Our goal was stealth, avoiding both commercial shipping lanes and submarine patrol sectors, ours and yours. We speculated, though. How fast was it spreading? Which countries were the most affected? Was anyone using the nuclear option? If so, that would be the end for all of us. In a radiated planet, the walking dead might be the only creatures left alive. We weren't sure what high doses of radiation would do to a zombie's brain. Would it eventually kill them, riddling their gray matter with multiple expanding tumors? That would be the case for a regular human brain, but since the living dead contradicted every other law of nature, why should this reaction be any different? Some nights, in the wardroom, speaking in low voices over our off-duty tea, we conjured images of zombies as fast as cheetahs, as agile as apes, zombies with mutated brains that grew and throbbed and burst from the confines of their skulls. Lieutenant Commander Sung, our reactor officer, had brought aboard his watercolors and had painted the scene of a city in ruins. He tried to say that it wasn't any city in particular, but we all recognized the twisted remains of the Pudong skyline. Sung had grown up in Shanghai. The broken horizon glowed a dull magenta against the pitch-black sky of nuclear winter. A rain of ash peppered the islands of debris that rose from lakes of melted glass. Snaking through the center of this apocalyptic backdrop was a river, a greenish-brown snake that rose up into a head of 1,000 interconnected bodies, cracked skin, exposed brain, flesh dripping from bony arms that reached out from open-mouthed faces with red glowing eyes. I don't know when Commander Sung began his project, only that he secretly unveiled it to a few of us after our third month at sea. He never intended to show it to Captain Chun. He knew better. But someone must have talked, and the old man soon put a stop to it. Sung was ordered to paint over his work with something cheerful, a summer sunset over Lake Dien. He then followed up with several more positive murals on any space of exposed bulkhead. Captain Chun also ordered a halt to all off-duty speculation, detrimental to the morale of the crew. I think it pushed him, though, to re-establish some semblance of contact with the outside world. Semblance as in active communication or passive surveillance? The latter. He knew Sung's painting and our apocalyptic discussions were the result of our long-term isolation. The only way to quell any further dangerous thought was to replace speculation with hard facts. We'd been in total blackout for almost 100 days and nights. We needed to know what was happening, even if it was as dark and hopeless as Sung's painting. Up until this point, our sonar officer and his team were the only ones with any knowledge of the world beyond our hull. These men listened to the sea, the currents, the biologics, such as fish and whales, and the distant thrashing of nearby propellers. I said before that our course had taken us to the most remote recesses of the world's oceans. We had intentionally chosen areas where no ship would normally be detected. Over the previous months, however, Liu's team had been collecting an increasing number of random contacts. Thousands of ships were now crowding the surface, many of them with signatures that did not match our computer archive. The captain ordered the boat to periscope depth. The ESM mast went up and was flooded with hundreds of radar signatures. The radio mast suffered a similar deluge. Finally, the scopes, both the search and main attack periscopes, broke the surface. It's not like you see in the movies, a man flipping down the handles and staring through a telescopic eyepiece. These scopes don't penetrate the inner hull. Each one is a video camera with its signal relayed to monitors throughout the boat. We couldn't believe what we were seeing. It was as if humanity was putting everything they had to sea. We spotted tankers, freighters, cruise ships. We saw tugboats towing barges. We saw hydrofoils, garbage scows, bottom dredgers, and all of this within the first hour. Over the next few weeks we observed dozens of military vessels, too, any of which could have probably detected us, but none of which seemed to care. You know the USS Saratoga. We saw her being towed across the South Atlantic, her flight deck now a tent city. We saw a ship that had to be HMS Victory plying the waves under a forest of improvised sails. We saw the Aurora, the actual World War I-era heavy cruiser whose mutiny had sparked the Bolshevik Revolution. I don't know how they got her out of St. Petersburg, or how they found enough coal to keep her boilers lit. There were so many beat-up hulks that should have been retired years ago. Skiffs, ferries, and lighters that had spent their careers on quiet lakes or inland rivers. Coastal crafts that should have never left the harbor for which they'd been designed. We saw a floating dry dock the size of an overturned skyscraper, her deck now stuffed with construction scaffolding that served as makeshift apartments. She was drifting aimlessly, no tug or support vessel in sight. I don't know how those people survived, or even if they survived. There were a lot of drifting ships, their fuel bunkers dry, no way to generate power. We saw many small private boats, yachts, and cabin cruisers that had lashed themselves together to form giant, directionless rafts. We saw many purpose-built rafts as well, made from logs or tires. We even came across a nautical shantytown constructed atop hundreds of garbage bags filled with styrofoam packing peanuts. It reminded us all of the ping-pong navy, the refugees who, during the Cultural Revolution, had tried to float to Hong Kong on sacks filled with ping-pong balls. We pitied these people, pitied what could only be their hopeless fate, to be adrift in the middle of the ocean and prey to hunger, thirst, sunstroke, or the sea herself. Commander Sung called it humanity's great regression. We came from the sea, he would say, and now we're running back. Running was an accurate term. These people clearly hadn't put any thought into what they would do once they reached the safety of the waves. They just figured it was better than being torn apart back on land. In their panic, they probably didn't realize they were just prolonging the inevitable. Did you ever try to help them, give them food or water, maybe tow them? To where? Even if we had some idea where the safe ports might have been, the captain wouldn't dare take the risk of detection. We didn't know who had a radio, who might be listening to that signal. We still didn't know if we were a hunted boat, and there was another danger, the immediate threat of the undead. We saw a lot of infested ships, some where the crews were still fighting for their lives, some where the dead were the only crew left. One time off Dakar, Senegal, we came across a 45,000-ton luxury liner called the Nordic Empress. Our search scope's optics were powerful enough to see every bloody handprint smeared on the ballroom's windows, every fly that settled on the deck's bones and flesh. Zombies were falling into the ocean, one every couple of minutes. They would see something in the distance, a low-flying aircraft, I think, or even the feather of our scope, and try to reach for it. It gave me an idea. If we surfaced a few hundred meters away and did everything we could to lure them over the side, we might be able to clear the ship without firing a shot. Who knows what the refugees might have brought aboard with them? The Nordic Empress might turn out to be a floating replenishment depot. I presented my proposal to the master-at-arms, and together we approached the captain.
What did he say?
Absolutely not. There was no way of knowing how many zombies were on board the dead liner. Even worse, he motioned to the video screen and pointed to some of the zombies falling overboard. Look, he said, not all of them are sinking. He was right. Some had reanimated wearing life jackets, while others were beginning to bloat up with decomposition gases. That was the first time I had ever seen a floating ghoul. I should have realized then that they would become a common occurrence. Even if 10% of the refugee ships were infested, that was still 10% of several 100,000 vessels. There were millions of zombies falling randomly into the sea, or else pouring in by the hundreds when one of those old hulks capsized in rough weather. After a storm, they would blanket the surface to the horizon, rising waves of bobbing heads and flailing arms. Once we raised the search scope and were confronted with this distorted, greenish-gray haze. At first we thought it was an optical malfunction, as if we'd hit some floating debris. But then the attack scope confirmed that we'd speared one of them right under the rib cage, and it was still struggling, probably even after we lowered the scope. If ever something brought the threat home...
But you were underwater? How could they...
If we surfaced, and one was caught on deck or on the bridge. The first time I cracked the hatch, a fetid, waterlogged claw darted in and had me by the sleeve. I lost my footing, fell onto the lookout below me, and landed on the deck with the severed arm still clamped to my uniform. Above me, silhouetted in the bright disk of the open hatch, I could see the arm's owner. I reached for my sidearm, fired straight up without thinking. We were showered in bone and bits of brain. We were lucky. If any of us had had any kind of open wound, I deserved the reprimand I got, although I deserved worse. From that point on, we always did a thorough scope sweep after surfacing. I would say that, at least one in every 3 instances, a few of them were crawling about on the hull. Those were the observation days when all we did was look and listen to the world around us. Besides the scopes, we could monitor both civilian radio traffic and even some satellite television broadcasts. It wasn't a pretty picture. Cities were dying, whole countries. We listened to the last report from Buenos Aires, the evacuation of the Japanese home islands, too. We heard sketchy information about mutinies in the Russian military. We heard after reports of the limited nuclear exchange between Iran and Pakistan. And we marveled morbidly at how we had been so sure that either you or the Russians would be the ones to turn the key. There were no reports from China, no illegal or even official government broadcasts. We were still detecting naval transmissions, but all the codes had been shifted since our departure. While this presented something of a personal threat, we didn't know if our fleet had orders to hunt down and sink us. At least it proved our whole nation hadn't disappeared into the stomachs of the undead. At this point in our exile, any news was welcome. Food was becoming an issue, not immediately, but soon enough to begin considering options. Medicine was a bigger problem. Both our Western-style drugs and various traditional herb remedies were beginning to run low because of the civilians. Many of them had special medical needs. Mrs. Pei, the mother of one of our torpedo men, was suffering from chronic bronchial problems, an allergic reaction to something on the boat, the paint or perhaps machine oil, something you couldn't simply remove from the environment. She was consuming our decongestants at an alarming rate. Lieutenant Jin, the boat's weapons officer, suggested, matter-of-factly, that the old woman be euthanized. The captain responded by confining him to quarters for a week on half rations. with all but the most life-threatening sickness to go untreated by the boat's pharmacist. Jin was a cold-hearted bastard, but at least his suggestion brought our options into the light. We had to prolong our supply of consumables, if not find a way of recycling them altogether. Raiding derelicts was still strictly forbidden. Even when we spotted what looked like a deserted vessel, at least a few zombies could be heard banging below decks. Fishing was a possibility, but we had neither the material to rig any kind of net, nor were we willing to spend hours on the surface dropping hooks and lines over the side. The solution came from the civilians, not the crew. Some of them had been farmers or herbalists before the crisis, and a few had brought little bags of seeds. If we could provide them with the necessary equipment, they might be able to start raising enough food to stretch our existing provisions for years. It was an audacious plan, but not completely without merit. The missile room was certainly large enough for a garden. Pots and troughs could be hammered out of existing materials, and the ultraviolet lamps we used for the crew's vitamin D treatment could serve as artificial sunlight. The only problem was soil. None of us knew anything about hydroponics, aeroponics, or any other alternate agricultural method. We needed earth, and there was only one way to get it. The captain had to consider this carefully. Trying to deploy a shore party was as dangerous as, if not more than, attempting to board an infested ship. Before the war, more than half of all human civilization lived at or near the world's coastlines. The infestation only increased this number as refugees sought to flee by water. We began our search off the mid-Atlantic coast of South America, from Georgetown, Guyana, then down the coasts of Suriname and French Guiana. We found several stretches of uninhabited jungle, and at least by periscope observation, the coast appeared to be clear. We surfaced and made a second visual sweep from the bridge. Again, nothing. I requested permission to take a landing party ashore. The captain was not yet convinced. He ordered the foghorn blown, loud and long, and then they came. Just a few at first, tattered, wide-eyed, stumbling out of the jungle. They didn't seem to notice the shoreline, the waves knocking them over, pushing them back up on the beach, or pulling them out to sea. One was dashed against a rock, his chest crushed, broken ribs stabbing through the flesh. Black foam shot from his mouth as he howled at us, still trying to walk, to crawl in our direction. More came, a dozen at a time. Within minutes, we had over 100 plunging into the surf. This was the case everywhere we surfaced. All those refugees who'd been too unlucky to make it to the open ocean now formed a lethal barrier along every stretch of coastline we visited. "Did you ever try to land a shore party?" Shakes his head. "Too dangerous. Even worse than the infested ships. We decided that our only choice was to find soil on an offshore island." "But you must have known what was happening on the world's islands." "You would be surprised. After leaving our Pacific Patrol Station, we restricted our movements to either the Atlantic or the Indian Ocean. We'd heard transmissions or made visual observations of many of those specks of land. We learned about the overcrowding, the violence. We saw the gun flashes from the windward islands. That night on the surface, we could smell the smoke as it drifted east from the Caribbean. We could also hear islands that weren't so lucky. The Cape Verdes off the coast of Senegal. We didn't even see them before we heard the whales. Too many refugees, too little discipline. It only takes one infected soul. How many islands remained quarantined after the war? How many frozen northern rocks are still deeply and dangerously in the white? Returning to the Pacific was our most likely option, but that would also bring us right back up to our country's front door. Again, we still did not know if the Chinese Navy was hunting us, or even if there was still a Chinese Navy. All we knew was that we needed stores and that we craved direct contact with other human beings. It took some time to convince the captain. The last thing he wanted was a confrontation with our Navy.
He was still loyal to the government?
Yes. And then there was a personal matter.
Personal, why?
He skirts the question. Have you ever been to Manihi?
I shake my head.
You couldn't ask for a more ideal image of a pre-war tropical paradise. Flat, palm-covered islands, or motus, form a ring around a shallow, crystal-clear lagoon. It used to be one of the few places on Earth where they cultured authentic black pearls. I had bought a pair for my wife when we visited Tuamotus for our honeymoon, so my first-hand knowledge made this atoll the most likely destination. Manihi had changed utterly since I was a newly married ensign. The pearls were gone, the oysters were eaten, and the lagoon was crowded with hundreds of small private boats. The motus themselves were paved with either tents or ramshackle huts. Dozens of improvised canoes either sailed or rowed back and forth between the outer reef and the dozen or so large ships that were anchored in deeper water. The whole scene was typical of what I guess post-war historians are now calling the Pacific continent. The refugee island culture that stretched from Palau to French Polynesia. It was a new society, a new nation, refugees from all over the world uniting under the common flag of survival.
How did you integrate yourself into that society?
Through trade. Trade was the central pillar of the Pacific continent. If your boat had a large distillery, you sold fresh water. If it had a machine shop, you became a mechanic. The Madrid Spirit, a liquefied natural gas carrier, sold its cargo off for cooking fuel. That was what gave Mr. Sung his idea for our market niche. He was Commander Sung's father, a hedge fund broker from Shenzhen. He came up with the idea of running floating power lines into the lagoon and leasing the electricity from our reactor. He smiles. We became millionaires, or at least the barter equivalent. Food, medicine, any spare part we needed, or the raw materials to manufacture them. We got our greenhouse, along with a miniature waste recovery plant to turn our own night soil into valuable fertilizer. We bought equipment for a gymnasium, a full wet bar, and home entertainment systems for both the enlisted mess and wardroom. The children were lavished with toys and candy. Whatever was left, and most importantly, continuing education from several of the barges that had been converted into international schools. We were welcomed into any home, onto any boat. Our enlisted men, and even some of the officers, were given free credit on any one of the 5 comfort boats anchored in the lagoon. And why not? We lit up their nights. We powered their machinery. We brought back long-forgotten luxuries like air conditioners and refrigerators. We brought computers back online and gave most of them the first hot shower they'd had in months. We were so successful that the Island Council even allowed us a reprieve, although we politely refused from taking part in the island's perimeter security.
Against seaborne zombies?
They were always a danger. Every night they would wander up onto the motus, or try to drag themselves up the anchor line of a low-lying boat. Part of the citizenship dues for staying at Manihi was to help patrol the beaches and boats for zombies.
You mentioned anchor lines. Aren't zombies poor climbers?
Not when water counteracts gravity. Most of them only have to follow an anchor chain up to the surface. If that chain leads to a boat whose deck is only centimeters above the waterline, there were at least as many lagoon as beach attacks. Nights were always worse. That was another reason we were so welcome. We could take back the darkness, both above and below the surface. It is a chilling sight to point a flashlight at the water and see the bluish-green outline of a zombie crawling up an anchor line. Wouldn't the light tend to attract even more of them? Yes, definitely. Night attacks almost doubled once mariners began leaving their lights on. The civilians never complained, though, and neither did the island's council. I think that most people would rather face the light of a real enemy than the darkness of their imagined fears. How long did you stay in Manihi? Several months. I don't know if you would call them the best months of our lives, but at the time it certainly felt that way. We began to let our guard down, to stop thinking of ourselves as fugitives. There were even some Chinese families, not diaspora or Taiwanese, but real citizens of the People's Republic. They told us that the situation had gotten so bad that the government was barely keeping the country together. They couldn't see how, when over half the population was infected and the Army's reserves were continuing to evaporate, they had the time or assets to devote any energy to find one lost sub. For a little while it looked as if we could make this small island community our home, reside here until the end of the crisis, or perhaps the end of the world. He looks up at the monument above us, built on the very spot where, supposedly, the last zombie in Beijing had been destroyed. Sung and I had shore patrol duty the night it happened. We'd stopped by a campfire to listen to the islanders' radio. There was some broadcast about a mysterious natural disaster in China. No one knew what it was yet, and there were more than enough rumors to keep us guessing. I was looking at the radio, my back to the lagoon, when the sea in front of me suddenly began to glow. I turned just in time to see the Madrid Spirit explode. I don't know how much natural gas she still carried, but the fireball skyrocketed high into the night, expanding and incinerating all life on the two closest motus. My first thought was accident, a corroded valve, a careless deckhand. Commander Sung had been looking right at it, though, and he'd seen the streak of the missile. A half-second later, the Admiral Jung's foghorn sounded. As we raced back to the boat, my wall of calm, my sense of security came crashing down around me. I knew that missile had come from one of our subs. The only reason it had hit the Madrid was because she sat much higher in water, presenting a larger radar outline. How many had been aboard? How many were on those motus? I suddenly realized that every second we stayed put the civilian islanders in danger of another attack. Captain Chun must have been thinking the same thing. As we reached the deck, the orders to cast off were sounded from the bridge. Power lines were cut, heads counted, hatches dogged. We set course for open water and dived at battle stations. At 90 meters, we deployed our towed array sonar and immediately detected hull-popping noises of another sub changing depth. Not the flexible pop, groan, pop of steel, but the quick pop, pop, pop of brittle titanium. Only 2 countries in the world used titanium hulls in their attack boats, the Russian Federation and us. The blade count confirmed it was ours, a new Type 95 hunter-killer. 2 were in service by the time we left port. We couldn't tell which one. Was that important? Again, he does not answer. At first the captain wouldn't fight. He chose to bottom the boat, set her down on a sandy plateau at the bare limit of our crush depth. The Type 95 began banging away with its active sonar array. The sound pulses echoed through the water, but couldn't get a fix on us because of the ocean floor. The 95 switched to a passive search, listening with its powerful hydrophone array for any noise we made. We reduced the reactor to a marginal output, shut down all unnecessary machinery, and ceased all crew movement within the boat. Because passive sonar doesn't send out any signals, there was no way of knowing where the 95 was, or even if it was still around. We tried to listen for her propeller, but she'd gone as silent as us. We waited for half an hour, not moving, barely breathing. I was standing by the sonar shack, my eyes on the overhead, when Lieutenant Liu tapped me on the shoulder. He had something on our hull-mounted array, not the other sub, something closer, all around us. I plugged in a pair of headphones and heard a scraping noise like scratching rats. I silently motioned for the captain to listen. We couldn't make it out. It wasn't bottom flow. The current was too mild for that. If it was sea life, crabs, or some other biologic contact, there would have to be thousands of them. I began to suspect something. I requested a scope observation, knowing the transient noise might alert our hunter. The captain agreed. We gritted our teeth as the tube slid upward. Then the image. Zombies, hundreds of them, were swarming over the hull. More were arriving each second, stumbling across the barren sand, climbing over each other to claw, scrape, actually bite the Jung's steel. Could they have gotten in, opened a hatch, or... No. All hatches are sealed from the inside, and torpedo tubes are protected by external bow caps. What concerned us, however, was the reactor. It was cooled by circulating seawater. The intakes, although not large enough for a man to fit through, can easily be blocked by one. Sure enough, one of our warning lights began to silently flash over the number 4 intake. One of them had ripped the guard off and was now thoroughly lodged in the conduit. The reactor's core temperature began to rise. To shut it down would leave us powerless. Captain Chun decided that we had to move. We lifted off the bottom, trying to be as slow and quiet as possible. It wasn't enough. We began to detect the sound of the 95's propeller. She'd heard us and was moving into attack. We heard her torpedo tubes being flooded, and the click of her outer doors opening. Captain Chun ordered our own sonar to go active, pinging our exact location, but giving us a perfect firing solution on the 95. We fired at the same time. Our torpedoes passed each other as both subs tried to get away. The 95 was a little bit faster, a little more maneuverable. But the one thing they didn't have was our captain. He knew exactly how to avoid the oncoming fish, and we ducked them easily right about the time our own found their targets. We heard the 95's hull screech like a dying whale, bulkheads collapsing as compartments imploded one after the other. They tell you it happens too fast for the crew to know. Either the shock of the pressure change renders them unconscious, or the explosion can actually cause the air to ignite. The crew dies quickly, painlessly, at least that's what we hoped. One thing that wasn't painless was to watch the light behind my captain's eyes die with the sounds of the doomed sub. He anticipates my next question, clenching his fist and exhaling hard through his nose. Captain Chun raised his son alone, raised him to be a good sailor, to love and serve the state, to never question orders, and to be the finest officer the Chinese Navy had ever seen. The happiest day of his life was when Commander Chun Jir-Xiao received his first command, a brand new Type 95 hunter-killer. The kind that attacked you? Nods. That was why Captain Chun would have done anything to avoid our fleet. That was why it was so important to know which sub had attacked us. To know is always better, no matter what the answer might be. He had already betrayed his oath, betrayed his homeland, and now to believe that that betrayal might have led him to murder his own son. The next morning, when Captain Chun did not appear for first watch, I went to his cabin to check on him. The lights were dim. I called his name. To my relief, he answered. But when he stepped into the light, his hair had lost its color, as white as pre-war snow. His skin was sallow, his eyes sunken. He was truly an old man now, broken, withered. The monsters that rose from the dead, they are nothing compared to the ones we carry in our hearts. From that day on, we ceased all contact with the outside world. We headed for the Arctic ice, the farthest, darkest, most desolate void we could find. We tried to continue with our day-to-day life, maintaining the boat, growing food, schooling, raising, and comforting our children as best we could. With the captain's spirit gone, so went the spirit of the Admiral Jung's crew. I was the only one who ever saw him during those days. I delivered his meals, collected his laundry, briefed him daily on the condition of the boat, then relayed his orders to the rest of the crew. It was routine, day in, day out. Our monotony was only broken one day when sonar detected the approaching signature of another 95 class attack sub. We went to battle stations, and for the first time we saw Captain Chun leave his cabin. He took his place in the attack center, ordered a firing solution plotted, and tubes 1 and 2 loaded. Sonar reported that the enemy sub had not responded in kind. Captain Chun saw this as our advantage. There was no questioning in his mind this time. This enemy would die before it fired. Just before he gave the order, we detected a signal on the Gertrude, the American term for an underwater telephone. It was Commander Chun, the captain's son, proclaiming peaceful intentions and requesting that we stand down from GQ. He told us about the Three Gorges Dam, the source of all the natural disaster rumors we'd heard about in Manihi. He explained that our battle with the other 95 had been part of a civil war that the dam's destruction had sparked. The sub that attacked us had been part of the Loyalist forces. Commander Chun had sided with the rebels. His mission was to find us and escort us home. I thought the cheer was going to carry us right to the surface. As we broke through the ice and the two crews ran to each other under the Arctic twilight, I thought finally, we can go home. We can reclaim our country and drive out the living dead. Finally, it's over. But it wasn't. There was still one last duty to perform. The Politburo, those hated old men who had caused so much misery already, were still holed up in their leadership bunker in Chilinhutu, still controlling at least half of our country's dwindling ground forces. They would never surrender. Everyone knew this. They would keep their mad hold on power, squandering what was left of our military. If the Civil War dragged on any longer, the only beings left in China would be the living dead. And you decided to end the fighting. We were the only ones who could. Our land-based silos were overrun. Our Air Force was grounded. Our 2 other missile boats had been caught still tied to the piers, waiting for orders, like good sailors as the dead swarmed through their hatches. Commander Chun informed us that we were the only nuclear asset left in the rebellion's arsenal. Every second we delayed wasted 100 more lives, 100 more bullets that could be thrown against the undead. So you fired on your homeland in order to save it. One last burden to shoulder. The captain must have noticed me shaking the moment before we launched. My order, he declared. My responsibility. The missile carried a single massive multi-megaton warhead. It was a prototype warhead designed to penetrate the hardened surface of your NORAD facility in Cheyenne Mountain, Colorado. Ironically, the Politburo's bunker had been designed to emulate Cheyenne Mountain in almost every detail. As we prepared to get underway, Commander Chun informed us that Chilinhutu had taken a direct hit. As we slid beneath the surface, we heard that the Loyalist forces had surrendered and reunified with the rebels to fight the real enemy. Did you know they had begun instituting their own version of the South African plan? We heard the day we emerged from under the ice pack. That morning I came on watch and found Captain Chun already in the attack center. He was in his command chair, a cup of tea next to his hand. He looked so tired, silently watching the crew around him, smiling as a father smiles at the happiness of his children. I noticed his tea had grown cold, and asked if he would like another cup. He looked up at me, still smiling, and shook his head slowly. "Very good, sir," I said, and prepared to resume my station. He reached out and took my hand, looked up into but did not recognize my face. His whisper was so soft I could barely hear it. "What?" "Nice boy, Jir Shao. Such a good boy." He was still holding my hand when he closed his eyes forever. Sydney, Australia. Clearwater Memorial is the newest hospital to be constructed in Australia, and the largest one built since the end of the war. Terry Knox's room is on the 17th floor, the presidential suite. His luxurious surroundings and expensive, almost unobtainable medication are the least his government can do for the first, and to date, only Australian commander of the International Space Station. In his words, "Not bad for the son of an Andamuka opal miner." His withered body seems to liven during our conversation. His face regains some of its color. "I wish some of the stories they tell about us were true. Makes us sound all the more heroic." Smiles. "Truth is, we weren't stranded, not in terms of being suddenly or unexpectedly trapped up there. Nobody had a better view of what was happening than us. No one was surprised when the replacement crew from Baikonur failed to launch, or when Houston ordered us to pile into the X-38 for evacuation. Note 1. The station's re-entry lifeboat. End note. I wish I could say that we violated orders or physically fought with one another over who should stay. What really happened was much more mundane and reasonable. I ordered the scientific team and any other non-essential personnel back to Earth, then gave the rest of the crew the choice to remain behind. With the X-38 re-entry lifeboat gone, we would be technically stranded. But when you think of what was at stake then, I can't imagine any of us wanting to leave. The ISS is one of the greatest marvels of human engineering. We're talking about an orbital platform so large it could be seen from Earth with the naked eye. It had taken 16 countries over 10 years, a couple hundred spacewalks, and more money than anyone without job security would admit to finally completing. What would it take to build another one, if another one could ever be built? Even more important than the station was the incalculable and equally irreplaceable value of our planet's satellite network. Back then, there were over 3,000 in orbit, and humanity depended on them for everything, from communications to navigation, from surveillance to something even as mundane yet vital as regular and reliable weather prediction. This network was as important to the modern world as roads had been in ancient times, or rail lines during the Industrial Age. What would happen to humanity if these all-important links just started dropping out of the sky? Our plan was never to save them all. That was unrealistic and unnecessary. All we had to do was concentrate on the systems most vital to the war effort. Just a few dozen birds that had to remain aloft. That alone was worth the risk of staying. Were you ever promised a rescue? No, and we didn't expect it. The issue wasn't how we were going to get back to Earth. It was how we could manage to stay alive up there. Even with all our tanked O2 and emergency perchlorate candles. Even with our water recycling system operating at peak capacity. We only had enough food for roughly 27 months. and that was including the test animals in the lab modules. Notes. 2. The ISS ceased using electrolysis to generate oxygen as a way of conserving water. 3. Pre-war specs put the ISS water recycling capability at 95%. And notes. None of them were being used to test any kind of vaccines, so their flesh was still edible. I can still hear their little shrieks, still see the spots of blood floating in microgravity. Even up there you couldn't escape the blood. I tried to be scientific about it, calculating the nutritional value of every floating red globule I sucked out of the air. I kept insisting that it was all for the good of the mission, and not my own ravenous hunger. Tell me more about the mission. If you were trapped on the station, how did you manage to keep the satellites in orbit? We used the Jules Verne 3 ATV, the last supply pod launched before French Guiana was overrun. Note 4. ATV, Automated Transfer Vehicle. End note. It was originally designed as a one-way vehicle to be filled with trash after depositing its cargo, then sent back to Earth to burn up in the atmosphere. Note 5. A secondary task of the disposable ATV was to use its booster to maintain the station's orbit. End note. We modified it with manual flight controls and a pilot's couch. I wish we could have fixed it with a proper viewport. Navigating by video wasn't fun. Neither was having to do my extravehicular activities, my spacewalks, in a re-entry suit, because there wasn't room for a proper EVA kit. Most of my excursions were to the Astro, which was basically just a petrol station in space. Note 6. Astro, Autonomous Space Transfer and Robotic Orbiter. End note. Satellites, the military, surveillance type, sometimes have to change orbit in order to acquire new targets. They do that by firing their maneuvering thrusters and using up their small amount of hydrazine fuel. Before the war, the American military realized it was more cost-effective to have a refueling station already in orbit rather than sending up a lot of manned missions. That's where Astro came in. We modified it to refuel some of the other satellites as well, the civilian models that need just the occasional top-off to boost back up from a decaying orbit. It was a marvelous machine, a real time saver. We had a lot of technology like that. There was the Canadarm, the 50-foot robotic inchworm that performed necessary maintenance tasks along the station's outer skin. There was Boba, the VR-operated Robonaut, we fitted with a thruster pack so he could work both around the station and away from it on a satellite. We also had a little squadron of PSAs, these free-floating robots about the shape and size of a grapefruit. Note 7. PSA, Personal Satellite Assistance. End note. All of this wondrous technology was designed to make our jobs easier. I wish they hadn't worked so well. We had maybe an hour a day, maybe even 2, where there was nothing to do. You could sleep, you could exercise, you could reread the same books, you could listen to Radio Free Earth, or to the music we'd brought with us, over and over and over again. I don't know how many times I listened to that Red Gum song. God help me, I was only 19. It was my father's favorite. Reminded him of his time in Vietnam. I prayed that all that army training was helping to keep him and my mum alive now. I hadn't heard anything from him, or anyone else in Oz, since the government had relocated to Tasmania. I wanted to believe they were all right, but watching what was happening on Earth, as most of us did during our off-duty hours, made it almost impossible to have hope. They say that during the Cold War, American spy birds could read the copy of Pravda in a Soviet citizen's hands. I'm not sure if that's entirely true. I don't know the tech specs of that generation of hardware, but I can tell you that these modern ones, whose signals we pirated from their relay birds, these could show muscles tear and bones snap. You could read the lips of victims crying out for mercy, or the color of their eyes when they bulged with their last breath. You could see at what point red blood began to turn brown, and how it looked on gray London cement as opposed to white Cape Cod sand. We had no control over what the spy birds chose to observe. Their targets were determined by the U.S. military. We saw a lot of battles, Chongqing, Yonkers. We watched a company of Indian troops try to rescue civilians trapped in Ambedkar Stadium in Delhi, then become trapped themselves and retreat to Gandhi Park. I watched their commander form his men into a square, the kind the Limeys used in colonial days. It worked, at least for a little while. That was the only frustrating part about satellite surveillance. You could only watch, not listen. We didn't know that the Indians were running out of ammunition, only that the Z-heads were starting to close in. We saw Hilo hover overhead and watched as the commander argued with his subordinates. We didn't know it was General Raj Singh. We didn't even know who he was. Don't listen to what the critics say about that man, about how he buggered off when things got too hot. We saw it all. He did try to put up a fight, and one of his blokes did smash him in the face with a rifle butt. He was out cold when they hauled him into that waiting chopper. It was a horrible feeling, seeing it all so close, and yet unable to do anything. We had our own observation gear, both the civilian research birds and the equipment right there on the station. The images they gave us weren't half as powerful as the military versions, but they were still frighteningly clear. They gave us our first look at the megaswarms over Central Asia and the American Great Plains. Those were truly massive, miles across, like the American buffalo must have once been. We watched the evacuation of Japan and couldn't help but marvel at the scale. Hundreds of ships, thousands of small boats. We lost count of how many helicopters buzzed back and forth from the rooftops to the Armada, or how many jetliners made their final run north to Kamchatka. We were the first ones to discover zombie holes, the pits that the undead dig when they're going after burrowing animals. At first we thought they were just isolated incidents, until we noticed that they were spreading all over the world. Sometimes more than one would appear in close proximity to the next. There was a field in southern England, I guess there must have been a high concentration of rabbits, that was just riddled with holes, all different depths and sizes. Many of them had large, dark stains around them. Although we couldn't zoom in close enough, we were pretty sure it was blood. For me, that was the most terrifying example of our enemy's drive. They displayed no conscious thought, just sheer biological instinct. I once watched a Z-head go after something, probably a golden mole, in the Namib Desert. The mole had burrowed deep in the slope of a dune. As the ghoul tried to go after it, the sand kept pouring down and filling the hole. The ghoul didn't stop, didn't react in any way, it just kept going. I watched it for 5 days, the fuzzy image of this G digging and digging and digging, then suddenly one morning just stopping, getting up, and shuffling away as if nothing had happened. It must have lost the scent. Good on the mole. For all our enhanced optics, nothing had quite the same impact as the naked eye. To just look through the viewport down on our fragile little biosphere, to see the massive ecological devastation, makes one understand how the modern environmental movement began with the American space program. There were so many fires, and I don't just mean the buildings or the forests or even the oil rigs blazing out of control. Bleeding Saudis actually went ahead and did it. I mean the campfires as well, what had to be at least 1 billion of them, tiny orange specks covering the Earth where electric lights had once been. Note 8. To this day, no one knows why the Saudi royal family ordered the ignition of their kingdom's oil fields. End of note. Every day, every night, it seemed like the whole planet was burning. We couldn't even begin to calculate the ash count, but we guesstimated it was equivalent to a low-grade nuclear exchange between the United States and former Soviet Union. And that's not including the actual nuclear exchange between Iran and Pakistan. We watched and recorded those as well, the flashes and fires that gave me eye spots for days. Nuclear autumn was already beginning to set in, the gray-brown shroud thickening each day. It was like looking down on an alien planet, or on Earth during the last great mass extinction. Eventually, conventional optics became useless in the shroud, leaving us with only thermal or radar sensors. Earth's natural face vanished behind a caricature of primary colors. It was through one of these systems, the Aster sensor aboard the Terra satellite, that we saw the Three Gorges Dam collapse. Roughly 10 trillion gallons of water carrying debris, silt, rocks, trees, cars, houses, and house-sized pieces of the dam itself. It was alive, a brown and white dragon racing to the East China Sea. When I think of the people in its path, trapped in barricaded buildings, unable to escape the tidal wave because of the Z-heads right outside their doors, no one knows how many people died that night. Even today, they're still finding bodies. One of his skeletal hands balls into a fist. The other presses the self-medicate button. When I think about how the Chinese leadership tried to explain it all away. Have you ever read a transcript of the Chinese president's speech? We actually watched the broadcast from a pirated signal off their Sinosat 2. He called it an unforeseen tragedy. Really? Unforeseen? Was it unforeseen that the dam had been built on an active fault line? Was it unforeseen that the increased weight of a giant reservoir had induced earthquakes in the past, and that cracks had already been detected in the foundation months before the dam was completed? Note 9. The reservoir of Lesotho's Kachi Dam was confirmed to cause numerous seismic disturbances since its completion in 1995. End note. He called it an unavoidable accident. Bastard. They had enough troops to wage open warfare in almost every major city, but they couldn't spare a couple of traffic cops to protect against a catastrophe waiting to happen. No one could imagine the repercussions of abandoning both the seismic warning stations and the emergency spillway controls. And then to try to change their story halfway through, to say that they'd actually done everything they could to protect the dam, that at the time of the disaster, valiant troops of the PLA had given their lives to defend it. Well, I'd been personally observing Three Gorges for over a year leading up to the disaster, and the only PLA soldiers I ever saw had given their lives a long, long time ago. Did they really expect their own people to buy such a blatant lie? Did they really expect anything less than all-out rebellion? 2 weeks after the start of the revolution, we received our first and only signal from the Chinese space station, Yanli Wei. It was the only other manned facility in orbit, but couldn't compare to such an exquisite masterpiece as ours. It was more of a slapdash job. Shenzhou modules and Long March fuel tanks cobbled together, like a giant version of the old American Skylab. We'd been trying to contact them for months. We weren't even sure if there was a crew. All we got was a recorded message in perfect Hong Kong English to keep our distance, lest we invite a response of deadly force. What an insane waste. We could have worked together, traded supplies, technical expertise. Who knows what we could have accomplished if we had only chucked the politics and come together as human bloody beings. We'd convinced ourselves that the station had never been inhabited at all, that their deadly force warning was just a ruse. We couldn't have been more surprised when the signal came over our ham radio. Note 10. The International Space Station is equipped with a civilian ham radio, originally to allow the crew to talk to school children. End note. It was a live human voice, tired, frightened, and cutting out after only a few seconds. It was all I needed to board the Verne and head over to the Yang. As soon as it came over the horizon, I could tell that its orbit had shifted radically. As I closed the distance, I could see why. Their escape pod had blown its hatch, and because it was still docked to the primary airlock, the entire station had depressurized in seconds. As a precaution, I requested docking clearance. I got nothing. As I came aboard, I could see that even though the station was clearly large enough for a crew of 7 or 8, it only had the bunk space and personal kits for 2. I found the Yang packed with emergency supplies, enough food, water, and Do-2 candles for at least 5 years. What I couldn't figure out at first was why. There was no scientific equipment aboard, no intelligence-gathering assets. It was almost like the Chinese government had sent these 2 men into space for no other purpose than to exist. 15 minutes into my floatabout, I found the first of several scuttling charges. This space station was little more than a giant orbital denial vehicle. If those charges were to detonate, the debris from a 400 metric ton space station would not only be enough to damage or destroy any other orbiting platform, but any future space launch would be grounded for years. It was a scorched space policy. If we can't have it, neither can anyone else. All the station systems were still operational. There had been no fire, no structural damage, no reason I could see to cause the accident of the escape pod's hatch. I found the body of a lone taikonaut, with his hands still clinging to the hatch release. He was wearing one of their pressurized escape suits, but the faceplate had been shattered by a bullet. I'm guessing the shooter was blown out into space. I'd like to believe that the Chinese Revolution wasn't just restricted to Earth, that the man who'd blown the hatch was also the one who had attempted to signal us. His mate must have stuck by the old guard. Maybe Mr. Loyalist had been ordered to set off the scuttling charges. Jai, that was the name on his personal effects, Jai had tried to blast his mate into space and had caught around in the process. Makes for a good tale, I think. That's how I'm going to remember it. Is that how you were able to extend your endurance? By using the supplies aboard the Yang? He gives me a thumbs up. We cannibalized every inch of it for spares and materials. We would have liked to have merged the 2 platforms together, but we didn't have the tools or manpower for such an undertaking. We might have been able to use the escape pod to return to Earth. It had a heat shield and room for 3. It was very tempting, but the station's orbit was decaying rapidly, and we had to make a choice then and there. Escape to Earth or resupply the ISS. You know which choice we made. Before we finally abandoned her, we laid our friend Jai to rest. We strapped his body into its bunk, brought his personal kit back to the ISS, and said a few words in his honor as the Yang burned up in the Earth's atmosphere. For all we knew, he might have been the Loyalist, not the rebel, but either way his actions allowed us to stay alive. 3 more years we remained in orbit. 3 more years that wouldn't have been possible without the Chinese consumables. I still think it's one of the war's great ironies that our replacement crew ended up arriving in a privately owned civilian vehicle. Spacecraft 3, the ship originally designed for pre-war orbital tourism. The pilot, with his cowboy hat and big, confident Yankee grin. He tries his best Texas accent. "Anyone order takeout?" He laughs, then winces and self-medicates again. Sometimes I'm asked if we regretted our decision to stay aboard. I can't speak for my mates. On their deathbeds, they both said they'd do it all over again. How can I disagree? I don't regret the physical therapy that followed, getting to know my bones again, and remembering why the good Lord gave us legs in the first place. I don't regret being exposed to so much cosmic radiation, all those unprotected EVAs, all that time with inadequate shielding in the ISS. I don't regret this. He motions to the hospital room and machinery attached to his body. We made our choice, and I'd like to think we made a difference in the end. Not bad for the son of an Andamuka opal miner. Terry Knox died 3 days after this interview. Ancud, Isla Grande de Chiloe, Chile. While the official capital has returned to Santiago, this one-time refugee base now remains the economic and cultural center of the country. Ernesto Holguin calls the beach house on the island's Peninsula de la Qui home, although his duties as a merchant ship's master keep him at sea for most of the year. The history books call it the Honolulu Conference, but really it should have been called the Saratoga Conference, because that's all any of us had a chance to see. We spent 14 days in those cramped compartments and dank, stuffy passageways. USS Saratoga, from aircraft carrier to decommissioned hulk, to evacuee transport barge, to floating United Nations HQ. It also shouldn't have been called a conference. If anything, it was more like an ambush. We were supposed to be exchanging war-fighting tactics and technology. Everyone was anxious to see the British method of fortified motorways, which was almost as exciting as that live demonstration of Umkunga Lalem. Note 1. Umkunga Lalem, the eel and the sword, the world's premier anti-zombie martial art. End note. We were also supposed to be attempting to reintroduce some measure of international trade. That was my task, specifically, to integrate the remnants of our Navy into the new international convoy structure. I wasn't really sure what to expect from my time aboard Super Sarah. I don't think anyone could have expected what actually happened. On the first day of the conference, we'd assembled for the introductions. I was hot and tired and wishing to God we could just get on without all the tiresome speeches. And then the American ambassador rose, and the whole world came to a screeching halt. It was time to go on the attack, he said. To all get out from behind our established defenses and begin retaking infested territory. At first I thought he simply meant isolated operations, securing more inhabitable islands, or perhaps even reopening the Suez-Panama Canal zones. My supposition didn't last very long. He made it very clear that this was not going to be a series of minor tactical incursions. The United States intended to go permanently on the offensive, marching forward every day until, as he put it, every trace was sponged and purged, and if need be, blasted from the surface of the earth. Maybe he thought ripping off Churchill would give it some kind of emotional punch. It didn't. Instead, the room spontaneously combusted into argument. One side asked why in hell we should risk even more lives, suffer even one more unnecessary casualty, when all we had to do was remain safe and sedentary while our enemies simply rotted away. Wasn't it happening already? Weren't the earliest cases starting to show signs of advanced decomposition? Time was on our side, not theirs. Why not let nature do all the work for us? The other side countered that not all the living dead were rotting away. What about the later cases, the ones still strong and healthy? Couldn't just one restart the plague all over again? And what about those who prowled countries above the snow line? How long would we have to wait for them? Decades? Centuries? Would refugees from these countries ever have a chance of returning home? And that's when it got ugly. Many of the colder countries were what you used to call First World. One of the delegates from a pre-war developing country suggested rather hotly that maybe this was their punishment for raping and pillaging the victim nations of the South. Maybe, he said, by keeping the white hegemony distracted with their own problems, the undead invasion might allow the rest of the world to develop without imperialist intervention. Maybe the living dead had brought more than just devastation to the world. Maybe in the end they had brought justice for the future. Now, my people have little love for the northern gringos, and my family suffered enough under Pinochet to make that animosity personal. But there comes a point where private emotions must give way to objective facts. How could there be a white hegemony when the most dynamic pre-war economies were China and India, and the largest wartime economy was unquestionably Cuba? How could you call the colder countries a northern issue when so many people were just barely surviving in the Himalayas or the Andes of my own Chile? No, this man and those who agreed with him weren't talking about justice for the future. They just wanted revenge for the past. Sighs. After all we'd been through, we still couldn't take our heads from out of our asses or our hands from around each other's throats. I was standing next to the Russian delegate, trying to prevent her from climbing over her seat, when I heard another American voice. It was their president. The man didn't shout, didn't try to restore order. He just kept going in that calm, firm tone that I don't think any world leader has since been able to duplicate. He even thanked his fellow delegates for their valued opinions, and admitted that, from a purely military perspective, there was no reason to push our luck. We'd fought the living dead to a stalemate, and eventually future generations might be able to re-inhabit the planet with little or no physical danger. Yes, our defensive strategies had saved the human race. But what about the human spirit? The living dead had taken more from us than land and loved ones. They'd robbed us of our confidence as the planet's dominant life form. We were a shaken, broken species, driven to the edge of extinction and grateful only for a tomorrow with perhaps a little less suffering than today. Was this the legacy we would leave to our children? A level of anxiety and self-doubt not seen since our simian ancestors cowered in the tallest trees? What kind of world would they rebuild? Would they rebuild at all? Could they continue to progress, knowing that they had been powerless to reclaim their future? And what if that future saw another rise of the living dead? Would our descendants rise to meet them in battle, or simply crumple in meek surrender and accept what they believed to be their inevitable extinction? For this reason alone we had to reclaim our planet. We had to prove to ourselves that we could do it, and leave that proof as this war's greatest monument. The long, hard road back to humanity, or the regressive ennui of Earth's once proud primates. That was the choice, and it had to be made now. So typically Norte Americano, reaching for the stars with their asses still stuck in the mud. I guess if this was a gringo movie, you'd see some idiot get up and start clapping slowly. Then the others would join in, and then we'd see a tear roll down someone's cheek, or some other contrived bullshit like that. Everyone was silent. No one moved. The president announced that we would recess for the afternoon to consider his proposal, then reconvene at dusk for a general vote. As naval attaché, I wasn't allowed to participate in that vote. While the ambassador decided the fate of our beloved Chile, I had nothing to do but enjoy the Pacific sunset. I sat on the flight deck, wedged in between the windmills and solar cells, killing time with my opposite numbers from France and South Africa. We tried not to talk shop, searching for any common subject as far from the war as we could get. We thought we were safe with wine. As luck might have it, each of us had either lived near, worked on, or had family connected with a vineyard, Aconcagua, Stellenbosch, and Bordeaux. Those were our bonding points, and as with everything else, they led right back to the war. Aconcagua had been destroyed, burned to the ground during our country's disastrous experiments with napalm. Stellenbosch was now growing subsistence crops. Grapes were considered a luxury when the population was close to starvation. Bordeaux was overrun, the dead crushing its soil underfoot like almost all of continental France. Commander Émile Renard was morbidly optimistic. Who knows, he said, what the nutrients of their corpses would do for the soil. Maybe it would even improve on the overall taste once Bordeaux was retaken, if it was retaken. As the sun began to dip, Renard took something from his kit bag, a bottle of Chateau Latour, 1964. We couldn't believe our eyes. The 64 was an extremely rare pre-war vintage. By sheer chance, the vineyard had had a bumper crop that season and had chosen to harvest its grapes in late August as opposed to the traditional early September. That September was marked by early, devastating rains, which inundated the other vineyards and elevated Chateau Latour to almost Holy Grail status. The bottle in Renard's hand might be the last of its kind, the perfect symbol of a world we might never see again. It was the only personal item he'd managed to save during the evacuation. He carried it with him everywhere, and was planning to save it for ever, possibly, seeing as it looked like none of any vintage would ever be made again. But now, after the Yankee president's speech, he involuntarily licks his lips, tasting the memory. It hadn't traveled that well, and the plastic mugs didn't help. We didn't care. We savored every sip. You were pretty confident about the vote? Not that it would be unanimous. And I was damn right. 17 no votes, and 31 abstained. At least the no voters were willing to suffer the long-term consequences of their decision, and they did. When you think that the new UN only consisted of 72 delegates, the showing of support was pretty poor. Not that it mattered for me or my other two amateur sommeliers. For us, our countries, our children, the choice had been made. Attack. Total war. Aboard the Mauro Altieri, 3,000 feet above Vaalajarvi, Finland. I stand next to General D'Ambrosia in the CIC, the Combat Information Center of Europe's answer to the massive U.S. D-29 command and control dirigible. The crew works silently at their glowing monitors. Occasionally one of them speaks into a headset, a quick, whispered acknowledgement in French, German, Spanish, or Italian. The general leans over the video chart table, watching the entire operation from the closest thing to a God's eye view. Attack. When I first heard that word, my gut reaction was, oh shit. Does that surprise you? Before I can answer, sure it does. You probably expected the brass to be just champing at the bit, all that blood and guts. Hold 'em by the nose while we kick 'em in the ass crap. Shakes his head. I don't know who created the stereotype of the hard-charging, dim-witted, high school football coach of a general officer. Maybe it was Hollywood, or the civilian press, Or maybe we did it to ourselves by allowing those insipid, egocentric clowns, the MacArthurs and Halseys and Curtis E. LeMays, to define our image to the rest of the country. Point is, that's the image of those in uniform, and it couldn't be further from the truth. I was scared to death of taking our armed forces on the offensive, more so because it wouldn't be my ass hanging out in the fire. I'd only be sending others out to die, and here's what I'd be sending them up against. He turns to another screen on the far wall, nodding to an operator, and the image dissolves into a wartime map of the continental United States. 200 million zombies. Note 1. It has been confirmed at least 25 million of this number include reanimated refugees from Latin America who were killed attempting to reach the Canadian North. And note. Who can even visualize that type of number, let alone combat it? At least this time around, we knew what we were combating. But when you added up all the experience, all the data we'd compiled on their origin, their physiology, their strengths, their weaknesses, their motives, and their mentality, it still presented us with a very gloomy prospect for victory. The Book of War, the one we've been writing since one ape slapped another, was completely useless in this situation. We had to write a new one from scratch. All armies, be they mechanized or mountain guerrilla, have to abide by 3 basic restrictions. They have to be bred, fed, and led. Bred. You need warm bodies, or else you don't have an army. Fed. Once you've got that army, they've got to be supplied. And led. No matter how decentralized that fighting force is, there has to be someone among them with the authority to say, "Follow me." Bred, fed, and led, and none of these restrictions applied to the living dead. Did you ever read All Quiet on the Western Front? Remarque paints a vivid picture of Germany becoming empty, meaning that toward the end of the war, they were simply running out of soldiers. You can fudge the numbers, send the old men and little boys, but eventually you're going to hit the ceiling, unless every time you killed an enemy he came back to life on your side. That's how Zach operated, swelling his ranks by thinning ours. And it only worked one way. Infect a human, he becomes a zombie. Kill a zombie, he becomes a corpse. We could only get weaker, while they might actually get stronger. All human armies need supplies. This army didn't. No food, no ammo, no fuel, not even water to drink or air to breathe. There were no logistics lines to sever, no depots to destroy. You couldn't just surround and starve them out, or let them wither on the vine. Lock 100 of them in a room, and 3 years later they'll come out just as deadly. It's ironic that the only way to kill a zombie is to destroy its brain, because as a group they have no collective brain to speak of. There was no leadership, no chain of command, no communication or cooperation on any level. There was no president to assassinate, no HQ bunker to surgically strike. Each zombie is its own self-contained automated unit, and this last advantage is what truly encapsulates the entire conflict. You've heard the expression total war. It's pretty common throughout human history. Every generation or so, some gas bag likes to spout about how his people have declared total war against an enemy, meaning that every man, woman, and child within his nation was committing every second of their lives to victory. That is bullshit on 2 basic levels. First of all, no country or group is ever 100% committed to war. It's just not physically possible. You can have a high percentage, so many people working so hard for so long, but all of the people all of the time? What about the malingerers, or the conscientious objectors? What about the sick, the injured, the very old, the very young? What about when you're sleeping, eating, taking a shower, or taking a dump? Is that a dump for victory? That's the first reason total war is impossible for humans. The second is that all nations have their limits. There might be individuals within that group who are willing to sacrifice their lives. It might even be a relatively high number for the population. But that population as a whole will eventually reach its maximum emotional and physiological breaking point. The Japanese reached theirs with a couple of American atomic bombs. The Vietnamese might have reached theirs if we'd dropped a couple more, but thank all holy Christ, our will broke before it came to that. Note 2. It has been alleged that several members of the American military establishment openly supported the use of thermonuclear weapons during the Vietnam conflict. End note. That is the nature of human warfare. Two sides trying to push the other past its limit of endurance. And no matter how much we like to talk about total war, that limit is always there. Unless you're the living dead. For the first time in history, we faced an enemy that was actively waging total war. They had no limits of endurance. They would never negotiate, never surrender. They would fight until the very end, because unlike us, every single one of them, every second of every day, was devoted to consuming all life on Earth. That's the kind of enemy that was waiting for us beyond the Rockies. That's the kind of war we had to fight. Denver, Colorado, USA. We have just finished dinner at the Wanios. Allison, Todd's wife, is upstairs helping their son Addison with his homework. Todd and I are downstairs in the kitchen doing the dishes. It was kind of like stepping back in time. The new army, I mean. It couldn't have been any more different from the one I'd fought and almost died with at Yonkers. We weren't mechanized anymore. No tanks, no arty, no tread jobs at all, not even the Bradleys. Note 1. Tread jobs. Wartime slang for vehicles that traveled on treads. End note. Those were still in reserve, being modified for when we'd have to take back the cities. No, the only wheeled vehicles we had, the Humvees and the few M777 ASVs, were used to carry ammo and stuff. Note 2. M777. The Cadillac gauge M1117 Armored Security Vehicle. End note. We hoofed it all the way, marching in column like you see in Civil War paintings. There was a lot of references to the blue versus the gray, mainly because of Zach's skin color and the shade of our new BDUs. They didn't bother with camo schemes anymore. In any case, what was the point? And I guess navy blue was the cheapest dye they had back then. The BDU itself looked more like a SWAT team's coverall. It was light and comfortable and interwoven with Kevlar. I think it was Kevlar, bite-proof threads. Note 3. The chemical composition of the Army's battle dress uniform, BDU, is still classified. End note. It had the option of gloves and a hood that would cover your whole face. Later, in urban hand-to-hand, that option saved a lot of lives. Everything had kind of a retro feel about it. Our Lobos looked like something out of, I don't know, Lord of the Rings. Standard orders were to use it only when necessary, but trust me, we made it necessary a lot. It just felt good, you know, swinging that solid hunk of steel. It made it personal, empowering. You could feel the skull split, a real rush, like you were taking back your life, you know. Not that I minded pulling the trigger. Our primary weapon was the SIR, Standard Infantry Rifle. The wood furniture made it look like a World War II gun. I guess composite materials were too hard to mass produce. I'm not sure where the SIR supposedly came from. I've heard it was a mod cop of the AK. I've also heard that it was a stripped-down version of the XM-8, which the Army was already planning as its next-gen assault weapon. I've even heard that it was invented, tested, and first produced during the siege of the Hero City, and the plans were transmitted to Honolulu. Honestly, I don't know, and I so don't care. It might have kicked hard, and it only fired on semi, but it was super accurate and it never ever jammed. You could drag it through the mud, leave it in the sand, you could drop it in salt water, and let it sit there for days. No matter what you did to this baby, it just wouldn't let you down. The only bells and whistles it had was a conversion kit of extra parts, furniture, and additional barrels of different lengths. You could go long-range sniper, mid-range rifle, or close combat carbine, all in the same hour and without reaching farther than your ruck. It also had a spike, this little flip-out job about 8 inches long that you could use in a pinch if your Lobo wasn't handy. We used to joke, "Careful, you'll poke somebody's eye out," which of course we did plenty. The Sir made a pretty good close combat weapon, even without the spike, and when you add all the other things that made it so awesome, you can see why we always referred to it, respectfully, as Sir. Our staple ammo was the NATO 5.56 Cherry Pie. Pi stands for Pyrotechnically Initiated Explosive. Outstanding design. It would shatter on entry into Zack's skull, and fragments would fry its brain. No risk of spreading infected gray matter, and no need for wasteful bonfires. On BS duty, you didn't even have to decap before you buried them. Just dig the trench and roll the whole body in. Note 4. BS, Battlefield Sanitization. End note. Yeah, it was a new army, as much the people as anything else. Recruitment had changed, and being a grunt meant something very different now. You still had the old requirements: physical stamina, mental competence, the motivation and discipline to master difficult challenges in extreme conditions. But all that was mouse farts if you couldn't hack long-term Z-shock. I saw a lot of good friends just lose it under the strain. Some of them collapsed. Some turned their weapons on themselves, some on their buddies. It didn't have anything to do with being brave or anything like that. I once read this British SAS survival guide that talked all about the warrior personality, how your family's supposed to be emotionally and financially stable, and how you're not even supposed to be attracted to girls when you're real young. Grunts. Survival guides. Jerks his hand in a masturbatory movement. But the new faces, they could have been from anywhere. Your neighbor, your aunt, that geeky substitute teacher, or that fat lazy slob at the DMV. From former insurance salesman to a guy who I'm damn sure was Michael Stipe, although I never got him to admit it. I guess it all made sense. Anyone who couldn't roll wouldn't have made it this far in the first place. Everyone was already a veteran in some sense. My battle buddy, Sister Montoya, 52 years old. She'd been a nun. Still was, I guess. 5'3" and a buck even. She'd protected her whole Sunday school class for 9 days with nothing but a 6-foot iron candlestick. I don't know how she managed to hump that ruck, but she did, without complaining, from our assembly area in Needles all the way to our contact site just outside of Hope, New Mexico. Hope. I'm not kidding. The town was actually named Hope. They say the brass chose it because of the terrain, clear and open, with the desert in front and the mountains in back. Perfect, they said, for an opening engagement, and that the name had nothing to do with it. Right. The brass really wanted this test op to go smoothly. It'd be the first major ground engagement we'd fought since Yonkers. It was that moment, you know, like when a lot of different things all come together. Watershed? Yeah, I think. All the new people, the new stuff, the new training. the new plan. Everything was supposed to sort of mix together for this one first big kickoff. We'd encountered a couple dozen G's en route. Sniffer dogs would find them, and handlers with silenced weapons would drop them. We didn't want to attract too many till we were set. We wanted this to be on our terms. We started planning our garden. Shelter stakes with orange day-glow tape in rows every 10 meters. They were our range markers, showing us exactly where to zero our sights. For some of us, there was also some light duty, like clearing the brush or arranging the ammo crates. For the rest of us, there was nothing to do except wait. Just grab some chow, recharge our camel packs, or even snag some bag time if it was possible to sleep. We'd learned a lot since Yonkers. The brass wanted us rested. The problem was, it gave us all too much time to think. Did you see the movie, the one Elliot made about us? That scene with the campfire and the grunts all jawing in this witty dialogue? The stories and the dreams for the future, and even that guy with the harmonica? Dude, it was so not like that. First of all, it was the middle of the day, no campfires, no harmonica under the stars, and also everyone was really quiet. You knew what everyone was thinking, though. What the hell are we doing here? This was Zach's house now, and as far as we were concerned, he could have it. We'd all had plenty of pep talks about the future of the human spirit. We'd seen the president's speech God knows how many times, but the Prez wasn't out here on Zach's front lawn. We had a good thing going behind the Rockies. What the hell were we doing out here? Around 1300 hours, the radios started squawking. It was the K-handlers whose dogs had made contact. We locked and loaded and took our place on the firing line. That was the centerpiece of our whole new battle doctrine, back into the past like everything else. We massed in a straight line, 2 ranks, one active, one reserve. The reserve was so when anyone in the front rank needed a weapon recharge, their fire wouldn't be missed on the line. Theoretically, with everyone either firing or reloading, we could keep Zach falling as long as the ammo held out. We could hear the barking. The Ks were bringing them in. We started seeing Gs on the horizon. Hundreds. I started shaking, even though it wasn't the first time I'd had to face Zach since Yonkers. I'd been in the clean and sweep operations in L.A. I'd done my time in the Rockies when the summer thawed the passes. Each time I got major shakes. The dogs were recalled, racing behind our lines. We switched over to our primary enticement mechanism. Every army had one by now. The Brits would use bagpipes. The Chinese used bugles. The South Africans used to smack their rifles with their assegais and belt out these Zulu war chants. Note 5. The assegai, an all-steel multi-purpose implement named after the traditional Zulu short spear. End note. For us, it was hardcore Iron Maiden. Now, personally, I've never been a metal fan. Straight classic rock's my thing, and Hendrix's Driving South is about as heavy as I get. But I had to admit, standing there in that desert wind, with the trooper thumping in my chest, I got it. The PEM wasn't really for Zach's benefit. It was to psych us up, take away some of Zach's mojo, you know. Take the piss out, as the Brits say. Right about the time Dickinson was belting, "As you plunge into a certain death," I was pumped, surcharged and ready, eyes fixed on this growing, closing horde. I was like, come on, Zach, let's fucking do this. Just before they reached the front range marker, the music began to fade. The squad leader shouted, "Front rank ready," and the first line knelt. Then came the order to take aim, and then, as we all held our breath, as the music clicked off, we heard, "Fire!" The front rank just rippled, cracking like a saw on full auto, and dropping every G that crossed the first markers. We had strict orders, only the ones crossing the line. Wait for the others. We'd trained this way for months. By now it was pure instinct. Sister Montoya raised her weapon above her head, the signal for an empty mag. We switched positions. I flipped off my safety and sighted my first target. She was a noob. Couldn't have been dead for more than a year or so. Note 6. Noob. Short for newbies. Zombies that have reanimated after the Great Panic. End note. Her dirty blonde hair hung in patches from her tight, leathery skin. Her swollen belly puffed through a faded black T-shirt that read, G is for Gangsta. I centered my sight between her shrunken, milky blue eyes. You know, it's not really the eyes that make them look all cloudy. It's actually tiny dust scratches on the surface, thousands of them, because Zach doesn't make any tears. Those scratched-up baby blues were looking right at me when I pulled the trigger. The round knocked her on her back, steam coming from the hole in her forehead. I took a breath, sighted my next target, and that was that. I was locked in. Doctrine calls for one shot every full second. Slow, steady, mechanical-like. He began snapping his fingers. On the range, we practiced with metronomes, all the time the instructors saying, They ain't in no hurry, why are you? It was a way of keeping calm, pacing yourself. We had to be as slow and robotic as them. Out-G the G, they used to say. His fingers snap in perfect rhythm. Shooting, switching, reloading, grabbing sips from your camel pack, grabbing clips from the sandlers. Sandlers? Yeah, the recharge teams. This special reserve unit that did nothing but make sure we never ran dry. You only had a certain number of clips on you, and it would take a lot more time to reload each individual clip. The sandlers ran up and down the line collecting empty clips, recharging them from crated ammo, and then passing them out to anyone who signaled. The story is that when the Army started training with RTs, one of the guys started doing an Adam Sandler impression. You know, Water Boy, Ammo Boy. The officers weren't too jazzed with the tag, but the recharge teams loved it. Sandlers were lifesavers, drilled like a fucking ballet. I don't think anyone that day or night ever found themselves one round short. That night, they just kept coming, full-on chain swarm. That's a large-scale attack? More than that. One G sees you, comes after you, and moans. A click away, another G hears that moan, comes after it, and moans himself. Then another one, another click away, then another. Dude, if the area's thick enough, if the chain's unbroken, who knows how far you can pull them in from? And we're just talking one after the other here. Try 10 every click. 100. 1,000. They started piling up, forming this artificial palisade at the first range marker. This ridge of corpses that got higher and higher each minute. We were actually building an undead fortification, creating a situation where all we had to do was pop every head that popped over the top. The brass had planned for this. They had a periscope tower thingy that let officers see right over the wall. Note 7. M43 Combat Observation Aid. End note. They also had real-time downlinks from satellites and recon drones, although we, the grunts, had no idea what they were seeing. Land Warrior was gone for now, so all we had to do was concentrate on what was in front of our faces. We started getting contacts from all sides, either coming around the wall or else being drawn in from our flanks and even rear. Again, the brass was waiting for this and ordered us to form an RS. A reinforced square, or a Raj Singh, I guess after the guy who reinvented it. We formed a tight square, still 2 ranks, with our vehicles and whatnot in the center. That was a dangerous gamble, cutting us off like that. I mean, yeah, it didn't work that first time in India, only 'cause the ammo ran out. But there was no guarantee it wouldn't happen again to us. What if the brass had goofed, hadn't packed enough rounds, or underestimated how strong Zack would be that day? It could have been Yonkers all over again. Worse, because no one would be getting out of there alive.
But you did have enough ammunition.
More than enough. The vehicles were packed to their roofs. We had water, we had replacements. If you needed a fiver, you just raised your weapon and one of the sandlers would jump in and take our place on the firing line. You'd grab a bite of eye rations, soak your face, stretch, drain the weasel. No one would ever volunteer for a fiver, but they had these KO teams, combat shrinks who were observing everyone's performance. Notes 8. Eye rations. Short for intelligent rations. They were designed for maximum nutritional efficiency. 9. KO. Short for knockout. End notes. They'd been with us since our early days on the range, knew us each by name and face, and knew, don't ask me how, when the stress of battle was starting to degrade our performance. We didn't know. I certainly didn't. There were a couple times I'd miss a shot, or maybe take a half second instead of a full. Then suddenly I'd get this tap on my shoulder, and I knew I was out of it for 5. It really worked. Before I knew it, I was back on the line, bladder empty, stomach quiet, a few less kinks and muscle cramps. It made a world of difference, and anyone who thinks we could have lasted without it should try hitting a moving bullseye every second for 15 hours.
What about at night?
We used searchlights from the vehicles, powerful red-coated beams so it didn't mess with your night vision. The only creepy thing about night fighting, other than the redness from the lights, is the glow a round makes when it enters the head. That's why we called them cherry pies, because if the bullet's chem comp wasn't mixed right, it would burn so bright it made their eyes glow red. That was a cure for constipation, especially later on nights when you pulled guard duty and one would come at you out of the dark. Those glowing red eyes, frozen in time the second before it falls. Shivers.
How did you know the battle was over?
When we stopped shooting. Laughs. No, that's actually a good question. Around, I don't know, 0400. It started to taper off. Heads weren't poking out as much. The moan was dying down. The officers didn't tell us that the attack was almost over, but you could see them looking through their scopes, talking on their radios. You could see the relief in their faces. I think the last shot was fired just before dawn. After that, we just waited for first light. It was kind of eerie, the sun rising over this mountainous ring of corpses. We were totally walled in. All sides were piled at least 20 feet high and over 100 feet deep. I'm not sure how many we killed that day. Stats always vary depending on who you get it from. The dozer blade Humvees had to push a path through the corpse ring just to let us get out. There were still living G's, some slow ones who were late to the party, or who had tried to climb up and over their dead friends, and had slid back down into the mound. When we started burying the bodies, they came tumbling out. That was the only time Senor Lobo saw any action. At least we didn't have to stick around for BS duty. They had another unit waiting in reserve to clean up. I guess the brass figured we'd done enough for one day. We marched 10 miles to the east, set up a bivouac with watchtowers and concertina walls. Note 10. Concertina. a prefabricated hollow barrier constructed of Kevlar and filled with earth and/or debris. End note. I was so damn beat. I don't remember the chem shower, turning in my gear to be disinfected, turning in my weapon for inspection. Not one jam, not the whole unit. I don't even remember slipping into my bag. They let us sleep as late as we wanted the next day. That was pretty sweet. Eventually, the voices woke me up, everyone jawing, laughing, telling stories. It was a different vibe. 180 from 2 days ago. I couldn't really put a finger on what I was feeling. Maybe it was what the president said about reclaiming our future. I just knew I felt good, better than I had the entire war. I knew it was going to be a real long-ass road. I knew our campaign across America was just beginning. But hey, as the Prez said later that first night, it was finally the beginning of the end. Ainsworth, Nebraska, USA. Darnell Hackworth is a shy, soft-spoken man. He and his wife run a retirement farm for the four-legged veterans of the Army's Canine Corps. 10 years ago, farms like these could be found in almost every state in the Union. Now this is the only one left. They never get enough credit, I think. There is that story, Dax. Nice little children's book. But it's pretty simplistic, and it's only about one Dalmatian that helped an orphan kid find his way to safety. Dax wasn't even in the military, and helping lost children was a tiny fraction of dogs' overall contribution to the fight. The first thing they used dogs for was triage, letting them sniff for who was infected. Most countries were just copying the Israeli method of sending people past dogs in cages. You always had to keep them in cages, otherwise they might attack the person, or each other, or even their handler. There was a lot of that early in the war, dogs just going ballistic. It didn't matter if they were police or military. It's that instinct, that involuntary, almost genetic terror, fight or flight. And those dogs were bred to fight. A lot of handlers lost hands, arms. A lot of throats got torn out. Can't blame the dogs for it. In fact, that instinct was what the Israelis were counting on, and it probably saved millions of lives. It was a great program, but again, just a fraction of what dogs were truly capable of. Whereas the Israelis, and after them, a lot of other countries only tried to exploit that terror instinct. We thought we could integrate it into their regular training. And why not? We learned to do it for ourselves, and are we really that much more evolved? It all came down to training. You had to start young. Even the most disciplined pre-war veterans were hardwired berserkers. The pups born after the crisis came out of the womb literally smelling the dead. It was in the air. Not enough for us to detect, but just a few molecules. An introduction on a subconscious level. That's not to say it made all of them automatic warriors. The initial induction was the first and most important phase. You took a group of pups, a random group, or even a whole litter, put them in a room divided by a wire mesh. They're on one side, Zach's on the other. You didn't have to wait long for a reaction. The first group we called bees. They'd start whimpering or howling. They'd lost it. They were nothing like the A's. Those pups would lock eyes with Zach. That was the key. They'd stand their ground, bare their teeth, and let out this low growl that said, "Back the fuck off." They could control themselves, and that was the foundation of our program. Now, just because they could control themselves didn't mean that we could control them. Basic training was pretty much like the standard pre-war program. Could they handle PT? Note 1. PT,
physical training and note. Could they follow orders? Did they have the intelligence and the discipline to make soldiers? It was hard going, and we had a 60% washout rate. It wasn't uncommon for a recruit to be badly injured, perhaps even killed. A lot of people nowadays call that inhumane, though they don't seem to have the same sympathy for the handlers. Yeah, we had to do it, too, right alongside the dogs, right from day one of basic, through 10 more weeks of AIT. Note 2. AIT, Advanced Individual Training, end note. It was hard training, especially the live enemy exercises. You know, we were the first ones to use ZAC in our field training, before the infantry, before the special forces, even before the Zoomies at Willow Creek. It was the only way to really know if you could hack it, both as an individual and as a team. How else could you have sent them on so many different missions? There were lures, the kind that the Battle of Hope made famous. Pretty simple stuff. Your partner hunts for Zach, then leads him into our firing line. Ks on early missions used to be fast, run in, bark, then jam it for the kill zone. Later they got more comfortable. They learned to stay just a few feet ahead, backing away slowly, making sure they herded the maximum amount of targets. In that way they actually called the shots. There were also decoys. Let's say you were setting up a firing line, but you didn't want Zach to show up too early. Your partner would circle around the infested zone and only start barking on the far side. That worked with a lot of engagements, and it opened the door for the lemming tactic. During the Denver push, there was a tall building where a couple hundred refugees had accidentally been locked in with the infection and were now completely reanimated. Before our guys could storm the entrance, one of the Ks had his own idea to run up to the roof of a building across the street and start barking to draw Zach up onto the higher floors. It worked like a dream. The Gs made it up to the roof, saw their prey, made for him, and went spilling over the side. After Denver, lemming went right into the playbook. Even the infantry started using it when Ks weren't available. It wasn't uncommon to see a grunt standing on the roof of a building, calling out to an infested building close by. But the primary and most common mission of any K team was scouting, both SC and LRP. SC is sweep and clear, just attached to a regular unit like conventional warfare. That's where training really paid off. Not only could they sniff Zach out miles before us, but the sounds they made always told you exactly what to expect. You could tell everything you needed to know by the pitch of the growl and the frequency of the bark. Sometimes, when silence was required, body language worked just as well. The arch of the K's back, the raising of dander was all you needed to see. After a few missions, any competent handler, and we had no other kind, could read his partner's every signal. Scouts, finding a ghoul half submerged in mud or legless among tall grass, saved a lot of lives. I can't tell you how many times a grunt would thank us personally for spotting a concealed G that might have taken his foot off. LRP was long-range patrol, when your partner would scout far beyond your lines, sometimes even traveling for days, to recon an infested area. They wore a special harness with a video uplink and GPS tracker that gave you real-time intel on the exact number and position of your targets. You could overlay Zach's position on a pre-existing map, coordinating what your partner saw with his position on the GPS. I guess from a technical side it was pretty amazing. Real-time hard intel like we used to have before the war. The brass loved it. I didn't. I was always too concerned with my partner. I can't tell you how stressful that was, to be standing in some computer-filled, air-conditioned room, safe, comfortable, and totally helpless.
Later harness models had radio uplinks, so a handler could relay orders, or at least abort the mission. I never worked with them. Teams had to be trained on those from the beginning. You couldn't go back and retrain a seasoned K. You couldn't teach an old dog new tricks. Sorry, bad joke. I heard a lot of those from the intel pukes, standing behind them as they watched the damn monitor, mentally stroking it to the wonders of their new data orientation asset. They thought they were so witty. Real fun for us to have DOA as an acronym. He shakes his head. I just had to stand there, thumb up my ass, watching my partner's POV as she crept through some forest or marsh or town. Towns and cities, that was the hardest. That was my team's specialty. Hound Town. You ever heard of that? The Canine Urban Warfare School? That's it. A real town. Mitchell, Oregon. Sealed off, abandoned, and still filled with active Gs. Hound Town. It actually should have been called Terrytown, because most of the breeds at Mitchell were small terriers. Little cairns and Norwiches and JRs, good for rubble and narrow choke points. Personally, the hound in Hound Town suited me just fine. I worked with a duckle. They were by far the ultimate urban war fighters, tough, smart, and especially the minis, completely at home in confined spaces. In fact, that's what they were originally bred for. Badger dog. That's what Dachshund means in German. That's why they had that hot dog look, so they could hunt in low, narrow badger burrows. You see how that kind of breeding already made them suited to the ducts and crawl spaces of an urban battleground. The ability to go through a pipe, an air shaft, in between walls, whatever, without losing their cool, was a major survival asset. We are interrupted. As if on cue, a dog limps over to Darnell's side. She is old. Her muzzle is white. The fur on her ears and tail is worn to leather. To the dog. Hey, little miss. Darnell gingerly lifts her to his lap. She is small, no more than 8 or 9 pounds. Although she bears some resemblance to a smooth-haired miniature dachshund, her back is shorter than the standard breed. To the dog. You doing okay, Maze? You feel all right? To me. Her full name's Maisie, but we never used it. Maze was pretty fitting, don't you think? With one hand he massages her back legs, while with the other he rubs under her neck. She looks up at him with milky eyes. She licks his palm. Purebloods were a total washout. Too neurotic. Too many health problems. Everything you'd expect from breeding an animal for just its aesthetic qualities. The new generation, he gestures to the mud on his lap, was always a mix, whatever would increase both physical constitution and mental stability. The dog has gone to sleep. Darnell lowers his voice. They were tough. Took a lot of training, not just individually, but for working in groups on LRP missions. Long range, especially over wild terrain, was always risky, not just from Zach, but also from feral Ks. Remember how bad they were? All those pets and strays that degenerated into killer packs? They were always a concern, usually in transition through low infestation zones, always looking for something to eat. A lot of LRP missions were aborted in the beginning before we deployed escort dogs. He refers to the sleeping dog. She had 2 escorts, Pongo, who was a pit rot mix, and Purdy. I don't really know what Purdy was. Part shepherd, part stegosaurus. I wouldn't have let her anywhere near them if I hadn't gone through basic with their handlers. They turned out to be first-rate escorts. 14 times they chased off feral packs. Twice they really got into it. I watched Purdy go after this 200-pound mastiff, grab its skull in her jaws. You could actually hear the crack over the harness's surveillance mic. The toughest part for me was making sure Maze stuck to the mission. She always wanted to fight. smiles down at the sleeping dachshund. They were good escorts, always made sure she got to her target objective, waited for her, and always got her home safely. You know, they even took down a few G's in transit.
But isn't Z-flesh toxic?
Oh, yeah. No, they never bit. That would have been fatal. You'd see a lot of dead Ks in the beginning of the war just lying there, no wounds, and you knew they'd bitten infected flesh. That's one of the reasons training was so important. They had to know how to defend themselves. Zach's got a lot of physical advantages, but balance isn't one of them. The bigger Ks could always hit between the shoulder blades or the small of the back, just knock them on their faces. The minis had the option of tripping, getting underfoot, or launching themselves at the knee pit. Mays always preferred that, dropped them right on their backs. The dog stirs. To Mays. Oh, sorry, little miss. Strokes the back of her neck. To me. By the time Zach got back up, you'd bought yourself 5, maybe 10, 15 seconds. We had our share of casualties. Some Ks would have a fall, break a bone. If they were close to friendly forces, their handler could pick them up pretty easily, get them to safety. Most of the time, they even returned to active duty.
What about the other times?
If they were too far, a lure or an LRP, too far for rescue and too close to Zach, we petitioned for mercy charges, little explosive packs strapped to the harness so we could detonate them if it looked like there wasn't any chance of rescue. We never got them. A waste of valuable resources. Cocksuckers. Putting a wounded soldier out of his misery was a waste, but turning them into fragments, now that they'd consider.
Excuse me?
Fragments. That was the unofficial name for the program that almost got the green light. Some staff assholes read that the Russians had used mine dogs during World War II, strapped explosives to their backs and trained them to run under Nazi tanks. The only reason Ivan ended his program was the same reason we never began ours. The situation was no longer desperate enough. How fucking desperate do you have to be? They'll never say it, but I think what stopped them was the threat of another Eckhart incident. That really woke them up. You know about that, right? Sergeant Eckhart, God bless her. She was a senior handler, operated up with AGN.
Note 3. AGN, Army Group North. End note.
I never met her. Her partner was pulling a lure mission outside Little Rock, fell in a ditch, broke his leg. The swarm was only a few steps away. Eckhart grabbed a rifle, tried to go out after him. Some officer got in her face, started spouting regs and half-assed justifications. She emptied half a clip in his mouth. MPs tackled her ass, held her on the ground. She could hear everything as the dead surrounded her partner.
What happened?
They hung her. Public execution, real high profile. I understand. No, I really do. Discipline was everything. Rule of law. That's all we had. But you better fucking believe there were some changes. Handlers were allowed to go after their partners even if it meant risking their own lives. We weren't considered assets anymore, we were half-assets. For the first time, the Army saw us as teams, that a dog wasn't just a piece of machinery you could replace when broken. They started looking at statistics of handlers who offed themselves after losing a partner. You know, we had the highest rate of suicide among any branch of the service. More than Special Forces, more than Graves Registration, even more than those sick fucks at China Lake. Note 4. China Lake Weapons Research Facility. End note. At Hound Town, I met handlers from 13 other countries. They all said the same thing. It didn't matter where you were from, what your culture or background, the feelings were still the same. Who could suffer that kind of loss and come out in one piece? Anyone who could wouldn't have made a handler in the first place. That's what made us our own breed, that ability to bond so strongly with something that's not even our own species. The very thing that made so many of my friends take the bullets way out was what made us one of the most successful outfits in the whole fucking U.S. military. The Army saw it in me that day on a stretch of deserted road somewhere in the Colorado Rockies. I'd been on foot since escaping my apartment in Atlanta. 3 months of running, hiding, scavenging. I had rickets, fever. I was down to 96 pounds. I found these 2 guys under a tree. They were making a fire. Behind them was this little mutt. His paws and snout were bound with shoelaces. Dried blood was caked on his face. He was just lying there, glassy-eyed, whimpering softly. What happened? I honestly don't remember. I must have hit one of them with my bat. They found it cracked over his shoulder. They found me on the other guy, just pounding his face in. 96 pounds, half dead myself, and I beat this guy to within an inch of his life. The guardsman had to pull me off, cuff me to a car hulk, smack me a couple times to get me to refocus. That I remember. One of the guys I attacked was holding his arm. The other one was just lying there bleeding. "Calm the fuck down," the LT said, trying to question me. "What's wrong with you? Why'd you do that to your friends?" "He's not our friend," the one with the broken arm yelled. "He's fucking crazy." And all I kept saying was, "Don't hurt the dog, don't hurt the dog." I remember the guardsman just laughed. "Jesus Christ," one of them said, looking down at the 2 guys. The LT nodded, then looked at me. "Buddy," he said, "I think we got a job for you." And that's how I got recruited. Sometimes you find your path, sometimes it finds you. Darnell pets Maze. She cracks one eyelid. Her leathery tail wags. What happened to the dog? I wish I could give you a Disney ending, like he became my partner or ended up saving a whole orphanage from a fire or something. They'd hit him with a rock to knock him out. Fluid built up in his ear canals. He lost all hearing in one and partial hearing in the other. But his nose still worked, and he did make a pretty good ratter once I found him a home. He hunted enough vermin to keep that family fed all winter. That's kind of a Disney ending, I guess. Disney with Mickey stew. Laughs softly. You want to know something crazy? I used to hate dogs. Really? Despised them. Dirty, smelly, slobbering germ bags that humped your leg and made the carpet smell like piss. God, I hated them. I was that guy who'd come over to your house and refuse to pet the dog. I was the guy at work who always made fun of people with dog pictures on their desk. You know, that guy who'd always threaten to call animal control when your pooch barked at night. Motions to himself. I lived a block away from a pet store. I used to drive by it every day on my way to work. Confounded by how these sentimental, socially incompetent losers could shell out so much money on oversized, barking hamsters. During the panic, the dead started to collect around that pet shop. I don't know where the owner was. He'd pulled down the gates, but left the animals inside. I could hear them from my bedroom window. All day, all night. Just puppies, you know, a couple of weeks old. Scared little babies screaming for their mommies, for anyone to please come and save them. I heard them die, one by one, as their water bottles ran out. The dead never got in. They were still massed outside the gates when I escaped, ran right past without stopping to look. What could I have done? I was unarmed, untrained. I couldn't have taken care of them. I could barely take care of myself. What could I have done? Something. Maze sighs in her sleep. Darnell pats her gently. I could have done something. Siberia, the Holy Russian Empire. The people who exist in this shanty town do so under the most primitive conditions. There is no electricity, no running water.
The huts are grouped together behind a wall cut from the surrounding trees. The smallest hovel belongs to Father Sergei Rushkov. It is a miracle to see how the old cleric is still able to function. His walk reveals the numerous wartime and post-war injuries. The handshake reveals that all his fingers have been broken. His attempt at a smile reveals that those teeth not black with decay have been knocked out a long time ago. In order to understand how we became a religious state, and how that state began with a man like me, you have to understand the nature of our war against the undead. As with so many other conflicts, our greatest ally was General Winter. The biting cold, lengthened and strengthened by the planet's darkened skies, gave us the time we needed to prepare our homeland for liberation. Unlike the United States, we were fighting a war on two fronts. We had the Ural barrier in the west, and the Asian swarms from the southeast. Siberia had been stabilized finally, but was by no means completely secure. We had so many refugees from India and China, so many frozen ghouls that thawed and continued to thaw each spring. We needed those winter months to reorganize our forces, marshal our population, inventory and distribute our vast stocks of military hardware. We didn't have the war production of other countries. There was no Department of Strategic Resources in Russia. No industry other than finding enough food to keep our people alive. What we did have was our legacy of a military-industrial state. I know you in the West have always laughed at us for this folly. Paranoid Ivan, that's what you called us, building tanks and guns while his people cry out for cars and butter. Yes, the Soviet Union was backward and inefficient, and yes, it did bankrupt our economy on mountains of military might. But when the motherland needed them, those mountains were what saved her children. He refers to the faded poster on the wall behind him. It shows the ghostly image of an old Soviet soldier reaching down from heaven to hand a crude submachine gun to a grateful young Russian. The caption underneath reads, Dedushka, spasiba. Thank you, grandfather. I was a chaplain with the 32nd Motor Rifle Division. We were a Category D unit, 4th class equipment, the oldest in our arsenal. We looked like extras in an old, great patriotic war movie, with our PPSH submachine guns and our bolt-action Mosin Nagant rifles. We didn't have your fancy new battle dress uniform. We wore the tunics of our grandfathers, rough, moldy, moth-eaten wool that could barely keep the cold out, and did nothing to protect against bites. We had a very high casualty rate, most of it in urban combat, and most of that due to faulty ammunition. Those rounds were older than us. Some of them had been sitting in crates open to the elements since before Stalin breathed his last. You never knew when a cook-off would happen, when your weapon would click at the moment a ghoul was upon you. That happened a lot in the 32nd Motor Rifle Division. We weren't as neat and organized as your army. We didn't have your tight, light little Raj Singh squares, or your frugal one-shot, one-kill combat doctrine. Our battles were sloppy and brutal. We plastered the enemy in DSHK heavy machine gun fire, drowned them with flamethrowers and Katyusha rockets, and crushed them under the treads of our prehistoric T-34 tanks. It was inefficient and wasteful and resulted in too many needless deaths. Ufa was the first major battle of our offensive. It became the reason we stopped going into the cities and started walling them up during winter. We learned a lot of lessons those first months, charging headlong into the rubble after hours of merciless artillery,
fighting block by block, house by house, room by room. There were always too many zombies, too many misfires, and always too many bitten boys. We didn't have L pills like in your army. Note 1. L, lethal pill, a term to describe any poison capsule and one of the options available to infected U.S. military combatants during World War Z. End note. The only way to deal with infection was a bullet. But who was going to pull the trigger? Certainly not the other soldiers. To kill your comrade, even in cases as merciful as infection, was too reminiscent of the decimations. That was the irony of it all. The decimations had given our armed forces the strength and discipline to do anything we asked of them. Anything but that. To ask or even order one soldier to kill another was crossing a line that might have sparked another mutiny. For a while, the responsibility rested with the leadership, the officers and senior sergeants. We couldn't have made a more damaging decision. To have to look into the faces of these men, these boys whom you were responsible for, whom you fought with side by side, shared bread and blankets, saved his life or have him save yours. Who can focus on the monumental burden of leadership after having to commit such an act? We began to see a noticeable degradation among our field commanders. Dereliction of duty, alcoholism, suicide. Suicide became almost epidemic among the officer corps. Our division lost 4 experienced leaders, 3 junior lieutenants, and a major, all during the first week of our first campaign. 2 of the lieutenants shot themselves, one right after committing the deed and the other later that night. The 3rd platoon leader chose a more passive method, what we began to call suicide by combat. He volunteered for increasingly dangerous missions, acting more like a reckless enlisted man than a responsible leader. He died trying to take on a dozen ghouls with nothing but a bayonet. Major Pak just vanished. No one knows exactly when. We knew he couldn't have been taken. The area was thoroughly swept, and no one, absolutely no one, left the perimeter without an escort. We all knew what probably happened. Colonel Savichev put out an official statement that the major had been sent on a long-range recon mission and had never returned. He even went so far as to recommend him for a first-class Order of the Rodina. You can't stop the rumors, and nothing is worse for a unit's morale than to know that one of their officers had deserted. I could not blame the man. I still cannot. Pak was a good man, a strong leader. Before the crisis, he had done 3 tours in Chechnya and 1 in Dagestan. When the dead began to rise, he not only prevented his company from revolting, but led them all on foot, carrying both supplies and wounded, from Kurta in the Salib Mountains all the way to Manaskent on the Caspian Sea. 65 days, 37 major engagements. 37! He could have become an instructor. He'd more than earned the right, and had even been asked by Stavka because of his extensive combat experience. But no, he volunteered for an immediate return to action. And now he was a deserter. They used to call this the second decimation. The fact that almost 1 in every 10 officers killed themselves in those days, a decimation that almost brought our war effort to a crushing halt. The logical alternative, the only one, was to therefore let the boys commit the act themselves. I can still remember their faces, dirty and pimply, their red-rimmed eyes wide as they closed their mouths around their rifles. What else could be done? It wasn't long before they began to kill themselves in groups. All those who'd been bitten in a battle gathering at the field hospital to synchronize the moment when they would all pull the trigger. I guess it was comforting, knowing that they weren't dying alone. It was probably the only comfort they could expect. They certainly didn't get it from me. I was a religious man in a country that had long since lost its faith. Decades of communism, followed by materialistic democracy, had left this generation of Russians with little knowledge of or need for the opium of the masses. As a chaplain, my duties were mainly to collect letters from the condemned boys to their families, and to distribute any vodka I managed to find. It was a next to useless existence, I knew, and the way our country was headed, I doubted anything would occur to change that. It was right after the battle for Kostroma, just a few weeks before the official assault on Moscow. I had come to the field hospital to give last rites to the infected. They had been set apart, some badly mauled, some still healthy and lucid. The first boy couldn't have been older than 17. He wasn't bitten. That would have been merciful. The zombie had had its forearms ripped off by the treads of an Su-152 self-propelled gun. All that remained was hanging flesh and broken humerus bones, jagged at the edges, sharp like spears. They stabbed right through the boy's tunic, where whole hands would have just grabbed him. He was lying on a cot, bleeding from his belly, ashen-faced, rifle quivering in his hand. Next to him was a row of 5 other infected soldiers. I went through the motions of telling them I would pray for their souls. They either shrugged or nodded politely. I took their letters, as I'd always done, gave them a drink, and even passed out a couple cigarettes from their commanding officer. Even though I'd done this many times, somehow I felt strangely different. Something was stirring within me, a tense, tingling sensation that began to work its way up through my heart and lungs. I began to feel my whole body tremble as the soldiers all placed the muzzles of their weapons underneath their chins. "On 3, the oldest of them said. 1, 2. That was as far as they got. The 17-year-old flew backward and hit the ground. The others stared dumbfounded at the bullet hole in his forehead, then up to the smoking pistol in my hand, in God's hand. God was speaking to me. I could feel his words ringing in my head. No more sinning, he told me. No more souls resigned to hell. It was so clear, so simple. Officers killing soldiers had cost us too many good officers, and soldiers killing themselves had cost the Lord too many good souls. Suicide was a sin, and we, his servants, those who had chosen to be his shepherds upon the earth, were the only ones who should bear the cross of releasing trapped souls from infected bodies. That is what I told Division Commander after he discovered what I'd done, and that is the message that spread first to every chaplain in the field, and then to every civilian priest throughout Mother Russia. What later became known as the Act of Final Purification was only the first step of a religious fervor that would surpass even the Iranian Revolution of the 1980s. God knew his children had been denied his love for too long. They needed direction, courage, hope. You could say that it is the reason we emerged from that war as a nation of faith, and have continued to rebuild our state on the basis of that faith. Is there any truth to the stories of that philosophy being perverted for political reasons? Pause. I don't understand. The president declared himself head of the church. Can't a national leader feel God's love? But what about organizing priests into death squads and assassinating people under the premise of purifying infected victims? Pause. I don't know what you're talking about. Isn't that why you eventually fell out with Moscow? Isn't that why you're here? There is a long pause. We hear the sounds of footsteps approaching. Someone knocks at the door. Father Sergei opens it to find a small, ragged child. Mud stains his pale, frightened face. He speaks in a frantic, local dialect, shouting and pointing up the road. The old priest nods solemnly, pats the boy on the shoulder, then turns to me. "Thank you for coming. Will you excuse me, please?" As I rise to leave, he opens a large wooden chest at the foot of his bed, removing both a Bible and a World War II-era pistol. Aboard USS Holo, off the coast of the Hawaiian Islands. Deep Glider 7 looks more like a twin fuselage aircraft than a mini-sub. I lie on my stomach in the starboard hull, looking out through a thick, transparent nose cone. My pilot, Master Chief Petty Officer Michael Choi, waves at me from the port hull. Choi is one of the old-timers, possibly the most experienced diver in the U.S. Navy's Deep Submergence Combat Corps, DSCC. His gray temples and weathered crow's feet clash violently with his almost adolescent enthusiasm. As the mothership lowers us into the choppy Pacific, I detect a trace of surfer dude bleeding through Choi's otherwise neutral accent. My war never ended. If anything, you could say it's still escalating. Every month we expand our operations and improve our material and human assets. They say there are still somewhere between 20 and 30 million of them, still washing up on beaches or getting snagged in fishermen's nets. You can't work an offshore oil rig or repair a transatlantic cable without running into a swarm. That's what this dive is about, trying to find them, track them, and predict their movements, so maybe we can have some advance warning. We hit the Whitecaps with a jarring thud. Choi grins, checks his instruments, and shifts the channels on his radio from me to the mothership. The water before my observation dome froths white for a second, then gives way to light blue as we submerge. You're not going to ask me about scuba gear or titanium shark suits, are you? Because that crap's got nothing to do with my war. Spear guns and bang sticks and zombie river nets? I can't help you with any of that. If you want civilians, talk to civilians. But the military did use those methods. Only for brown water ops, and almost exclusively by Army pukes. Personally, I've never worn a mesh suit or a scuba rig. Well, at least not in combat. My war was strictly ADS, atmospheric diving suit. Kind of like a space suit and a suit of armor all rolled into one. The technology actually goes back a couple 100 years, when some guy invented a barrel with a faceplate and armholes. Note 1. John Lethbridge, circa 1715. End note. After you had stuff like the Tritonia and the Neufeld Kunka, they looked like something out of an old 1950 sci-fi movie. Robbie the Robot and shit. It all kind of fell by the wayside when... Do you really care about all this? Yes, please. Well, that sort of technology fell by the wayside when scuba was invented. It only made a comeback when divers had to go deep, real deep, to work on offshore oil rigs. You see, the deeper you go, the greater the pressure. The greater the pressure, the more dangerous it is for scuba or similar mixed gas rigs. You've got to spend days, sometimes weeks, in a decompression chamber, and if for some reason you have to shoot up to the surface, you get the bends, gas bubbles in the blood, in the brain. And we're not even talking about long-term health hazards like bone necrosis, soaking your body with shit nature never intended to be there. He pauses to check his instruments. The safest way to dive, to go deeper, to stay down longer, was to enclose your whole body in a bubble of surface pressure. He gestures to the compartments around us. Just like we are now, safe, protected, still on the surface as far as our body's concerned. That's what an ADS does. Its depth and duration only limited by armor and life support. So it's like a personal submarine. Submersible. A submarine can stay down for years, maintaining its own power, making its own air. A submersible can only make short-duration dives, like World War II subs, or what we're in now. The water begins to darken, deepening to a purplish ink. The very nature of an ADS, the fact that it's really just a suit of armor, makes it ideal for blue and black water combat. I'm not knocking soft suits, Shark or other mesh rigs. They've got 10 times the maneuverability, the speed, the agility, but they're strictly shallow water at best, and if for some reason a couple of those fuckers get a hold of you. I've seen mesh divers with broken arms, broken ribs, 3 with broken necks. Drowning. If your airline was punctured, or the regulators ripped out of your mouth. Even in a hard helmet on a mesh-lined dry suit, all they'd have to do is hold you down, let your air run out. I've seen too many guys go out that way, or else try to race for the surface and let an embolism finish what Zach started. Did that happen to a lot of mesh suit divers? Sometimes, especially in the beginning, but it never happened to us. There was no risk of physical danger. Both your body and your life support are encased in a cast aluminum or high-strength composite shell. Most models' joints are steel or titanium. No matter which way Zach turned your arms, even if he managed to get a solid grip, which is hard considering how smooth and round everything is, it was physically impossible to break off a limb. If for some reason you need to jet up to the surface, just jettison your ballast or your thruster pack, if you had one. All suits are positively buoyant. They pop right up like a cork. The only risk might be if Zach were clinging to you during the ascent. A couple of times I've had buddies surface with uninvited passengers hanging on for dear life, or on death. Chuckles. Balloon ascents almost never happened in combat. Most ADS models have 48 hours emergency life support. No matter how many G's dogpiled you, no matter if a hunk of debris came crumbling down or your leg got snagged in an underwater cable, you could sit tight, snug and safe, and just wait for the cavalry. No one ever dives alone, and I think the longest any ADS diver has ever had to cool his heels was 6 hours. There were times, more than I can count on my fingers, where one of us would get snagged, report it, then follow up by saying that there was no immediate danger, and that the rest of the team should assist only after accomplishing their mission. You say ADS models. Was there more than one type? We had a bunch. Civilian, military, old, new. Well, relatively new. We couldn't build any wartime models, so we had to work with what was already available. Some of the older ones dated back to the 70s, the Jims and Sams. I'm really glad I never had to operate any of those. They only had universal joints and portholes instead of a face bowl, at least on the early Jims. I knew one guy from the British Special Boat Service. He had these Mondo blood blisters all along his inner thighs from where the Jim's leg joints pinched his skin. Kick-ass divers, the SBS, but I'd never swap jobs with them. We had 3 basic U.S. Navy models, the Hardsuit 1200, the 2000, and the Mark I exosuit. That was my baby, the Exo. You want to talk about sci-fi? This thing looked like it was made to fight giant space termites. It was much slimmer than either of the 2 hardsuits, and light enough that you could even swim. That was the major advantage over the hardsuit, actually over all other ADS systems. To be able to operate above your enemy, even without a power sled or thruster packs, that more than made up for the fact that you couldn't scratch your itches. The hardsuits were big enough to allow your arms to be pulled into the central cavity to allow you to operate secondary equipment. What kind of equipment? Lights, video, side-scanning sonar. The hardsuits were full service units. Exos were the bargain basement. You didn't have to worry about a lot of readouts and machinery. You didn't have any of the distractions, or the multitasking of the hard suits. The EXO was sleek and simple, allowing you to focus on your weapon and the field in front of you. What kind of weapons did you use? At first we had the M9, kind of a cheap modified knockoff of the Russian APS. I say modified because no ADS had anything close to resembling hands. You either had four-pronged claws or simple industrial pincers. Both worked as hand-to-hand weapons. Just grab a G's head and squeeze. But they made it impossible to fire a gun. The M9 was fixed to your forearm and could be fired electrically. It had a laser pointer for accuracy and dare-encased cartridges that fired these 4-inch-long steel rods. The major problem was that they were basically designed for shallow water operations. At the depth we needed, they imploded like eggshells. About a year in, we got a much more efficient model, the M11, actually invented by the same guy who invented both the hard suit and EXO. I hope that crazy Canuck got an assload of medals for what he's done for us. The only problem with it was that Destres thought production was too expensive. They kept telling us that between our claws and pre-existing construction tools, we had more than enough to handle Zach. What changed their minds? Troll? We were in the North Sea repairing that Norwegian natural gas platform, and suddenly there they were. We'd expected some kind of attack. The noise and light of the construction site always attracted at least a handful of them. We didn't know a swarm was nearby. One of our sentries sounded off. We headed for his beacon, and we were suddenly inundated. Horrible thing to fight hand-to-hand underwater. The bottom churns up, your visibility is shot, like fighting inside a glass of milk. Zombies don't just die when you hit them. Most of the time they disintegrate. Fragments of muscle, organ, brain matter mixed up with the silt and swirling around you. Kids today, fucking A, I sound like my pops, but it's true. The kids today, the new ADS divers in the Mark IIIs and IVs, they have this ZEVDEC, Zero Visibility Detection Kit, with color imaging sonar and low-light optics. The picture is relayed through a heads-up display right on your face bowl like a fighter plane. Throw in a pair of stereo hydrophones, and you've got a real sensory advantage over Zach. That was not the case when I first went EXO. We couldn't see, we couldn't hear, we couldn't even feel if a G was trying to grab us from behind. Why was that? Because the one fundamental flaw of an ADS is complete tactile blackout. The simple fact that the suit is hard means you can't feel anything from the outside world, even if a G has his hands right on you. Unless Zach is actively tugging, trying to pull you back or flip you around, you may not know he's there until his face is right up against yours. That night at Troll, our helmet lights only made the problem worse by throwing up a glare that was only broken by an undead hand or face. That was the only time I was ever spooked. Not scared, you understand, just spooked. Swinging in this liquid chalk, and suddenly a rotting face is jammed against my face bowl. The civilian oil workers, they wouldn't go back to work, even under threat of reprisals, until we, their escorts, were better armed. They'd lost enough of their people already, ambushed out of the darkness. Can't imagine what that must have been like. You're in this dry suit, working in near pitch black, eyes stinging from the light of the welding torch, body numb from the cold, or else burning from the hot water pumped through the system. Suddenly you feel these hands, or teeth. You struggle, call for help, try to fight or swim as they pull you up. Maybe a few body parts will rise to the surface. Maybe they'll just pull up a severed lifeline. That was how the DSCC came into being as an official outfit. Our first mission was to protect the rig divers, keep the oil flowing. Later we expanded to beachhead sanitation and harbor clearing. What is beachhead sanitation? Basically helping the jarheads get ashore. What we learned during Bermuda,
our first amphibious landing, was that the beachhead was coming under constant attack by G's walking out of the surf. We had to establish a perimeter, a semicircular net around the proposed landing area that was deep enough for ships to pass over, but high enough to keep out Zach. That's where we came in. 2 weeks before the landings took place, a ship would anchor several miles offshore and start banging away with their active sonar. That was to draw Zach away from the beach. Wouldn't that sonar also lure in zombies from deeper water? The brass told us that was an acceptable risk. I think they didn't have anything better. That's why it was an ADS op. Too risky for mesh divers. You knew that masses were gathering under that pinging ship, and that once they went silent, you'd be the brightest target out there. It actually turned out to be the closest thing we ever had to a cakewalk. The attack frequency was the lowest by far, and when the nets were up, they had an almost perfect success rate. All you needed was a skeleton force to keep a constant vigil, maybe snipe the occasional G that tried to climb the fence. They didn't really need us for this kind of op. After the first 3 landings, they went back to using mesh divers. And harbor clearing? That was not a cakewalk. That was in the final stages of the war, when it wasn't just about opening a beachhead, but reopening harbors for deepwater shipping. That was a massive combined operation. Mesh divers, ADS units, even civilian volunteers with nothing but a scuba rig and a spear gun. I helped clear Charleston, Norfolk, Boston, freaking Boston, and the mother of all subsurface nightmares, the Hero City. I know grunts like to bitch about fighting to clear a city, but imagine a city underwater, a city of sunken ships and cars and planes and every kind of debris imaginable. During the evacuation, when a lot of container ships were trying to make as much room as they could, a lot of them dumped their cargo overboard. Couches, toaster ovens, mountains and mountains of clothes. Plasma TVs always crunched when you walked over them. I always imagined it was bone. I also imagined I could see Zach behind each washer and dryer, climbing over each pile of smashed air conditioners. Sometimes it was just my imagination, but sometimes the worst was having to clear a sunken ship. There were always a few that had gone down within the harbor boundaries. A couple, like the Frank Cable, big sub-tender turned refugee ship, had gone down right at the mouth of the harbor. Before she could be raised, we had to do a compartment-by-compartment sweep. That was the only time the XO ever felt bulky, unwieldy. I didn't smack my head in every passageway, but it sure as hell felt like it. A lot of the hatches were blocked by debris. We either had to cut our way through them, or through the decks and bulkheads. Sometimes the deck had been weakened by damage or corrosion. I was cutting through a bulkhead above the cable's engine room, when suddenly the deck just collapsed under me. Before I could swim, before I could think, there were hundreds of them in the engine room. I was engulfed, drowning in legs and arms and hunks of meat. If I ever had a recurring nightmare, and I'm not saying I do, because I don't, but if I did, I'd be right back in there, only this time I'm completely naked. I mean, I would be. I am surprised at how quickly we reached the bottom. It looks like a desert wasteland, glowing white against the permanent darkness. I see the stumps of wire coral, broken and trampled by the living dead. There they are. I look up to see the swarm, roughly 60 of them, walking out of the desert night. And here we go. Choi maneuvers us above them. They reach up for our searchlights, eyes wide and jaws slack. I can see the dim red beam of the laser as it settles on the first target. A second later, a small dart is fired into its chest. And one,
He centers his beam on a second subject. And 2, he moves down the swarm, tagging each one with a non-lethal shot. Kills me not to kill them. I mean, I know the whole point is to study their movements, set up an early warning network. I know that if we had the resources to clear them all, we would. Still, he darts a 6th target. Like all the others, this one is oblivious to the small hole in its sternum. How do they do it? How are they still around? Nothing in the world corrodes like salt water. These G's should have gone away before the ones on land. Their clothes sure did. Anything organic, like cloth or leather. The figures below us are practically naked. So why not the rest of them? Is it the temperature at these depths? Is it the pressure? And why do they have such a resistance to pressure anyway? At this depth, the human nervous system should be completely jelloized. They shouldn't even be able to stand, let alone walk and think, or whatever their version of thinking is. How do they do it? I'm sure someone real high up has all the answers. And I'm sure the only reason they don't tell me is... He is suddenly distracted by a flashing light on his instrument panel. Hey, check this out. I look down at my own panel. The readouts are incomprehensible. We got a hot one. Pretty healthy rad count. Must be from the Indian Ocean, Iranian or Paki, or maybe that Chi-Com attack boat that went down off Manihi. How about that? He fires another dart. You're lucky. This is one of the last manned recon dives. Next month it's all ROV. 100% remotely operated vehicles. There's been a lot of controversy over the use of ROVs for combat. Never happened. The Sturges got way too much star power. Note 2. The Sturgeon General, the old civilian nickname for the present commander of the DSCC. End note. She'd never let Congress go droid on us. Is there any validity to their argument? What, you mean if robots are more efficient fighters than ADS divers? Hell no. All that talk about limiting human casualties is bullshit. We never lost a man in combat. Not one. That guy they keep talking about, Chernov, he was killed after the war, on land, when he got wasted and passed out on a tram line. Fucking politicians. Maybe ROVs are more cost-effective, but one thing they're not is better. I'm not just talking about artificial intelligence. I'm talking about heart, instinct, initiative, everything that makes us, us. That's why I'm still here. Same with the Sturge, and almost all the other vets who took the plunge during the war. Most of us are still involved because we have to be, because they still haven't yet come up with a collection of chips and bits to replace us. Believe me, once they do, I'll not only never look at an exosuit again, I'll quit the Navy and pull a full-on Alpha November Alpha. What's that? Action in the North Atlantic. This old black-and-white war flick. There's a guy in it, you know, the skipper from Gilligan's Island, his old man. Note 3. Alan Hale Sr. End note. He had a line. I'm putting an oar on my shoulder and I'm starting inland. And the first time a guy says to me, "What's that on your shoulder?" that's where I'm settling for the rest of my life. Quebec, Canada. The small farmhouse has no wall, no bars on the windows, and no lock on the door. When I ask the owner about his vulnerability, he simply chuckles and resumes his lunch. André Renard, brother of the legendary war hero Émile Renard, has requested that I keep his exact location secret. I don't care if the dead find me, he says without feeling, but I care very little for the living. The former French national immigrated to this place after the official end of hostilities in Western Europe. Despite numerous invitations from the French government, he has not returned. Everyone else is a liar. Everyone who claims that their campaign was the hardest of the entire war. All those ignorant peacocks who beat their chests and brag about mountain warfare or jungle warfare or urban warfare. Cities. Oh, how they love to brag about cities. Nothing more terrifying than fighting in a city. Oh, really? Try underneath one. Do you know why the Paris skyline was devoid of skyscrapers? I mean the pre-war proper Paris skyline. Do you know why they stuck all those glass and steel monstrosities out in La Défense, so far from the city center? Yes, there's aesthetics, a sense of continuity and civic pride, not like that architectural mongrel called London. But the truth, the logical, practical reason for keeping Paris free from American-style monoliths is that the earth beneath their feet is simply too tunneled to support it. There are Roman tombs, quarries that supplied limestone for much of the city, even World War II bunkers used by the resistance. And, yes, there was a resistance. Then there is the modern metro, the telephone lines, the gas mains, the water pipes. And through it all, you have the catacombs. Roughly 6 million bodies were buried there, taken from the pre-revolution cemeteries, where corpses were just tossed in like rubbish. The catacombs contained entire walls of skulls and bones arranged in macabre patterns. It was even functional in places where interlocking bones held back mounds of loose remains behind them. The skulls always seemed to be laughing at me. I don't think I can blame the civilians who tried to survive in that subterranean world. They didn't have the civilian survival manual back then. They didn't have Radio Free Earth. It was the Great Panic. Maybe a few souls who thought they knew those tunnels decided to make a go of it. A few more followed them, then a few more. The word spread, it's safe underground. 250,000 in all. That's what the bone counters have determined. 250,000 refugees. Maybe if they had been organized, thought to bring food and tools, even had enough sense to seal the entrances behind them and make damn sure those coming in weren't infected. How can anyone claim that their experience can compare to what we endured? The darkness and the stink. We had almost no night vision goggles, just one pair per platoon, and that's if you were lucky. Spare batteries were in short supply for our electric torches, too. Sometimes there was only one working unit for an entire squad, just for the point man, cutting the darkness with a red-coated beam. The air was toxic, with sewage, chemicals, rotting flesh. The gas masks were a joke. Most of the filters had long expired. We wore anything we could find, old military models, or firefighting hoods that covered your entire head, made you sweat like a pig, made you deaf as well as blind. You never knew where you were, staring through that misty visor, hearing the muffled voices of your squad mates, the crackle of your radio man. We had to use hard-wired sets, you see, because airwave transmissions were too unreliable. We used old telephone wire, copper, not fiber optic. We would just rip it off the conduits and keep massive rolls with us to extend our range. It was the only way to keep in contact, and most of the time the only way to keep from becoming lost. It was so easy to become lost. All the maps were pre-war and didn't take into account the modifications the survivors had made, all the interconnecting tunnels and alcoves, the holes in the floor that would suddenly open up in front of you. You would lose your way at least once a day, sometimes more, and then have to trace your way back down the communications wire. Check your location on the map and try to figure out what had gone wrong. Sometimes it was only a few minutes, sometimes hours, or even days. When another squad was being attacked, you would hear their cries over the radio or echoing through the tunnels. The acoustics were evil. They taunted you. Screams and moans came from every direction. You never knew where they were coming from. At least with the radio, you could try, maybe, to get a fix on your comrade's position. If they weren't panicked, if they knew where they were, if you knew where you were. The running. You dash through the passageways, bash your head on the ceiling, crawl on your hands and knees, praying to the Virgin with all your might for them to hold for just a little longer. You get to their position, find it is the wrong one, an empty chamber, and the screams for help are still a long way off. And when you arrive, maybe to find nothing but bones and blood. Maybe you are lucky to find the zombies still there, a chance for vengeance. If it has taken a long time to reach them, that vengeance must now include your reanimated friends. Close combat. Close like so. He leans across the table, pressing his face inches away from mine. No standard equipment, what everyone believed would suit him. There were no firearms, you understand. The air, the gas, it was too flammable. The fire from a gun. He makes the sound of an explosion. We had the Beretta Grecchio, the Italian air carbine. It was a wartime model of a child's carbon dioxide pellet gun. You got maybe 5 shots, 6 or 7 if it was pressed right up to their heads. Good weapon, but always not enough of them. And you had to be careful. If you missed, if the ball struck the stone, if the stone was dry, if you got a spark, entire tunnels would catch, explosions that buried men alive, or fireballs that melted their masks right to their faces. Hand to hand is always better. Here. He rises from the table to show me something on his mantelpiece. The weapon's handle is encased in a semicircular steel ball. Protruding from this ball are 2 8-inch steel spikes at right angles from each other. You see why, eh? No room to swing a blade. Quick, through the eye or over the top of the head. He demonstrates with a quick punch and stab combination. My own design, a modern version of my great-grandfather's at Verdun, eh? You know Verdun. On ne passe pas. They shall not pass. He resumes his lunge. No room, no warning. Suddenly they are upon you, perhaps right in front of your eyes, or grabbing from a side passage you didn't know was there. Everyone was armored in some way. Chain mail or heavy leather. Almost always it was too heavy, too suffocating. Wet leather jackets and trousers, heavy metal chain-link shirts. You try to fight. You are already exhausted. Men would tear off their masks, gasping for air, inhaling the stink. Many died before you could get them to the surface. I used greaves. Protection here, gestures to his forearms, and gloves. Chain-covered leather, easy to remove when not in combat. They were my own design. We didn't have the American battle uniforms, but we did have your marsh covers, the long, high waterproof boots with the bite-proof fibers sewn into the lining. We needed those. The water was high that summer. The rains were coming hard, and the Seine was a raging torrent. It was always wet. There was rot between your fingers, your toes, in your crotch. The water was up to your ankles almost all the time, sometimes up to your knees or waist. You would be on point, walking or crawling. Sometimes we had to crawl in the stinking fluid up to our elbows. And suddenly the ground would just fall away. You would splash head first into one of those unmapped holes. You only had a few seconds to right yourself before your gas mask flooded. You kicked and thrashed. Your comrades would grab you and haul fast. Drowning was the least of your worries. Men would be splashing, struggling to stay afloat with all that heavy gear. and suddenly their eyes would bulge, and you'd hear their muffled cries. You might feel the moment they attacked, the snap or tear, and suddenly you fall over with the poor bastard on top of you. If he wasn't wearing the marsh covers, a foot is gone, the whole leg. If he had been crawling and went in face first, sometimes that face would be gone. Those were times when we called a full retreat to a defensive position and waited for the Cousteaus, the scuba divers trained to work and fight specifically in those flooded tunnels. With only a searchlight and a shark suit, if they were lucky to get one, and at most 2 hours of air. They were supposed to wear a safety line, but most of them refused to do so. The lines tended to get tangled and slow up the diver's progress. Those men and women had a 1 in 20 chance of survival, the lowest ratio of any branch of any army. I don't care what anyone says. Note 1. The highest fatality ratio of all Allied forces is still hotly debated. End note. Is it any wonder they received an automatic Legion of Honor? And what was it all for? 15,000 dead or missing. Not just the Cousteaus, all of us, the entire Corps. 15,000 souls in just 3 months. 15,000, at a time when the war was winding down all over the world. Go, go, fight, fight. It didn't have to be that way. How long did it take the English to clear all of London? 5 years? 3 years after the war was officially over? They went slow and safe, one section at a time, low speed, low intensity, low casualty rate. Slow and safe, like most major cities. Why us? That English general, what he said about enough dead heroes for the end of time? Heroes. That's what we were. That's what our leaders wanted. That's what our people felt they needed. After all that has happened, not just in this war, but in so many wars before, Algeria, Indochina, the Nazis, you understand what I am saying? You see the sorrow and pity? We understood what the American president said about reclaiming our confidence. We understood it more than most. We needed heroes, new names and places to restore our pride. The ossuary, Port Mahon Quarry, the hospital. That was our shining moment, the hospital. The Nazis had built it to house mental patients, so the legend goes, letting them starve to death behind the concrete walls. During our war, it had been an infirmary for the recently bitten. Later, as more began to reanimate, and the survivors' humanity faded like their electric lamps, they began throwing the infected, and who knows who else, into that undead vault. An advance team broke through without realizing what was on the other side. They could have withdrawn, blown the tunnel, sealed them in again. One squad against 300 zombies. One squad led by my baby brother. His voice was the last thing we heard before their radio went silent. His last words, "On ne passe pas." Denver, Colorado. The weather is perfect for the neighborhood picnic in Victory Park. The fact that not one sighting has been recorded this spring gives everyone even more reason to celebrate. Todd Wainio stands in the outfield, waiting for a high-fly ball that he claims will never come. Perhaps he's right, as no one seems to mind me standing next to him. They called it the road to New York, and it was a long, long road. We had 3 main army groups, North, Center, and South. The grand strategy was to advance as one across the Great Plains, across the Midwest, then break off at the Appalachians. The wings, sweeping north and south, shoot for Maine and Florida, then grind across the coast and link up with AG Center as they slogged it over the mountains. It took 3 years. Why so slow? Dude, take your pick. Foot transport, terrain, weather, enemies, battle doctrine. Doctrine was to advance as two solid lines, one behind the other, stretching from Canada to Aslan. No, Mexico. It wasn't Aslan yet. You know, when a plane goes down, how all these firemen or whoever would check a field for pieces of wreckage? They'd all go in a line, real slow, making sure not 1 inch of ground was missed. That was us. We didn't skip 1 damn inch between the Rockies and the Atlantic. Whenever you spotted Zach, either in a group or just on his own, a FAR unit would halt. FAR? Force Appropriate Response. You couldn't stop, like the whole army group, for 1 or 2 zombies. A lot of the older Gs, the ones infected early in the war, they were starting to get pretty grody, all deflated, parts of their skulls starting to show, some bone poking through the flesh. Some of them couldn't even stand anymore, and those are the ones you really had to watch for. They'd be crawling on their bellies toward you, or just thrashing face down in the mud. You'd halt a section, a platoon, maybe even a company, depending on how many you encountered, just enough to take them down and sanitize the battlefield. The hole your FAR unit left in the battle line was replaced by an equal force from the secondary line, a click and a half behind you. That way the front was never broken. We leapfrogged this way all the way across the country. It worked, no doubt, but man, it took its time. Night also put the brakes on. Once the sun dipped, no matter how confident you felt or how safe the area seemed, the show was over till dawn the next morning. And there was fog. I didn't know fog could be so thick that far inland. I always wanted to ask a climatologist or someone about that. The whole front might get slammed, sometimes for days. Just sitting there in zero visibility, occasionally one of your Ks would start barking, or a man down the line would shout, "Contact!" You'd hear the moan, and then the shapes would appear. Hard enough just standing still and waiting for them. I saw a movie once, this BBC documentary about how because the UK was so foggy, the British Army would never stop. Note 1. Lion's Roar. Produced by Foreman Films for the BBC. End note. There was a scene where the cameras caught a real firefight, just sparks from their weapons and hazy silhouettes going down. They didn't need that extra creepy soundtrack. Note 2. Instrumental cover of How Soon Is Now, originally written by Morrissey and Johnny Marr, and recorded by the Smiths. End note. It freaked me out just to watch. It also slowed us down to have to keep pace with the other countries, the Mexicans and Canucks. Neither army had the manpower to liberate their entire country. The deal was that they'd keep our borders clear while we get our house in order. Once the U.S. was secure, we'd give them everything they need. That was the start of the UN multinational force, but I was discharged long before those days. For me, it always felt like hurry up and wait, creeping along through rough terrain or built-up areas. Oh, and you want to talk about speed bumps? Try urban combat. The strategy was always to surround the target area. We'd set up semi-permanent defenses, recon with everything from satellites to sniffer Ks, do whatever we could to call Zach out, and go in only after we were sure no more of them were coming. Smart and safe and relatively easy. Yeah, right. As far as surrounding the area, someone want to tell me where that area actually begins? Cities weren't cities anymore, you know. They just grew out into this suburban sprawl. Mrs. Ruiz, one of our medics, called it infill. She was in real estate before the war and explained that the hottest properties were always the land between two existing cities. Freakin' infill, we all learned to hate that term. For us, it meant clearing block after block of burbland before we could even think of establishing a quarantine perimeter. Fast food joints, shopping centers, endless miles of cheap cookie-cutter housing. Even in winter, it's not like everything was safe and snuggly. I was in Army Group North. At first I thought we were golden, 6 months out of the year, I wouldn't have to see a live G. 8 months, actually, given what wartime weather was like. I thought, hey, once the temp drops, we're little more than garbage men. Find 'em, lobo 'em, mark 'em for burial once the ground begins to thaw. No problem. But I should be loboed for thinking that Zach was the only bad guy out there. We had quislings, just like the real thing, but winterized. We had these human reclamation units, pretty much just glorified animal control. They'd do their best to dart any quislings we came across, tie 'em down, ship 'em to rehabilitation clinics, back when we thought we could rehabilitate them. Ferals were a much more dangerous threat. A lot of them weren't kids anymore. Some were teenagers, some full-grown. They were fast, smart, and if they chose fight instead of flight, they could really mess up your day. Of course, HR would always try and dart them, and of course, that didn't always work. When a 200-pound feral bull is charging balls out for your ass, a couple cc's of tranq ain't gonna drop him before he hits home. A lot of HRs got pretty badly smashed up. A few had to be tagged and bagged. The brass had to step in and assign a squad of grunts for escort. If a dart didn't stop a feral, we sure as hell did. Nothing screams as high as a feral with a pie round burning in his gut. The HR pukes had a real problem with that. They were all volunteers, all sticking to this code that human life, any human's life, was worth trying to save. I guess history sort of backed them up now, seeing all those people that they managed to rehabilitate, all the ones we just would have shot on sight. If they had had the resources, they might have been able to do the same for animals. Man, feral packs. That freaked me out more than anything else. I'm not just talking dogs. Dogs you knew how to deal with. Dogs always telegraphed their attacks. I'm talking flies. F-lions, cats, like part mountain lion, part Ice Age saberfuck. Note 3. Pronounced flies mainly because their pouncing attacks gave the illusion of flight. End note. Maybe they were mountain lions. Some sure looked like them. Or maybe just the spawn of house cats that had to be super badass just to make it. I've heard that they grew bigger up north. Some law of nature or evolution. Note 4. At present, no scientific data exists to substantiate the application of Bergmann's rule during the war. End note. I don't really get the whole ecology thing. Not past a few pre-war nature shows. I hear it's because rats were like the new cows. Fast and smart enough to get away from Zach, living on corpses, breeding by the millions in trees and ruins. They'd gotten pretty badass themselves, so anything tough enough to hunt them has to be a whole lot badder. That's an F-lion for you. About twice the size of a pre-war puffball. Teeth, claws, and a real jonesing for warm blood. That must have been a hazard for the sniffer dogs. Are you kidding? They loved it. Even the little dock mutts. Made 'em feel like dogs again. I'm talking about us getting jumped from a tree limb or a roof. They didn't charge you like F-hounds. They just waited, took their sweet time until you were too close to raise a weapon. Outside of Minneapolis, my squad was clearing a strip mall. I was stepping through the window of a Starbucks, and suddenly 3 of them leap at me from behind the counter. They knock me over, start tearing at my arms, my face. How do you think I got this? He refers to the scar on his cheek. I guess the only real casualty that day was my shorts.
Between the bite-proof BDUs and body armor we'd started wearing, the vest, the helmet. I hadn't worn a hard cover in so long, you forget how uncomfortable it is when you're used to going soft-top. Did feral people, that is, know how to use firearms? They didn't know how to do anything human. That's why they were ferals. No, the body armor was for protection against some of the regular people we found. I'm not talking organized rebels, just the odd lame-o, last man on earth. Note 5. Lame-o. L-A capital M-O-E. Pronounced lame-o with a silent E. End note. There was always one or two in every town, some dude or chick who managed to survive. I read somewhere that the United States had the highest number of them in the world, something about our individualistic nature or something. They hadn't seen real people in so long. A lot of the initial shooting was just accidental, or reflex. Most of the time we managed to talk them down. Those we actually called RCs, Robinson Crusoes, that was the polite term for the ones who were cool. The ones we called lame-os, those were the ones who were a little too used to being king. King of what, I don't know. G's and quislings and crazy F-critters. But I guess in their mind they were living the good life, and here we were to take it all away. That's how I got nailed. We were closing on the Sears Tower in Chicago. Chicago, that was enough nightmares for 3 lifetimes. It was the middle of winter, wind whipping off the lake so hard you could barely stand, and suddenly I felt Thor's hammer smash me in the head. Slug from a high-powered hunting rifle. I never complained about our hard covers any more after that. The gang in the tower, they had their little kingdom, and they weren't giving it up for anyone. That was one of the few times we went full convent. Saws, nades, that's when the Bradleys started making a comeback. After Chicago, the brass knew we were now in a full multi-threat environment. It was back to hard covers and body armor, even in summer. Thanks, Windy City. Each squad was issued pamphlets with the threat pyramid. It was ranked according to probability, not lethality. Zack at the bottom, then F-critters, ferals, quislings, and finally lame-os. I know a lot of guys from AG South like to bitch about how they always had it tougher on their end, 'cause for us, winter took care of Zack's whole threat level. Yeah, sure, and replaced it with another one, winter. What do they say the average temperatures dropped? 10 degrees, 15 in some areas. Note 6. Figures on wartime weather patterns have yet to be officially determined. End note. Yeah, we had it real easy, up to our ass in gray snow, knowing that for every 5 Zack sickles you cracked, there'd be at least as many up and at 'em at first thaw. At least the guys down south knew that once they swept an area, it stayed swept. They didn't have to worry about rear area attacks like us. We swept every area at least 3 times. We used everything from ramrods and sniffer Ks to high-tech ground radar. Over and over again, and all of this in the dead of winter. We lost more guys to frostbite than to anything else. And still, every spring, you just knew. It'd be like, oh shit, here we go again. I mean, even today, with all the sweeps and civilian volunteer groups, spring's like winter used to be. Nature letting us know the good life's over for now. Tell me about liberating the isolated zones. Always a hard fight, every single one. Remember, these zones were still under siege, hundreds, maybe even thousands. The people holed up in the twin forts of Comerica Park, Ford Field. They must have had a combined moat, that's what we called them, moats, of at least 1 million Gs. That was a 3-day slugfest, made Hope look like a minor skirmish. That was the only time I ever really thought we were going to be overrun. They piled up so high I thought we'd be buried, literally, in a landslide of corpses.
Battles like that, they'd leave you so fried, just wasted, body and mind. You'd want to sleep, nothing more. Not eat or bathe or even fuck. You'd just want to find someplace warm and dry, close your eyes, forget everything. What were the reactions of the people who you liberated? Kind of a mix. The military zones, that was pretty low-key. A lot of formal ceremonies, raising and lowering of flags. I relieve you, sir. I stand relieved. Shit like that. There was also a little bit of weenie wagging. You know, we didn't need any rescuing and all. I understand. Every grunt wants to be the one riding over the hill. No one likes to be the one in the fort. Sure, you didn't need rescuing, buddy. Sometimes it was true. Like the Zoomies outside of Omaha, they were a strategic hub for airdrops, regular flights almost on the hour. They were actually living better than us. Fresh chow, hot showers, soft beds. It almost felt like we were being rescued. On the other hand, you had the jarheads at Rock Island. They wouldn't let on how rough they had it, and that was cool with us. For what they went through, bragging rights was the least we could give them. Never met any of them personally, but I've heard the stories. What about the civilian zones? Different story entirely. We were so the shit. They'd be cheering and shouting. It was like what you'd think war was supposed to be. Those old black and whites of GIs marching into Paris or wherever. We were rock stars. I got more... Well, if there's a bunch of little dudes between here and the hero city that happen to look like me... Laughs. But there were exceptions. Yeah, I guess. Maybe not all the time, but there'd be this one person, this angry face in the crowd, screaming shit at you. What the fuck took you so long? My husband died 2 weeks ago. My mother died waiting for you. We lost half our people last summer. Where were you when we needed you? People holding up photos, faces. When we marched into Janesville, Wisconsin, someone was holding up a sign with a picture of a smiling little girl. The words above it read, "Better late than never." He got beat down by his own people. They shouldn't have done that. That's the kind of shit we saw. Shit that keeps you awake when you haven't slept in 5 nights. Rarely, like Blue Moon rarely, we'd enter a zone where we were totally not welcome. In Valley City, North Dakota, they were like, "Fuck you, Army. You ran out on us. We don't need you." Was that a secessionist zone? Oh, no. At least these people let us in. The Rebs only welcomed you with gunshots. I never got close to any of those zones. The brass had special units for Rebs. I saw them on the road once, heading toward the Black Hills. That was the first time since crossing the Rockies that I ever saw tanks. Bad feeling. You knew how that was going to end. There's been a lot of stories about questionable survival methods used by certain isolated zones. Yeah, so ask them about it. Did you see any? Nope, and I didn't want to. People tried to tell me about it, people we liberated. They were so wound up inside they just wanted to get it off their chests. You know what I used to say to them? Keep it on your chest, your war's over. I didn't need any more rocks in my ruck, you know. What about afterward? Did you talk to any of those people? Yeah, and I read a lot about the trials. How did they make you feel? Shit, I don't know. Who am I to judge those people? I wasn't there. I didn't have to deal with that. This conversation we're having now, this question of what if, I didn't have time for that back then. I still had a job to do. I know historians like to talk about how the U.S. Army had such a low casualty rate during the advance. Low, as in compared to other countries, China or maybe the Ruskies. Low, as in only counting the casualties caused by Zag. There were 1 million ways to get it on that road, and over 2/3 weren't on that pyramid. Sickness was a big one. The kinds of diseases that were supposed to be gone, like in the Dark Ages or something. Yeah, we took our pills, had our shots, ate well, and had regular checkups. But there was just so much shit everywhere. In the dirt, the water, in the rain, and the air we breathed. Every time we entered a city or liberated a zone, at least one guy would be gone. If not dead, then removed for quarantine. In Detroit, we lost a whole platoon to Spanish flu. The brass really freaked on that one. Quarantined the whole battalion for 2 weeks. Then there were mines and booby traps, some civilian, some laid during our bug out west. Made a lot of sense back then. Just seed mile after mile and wait for Zach to blow himself up. Only problem is, mines don't work that way. They don't blow up a human body. They take off a leg or ankle or the family jewels. That's what they're designed for, not to kill people, but to wound them so the army will spend valuable resources keeping them alive, and then send them home in a wheelchair so Ma and Pa civilian can be reminded every time they see him that maybe supporting this war isn't such a good idea. But Zach has no home, no Ma and Pa civilian. All conventional mines do is create a bunch of crippled ghouls that, if anything, just makes your job that much harder, because you want them upright and easy to spot, not crawling around the weeds waiting to be stepped on like landmines themselves. You couldn't know where most mines were. A lot of the units that set them during the retreat hadn't marked them correctly, or had lost their coordinates, or simply weren't alive anymore to tell you. And then you had all those stupid fucking lame-o jobs, the punji stakes and trip-wired shotgun shells. I lost a buddy of mine that way, in a Walmart in Rochester, New York. He was born in El Salvador, but grew up in Cali. You ever heard of the Boyle Heights boys? They were these hardcore LA bangers who were deported back to El Salvador because they were technically illegal. My buddy was plopped there right before the war. He fought his way back up through Mexico, all during the worst days of the panic, all on foot with nothing but a machete. He didn't have any family left, no friends, just his adopted home. He loved this country so much. Reminded me of my grandpa, the whole immigrant thing. And then to catch a 12-gauge in the face, probably sent by a lame-o who'd stopped breathing years before. Fucking mines and booby traps. And then you just had accidents. So many buildings had been weakened from the fighting. Throw in years of neglect and foot after foot of snow. Whole roofs collapsed, no warning, whole structures just tumbling down. I lost someone else like that. She had a contact, a ferrule running at her across an abandoned auto garage. She fired her weapon, that's all it took. I don't know how many pounds of snow and ice brought that roof down. We were close, We never did anything about it. I guess we thought that would make it official. I guess we thought it would make it easier in case something happened to one of us. He looks over at the bleachers, smiling at his wife. Didn't work. He takes a moment, a long breath. And then there were psych casualties, more than anything else combined. Sometimes we'd march into barricaded zones and find nothing but rat-gnawed skeletons. I'm talking about the zones that weren't overrun, the ones that fell to starvation or disease, or just a feeling that tomorrow wasn't worth seeing. We once broke into a church in Kansas where it was clear the adults killed all the kids first. One guy in our platoon, an Amish guy, used to read all their suicide notes, commit them to memory, then give himself this little cut, this tiny half-inch nick somewhere on his body so he would never forget. Crazy bastard was sliced from his neck to the bottom of his toes. When the LT found out about it, sectioned 8 his ass right out of there. Most of the 8-balls were later in the war. Not from the stress, though, you understand, but from the lack of it. We all knew it would be over soon, and I think a lot of people who'd been holding it together for so long must have had that little voice that said, "Hey, buddy, it's cool now, you can let go." I knew this one guy, massive Roidosaurus. He'd been a professional wrestler before the war. We were walking up the freeway near Pulaski, New York, when the wind picked up the scent of a jackknifed big rig. It had been loaded with bottles of perfume. Nothing fancy, just cheap strip mall scent. He froze and started bawling like a kid. Couldn't stop. He was a monster with a 2 grand body count, an ogre who'd once picked up a G and used it as a club for hand-to-hand combat. 4 of us had to carry him out on a stretcher. We figured the perfume must have reminded him of someone. We never found out who. Another guy, nothing special about him, late 40s, balding, bit of a paunch, as much as anyone could have back then. The kind of face you'd see in a pre-war heartburn commercial. We were in Hammond, Indiana, scouting defenses for the siege of Chicago. He spied a house at the end of a deserted street, completely intact except for boarded-up windows and a crashed-in front door. He got a look on his face, a grin. We should have known way before he dropped out of formation, before we heard the shot. He was sitting in the living room, in this worn old easy chair, Sir between his knees, that smile still on his face. I looked up at the pictures on the mantelpiece. It was his home. Those were extreme examples, ones that even I could have guessed. A lot of the others you just never knew. For me, it wasn't just who was cracking up, but who wasn't. Does that make sense? One night in Portland, Maine, we were in Deering Oaks Park, policing piles of bleached bones that had been there since the panic. 2 grunts picked up these skulls and started doing a skit. The one from Free to Be, You and Me, the 2 babies. I only recognized it because my big brother had the record. It was a little before my time. Some of the older grunts, the Xers, they loved it. A little crowd started gathering, everyone laughing and howling at these 2 skulls. Hi, I'm a baby. Well, what do you think I am, a loaf of bread? And when it was over, everyone spontaneously burst into song. There's a land that I see, playing femurs like goddamn banjos. I looked across the crowd to one of our company shrinks. I could never pronounce his real name. Dr. Chundra something. Note 7. Major Ted Chandrasekhar. End note. I made eye contact and gave him this look, like, hey, Doc, they're all nut jobs, right? He must have known what my eyes were asking because he just smiled back and shook his head. That really spooked me. I mean, if the ones who were acting loopy weren't, then how did you know who'd really lost it? Our squad leader, you'd probably recognize her. She was in the Battle of the 5 Colleges. Remember the tall Amazon chick with the ditch blade? The one who'd sung that song? She didn't look like she used to in the movie. She'd burned off her curves, and a crew cut replaced all that long, thick, shiny black hair. She was a good squad leader, Sergeant Avalon. One day we found a turtle in a field. Turtles were like unicorns back then. You hardly saw them anymore. Avalon got this look, I don't know, like a kid. She smiled. She never smiled. I heard her whisper something to the turtle. I thought it was gibberish. Mitakuya Oyase. I found out later that it was Lakota for all my relations. I didn't even know she was part Sioux. She never talked about it, about anything about her. And suddenly, like a ghost, there was Dr. Chundra, with that arm he always put around their shoulders, and that soft, no-big-deal offer of, "Come on, Sarge, let's grab a cup of coffee." That was the same day the president died. He must have also heard that little voice. Hey, buddy, it's cool now, you can let go. I know a lot of people weren't so into the VP. like there was no way he could replace the big guy. I really felt for him, mainly because I was now in the same position. With Avalon gone, I was squad leader. It didn't matter that the war was almost over. There were still so many battles along the way, so many good people to say goodbye to. By the time we reached Yonkers, I was the last of the old gang from Hope. I don't know how I felt, passing all that rusting wreckage, the abandoned tanks, the crushed news vans, the human remains. I don't think I felt much of anything. Too much to do when you're squad leader, too many new faces to take care of. I could feel Dr. Chandra's eyes boring into me. He never came over, though, never let on that there was anything wrong. When we boarded the barges on the banks of the Hudson, we managed to lock eyes. He just smiled and shook his head. I'd made it. Goodbyes. Burlington, Vermont. Snow has begun falling. Reluctantly, the wacko turns back for the house. You ever heard of Clement Attlee? Of course not. Why should you? Man was a loser, a third-rate mediocrity who only slipped into the history books because he unseated Winston Churchill before World War II officially ended. The war in Europe was over, and to the British people there was this feeling that they'd suffered enough. But Churchill kept pushing to help the United States against Japan, saying the fight wasn't finished until it was finished everywhere. And look what happened to the old lion. That's what we didn't want to happen to our administration. That's exactly why we decided to declare victory once the continental U.S. had been secured. Everyone knew the war wasn't really over. We still had to help out our allies and clear whole parts of the world that were entirely ruled by the dead. There was still so much work to do, but since our own house was in order, we had to give people the option to go home. That's when the UN multinational force was created, and we were pleasantly surprised how many volunteers signed up in the first week. We actually had to turn some of them away, put them on the reserve list, or assign them to train all the young bucks who missed the drive across America. I know I caught a lot of flack for going UN instead of making it an all-American crusade, and to be totally honest, I really couldn't give a damn. America is a fair country. Her people expect a fair deal. And when that deal ends with the last boots on Atlantic beaches, you shake their hands, pay them off, and let anyone who wants to reclaim their private lives do so. Maybe it's made the overseas campaigns a little slower. Our allies are on their feet again, but we still have a few white zones to clear. Mountain ranges, snow-line islands, the ocean floor, and then there's Iceland. Iceland's going to be tough. I wish Ivan would let us help out in Siberia, but hey, Ivan's Ivan. And we still have attacks right here at home as well, every spring, or every so often near a lake or beach. The numbers are declining, thank heavens, but it doesn't mean people should let down their guard. We're still at war, and until every trace is sponged and purged, and, if need be, blasted from the surface of the earth, everybody's still got to pitch in and do their job. Be nice if that was the lesson people took from all this misery. We're all in this together, so pitch in and do your job. We stop by an old oak tree. My companion looks it up and down, taps it lightly with his cane, then to the tree. You're doing a good job. Hujir, Olkhun Island, Lake Baikal, the Holy Russian Empire. A nurse interrupts our interview to make sure Maria Zhuganova takes her prenatal vitamins. Maria is 4 months pregnant. This will be her 8th child. My only regret was that I couldn't remain in the army for the liberation of our former republics. We'd purged the motherland of the undead filth, and now it was time to carry the war beyond our borders. I wish I could have been there the day we formally reabsorbed Belarus back into the empire. They say it will be the Ukraine soon, and after that, who knows?
I wish I could still have been a participant, but I had other duties. Gently, she pats her womb. I don't know how many clinics like this there are throughout the Rodina. Not enough, I'm sure. So few of us, young, fertile women who didn't succumb to drugs or AIDS or the stink of the living dead. Our leader says that the greatest weapon a Russian woman can wield now is her uterus. If that means not knowing my children's fathers, or... Her eyes momentarily hit the floor. My children, so be it. I serve the motherland, and I serve with all my heart. She catches my eye. You're wondering how this existence can be reconciled with our new fundamentalist state? Well, stop wondering. It can't. All that religious dogma, that's for the masses. Give them their opium, and keep them pacified. I don't think anyone in the leadership, or even the church, really believes what they're preaching. Maybe one man. Old Father Rishkov, before they chucked him out into the wilderness. He had nothing left to offer, unlike me. I've got at least a few more children to give the motherland. That's why I'm treated so well, allowed to speak so freely. Maria glances at the one-way glass behind me. What are they going to do to me? By the time I've exhausted my usefulness, I will have already outlived the average woman. She presents the glass with an extremely rude finger gesture. And besides, they want you to hear this. That is why they've let you into our country, to hear our stories, to ask your questions. You're being used too, you know. Your mission is to tell your world of ours, to make them see what will happen if anyone ever tries to fuck with us. The war drove us back to our roots, made us remember what it means to be Russian. We are strong again, we are feared again, and to Russians, that only means one thing. We are finally safe again. For the first time in almost 100 years, we can finally warm ourselves in the protective fist of a Caesar. And I'm sure you know the word for Caesar in Russian. Bridgetown, Barbados, West Indies Federation. The bar is almost empty. Most of the patrons have either left by their own power or been carried out by the police. The last of the night staff clean the broken chairs, broken glass, and pools of blood off the floor. In the corner, the last of the South Africans sings an emotional, inebriated version of Johnny Clegg's wartime rendition of Asimbonanga. T. Sean Collins absent-mindedly hums a few bars, then downs his shot of rum and hurriedly signals for another. I'm addicted to murder, and that's about the nicest way I can put it. You might say that's not technically true, that since they're already dead, I'm not really killing. Horseshit. It's murder, and it's a rush like nothing else. Sure, I can diss those pre-war mercenaries all I want, the Nam vets and Hell's Angels, but at this point I'm no different from them, no different from those jungle humpers who never came home, even when they did, or those World War II fighter jocks who traded in their Mustangs for hogs. You're living on such a high, so keyed up all the time, that anything else seems like death. I tried to fit in, settle down, make some friends, get a job, and do my part to help put America back together. But not only was I dead, I couldn't think about anything else but killing. I'd start to study people's necks, their heads. I'd think, that dude's probably got a thick frontal lobe. I gotta go in through the eye socket. Or, hard blow to the occipital to drop that chick pretty fast. It was when the new prez, the wacko, Jesus, who the hell am I to call anybody else that? When I heard him speak at a rally, I must have thought of at least 50 ways to bring him down. That's when I got out. As much for everyone else's sake as my own. I knew one day I'd hit my limit, get drunk, get in a fight, lose control. I knew once I started, I couldn't stop. So I said goodbye and joined the Impisi, same name as the South African Special Forces. Impisi, Zulu for hyena, the one who cleans up the dead.
We're a private outfit. No rules, no red tape, which is why I chose them over a regular gig with the UN. We set our own hours, choose our own weapons. He motions to what looks like a sharpened steel paddle at his side. Pau Whenua. Got it from a Maori brother who used to play for the All Blacks before the war. Bad motherfuckers, the Maori. That battle at One Tree Hill, 500 of them versus half of reanimated Auckland. The Pau Whenua's a tough weapon to use, even if this one's steel instead of wood. But that's the other perk of being a soldier of fortune. Who can get a rush any more from pulling a trigger? It's got to be hard, dangerous, and the more G's you got to take on, the better. Of course, sooner or later, there's not going to be any of them left. And when that happens... At that point, the Mfingo rings its cast-off bell. There's my ride. T-Shawn signals to the waiter, then flips a few silver rand on the table. I still got hope. Sounds crazy, but you never know. That's why I save most of my fees instead of giving back to the host country, or blowing it on who knows what. It can happen. Finally getting the monkey off your back. A Canadian brother, Mackie MacDonald. Right after clearing Baffin Island, he just decided he'd had enough. I hear he's in Greece now, some monastery or something. It can happen. Maybe there's still a life out there for me. Hey, a man can dream, right? Of course, if it doesn't work out that way, if one day there's still a monkey, but no more Zach... He rises to leave, shouldering his weapon. Then the last skull I crack will probably be my own. Sand Lakes Provincial Wilderness Park, Manitoba, Canada. Jessica Hendricks loads the last of the day's catch into the sled. 15 bodies and a mound of dismembered parts. I try not to be angry, bitter at the unfairness of it all. I wish I could make sense of it. I once met an ex-Iranian pilot who was traveling through Canada looking for a place to settle down. He said that Americans are the only people he's ever met who just can't accept that bad things can happen to good people. Maybe he's right. Last week I was listening to the radio and just happened to hear, "Name withheld for legal reasons." He was doing his usual thing, fart jokes and insults and adolescent sexuality. And I remember thinking, this man survived and my parents didn't. No, I try not to be bitter. Troy, Montana, USA. Mrs. Miller and I stand on the back deck above the children playing in the central courtyard. You can blame the politicians, the businessmen, the generals, the machine. But really, if you're looking to blame someone, blame me. I'm the American system. I'm the machine. That's the price of living in a democracy. We all got to take the rap. I can see why it took so long for China to finally embrace it, and why Russia just said fuck it and went back to whatever they call their system now. Nice to be able to say, hey, don't look at me, it's not my fault. Well, it is. It is my fault and the fault of everyone of my generation. She looks down at the children. I wonder what future generations will say about us. My grandparents suffered through the Depression, World War II, then came home to build the greatest middle class in human history. Lord knows they weren't perfect, but they sure came closest to the American dream. Then my parents' generation came along and fucked it all up. The baby boomers, the me generation. And then you got us. Yeah, we stopped the zombie menace, but we're the ones who let it become a menace in the first place. At least we're cleaning up our own mess, and maybe that's the best epitaph to hope for. Generation Z, they cleaned up their own mess. Chongqing, China. Huang Jingshu does his final house call for the day, a little boy with some kind of respiratory illness. The mother fears it's another case of tuberculosis. The color returns to her face when the doctor assures her it's just a chest cold. Her tears and gratitude follow us down the dusty street. It's comforting to see children again. I mean those who were born after the war. real children who know nothing but a world that includes the living dead. They know not to play near water, not to go out alone or after dark in the spring or summer. They don't know to be afraid, and that is the greatest gift, the only gift we can leave to them. Sometimes I think of that old woman at New Da-Chang, what she lived through, the seemingly unending upheaval that defined her generation. Now that's me, an old man who's seen his country torn to shreds many times over, and yet every time we've managed to pull ourselves together to rebuild and renew our nation, and so we will again, China and the world. I don't really believe in an afterlife, the old revolutionary to the end. But if there is, I can imagine my old comrade Gu laughing down at me when I say, with all honesty, that everything's going to be all right. Wenatchee, Washington, USA. Joe Muhammad has just finished his latest masterpiece, a 13-inch statuette of a man in mid-shuffle, wearing a torn baby Bjorn, staring ahead with lifeless eyes. I'm not going to say the war was a good thing. I'm not that much of a sick fuck, but you've got to admit that it did bring people together. My parents never stopped talking about how much they missed the sense of community back in Pakistan. They never talked to their American neighbors, never invited them over, barely knew their names, unless it was to complain about loud music or a barking dog. Can't say that's the kind of world we live in now. And it's not just the neighborhood or even the country. Anywhere around the world, anyone you talk to, all of us have this powerful shared experience. I went on a cruise 2 years ago, the Pan-Pacific line across the islands. We had people from everywhere, and even though the details might have been different, the stories themselves were all pretty much the same. I know I come off as a little too optimistic because I'm sure that as soon as things really get back to normal, once our kids or grandkids grow up in a peaceful and comfortable world, they'll probably go right back to being as selfish and narrow-minded and generally shitty to one another as we were. But then again, can what we all went through really just go away? I once heard an African proverb, one cannot cross a river without getting wet. I'd like to believe that. Don't get me wrong, it's not like I don't miss some things about the old world, mainly just stuff, things I used to have or things I used to think I could have one day. Last week we had a bachelor party for one of the young guys on the block. We borrowed the only working DVD player and a few pre-war skin flicks. There was one scene where Lusty Canyon was getting reamed by 3 guys on the hood of this pearl gray BMW Z4 convertible, and all I could think was, wow, they sure don't make cars like that anymore. Taos, New Mexico, USA. The steaks are almost done. Arthur Sinclair flips the sizzling slabs, relishing the smoke. Of all the jobs I've done, being a money cop was best. When the new president asked me to step back into my role as SEC chairman, I practically kissed her on the spot. I'm sure, just like my days at Dastraz, I only have the job because no one else wants it. There's still so many challenges ahead, still so much of the country on the turnip standard. Getting people away from barter and to trust the American dollar again, not easy. The Cuban peso is still king, and so many of our more affluent citizens still have their bank accounts in Havana. Just trying to solve the surplus bill dilemma is enough for any administration. So much cash was scooped up after the war, in abandoned vaults, houses, on dead bodies. How do you tell those looters apart from the people who've actually kept their hard-earned greenbacks hidden, especially when records of ownership are about as rare as petroleum? That's why being a money cop is the most important job I've ever had. We have to nail the bastards who are preventing confidence from returning to the American economy. Not just the penny-ante looters, but the big fish as well, the sleazebags who are trying to buy up homes before survivors can reclaim them, or lobbying to deregulate food and other essential survival commodities. And that bastard Breckenridge Scott, yes, the Phalanx King, still hiding like a rat in his Antarctic fortress of scumditude. He doesn't know it yet, but we've been in talks with Ivan not to renew his lease. A lot of people back home are waiting to see him, particularly the IRS. He grins and rubs his hands together. Confidence. It's the fuel that drives the capitalist machine. Our economy can only run if people believe in it. Like FDR said, the only thing we have to fear is fear itself. My father wrote that for him. Well, he claimed he did. It's already starting, slowly but surely. Every day we get a few more registered accounts with American banks, a few more private businesses opening up, a few more points on the Dow. Kind of like the weather. Every year the summer's a little longer, the sky's a little bluer. It's getting better. Just wait and see. He reaches into a cooler of ice, pulling out 2 brown bottles. Root beer? Kyoto, Japan. It is a historic day for the Shield Society. They have finally been accepted as an independent branch of the Japanese Self-Defense Forces. Their main duty will be to teach Japanese civilians how to protect themselves from the living dead. Their ongoing mission will also involve learning both armed and unarmed techniques from non-Japanese organizations, and helping to foster those techniques around the world. The Society's anti-firearm, as well as pro-international message, have already been hailed as an instant success, drawing journalists and dignitaries from almost all UN nations. Tomonaga Ijiro stands at the head of the receiving line, smiling and bowing as he greets his parade of guests. Kondo Tatsumi smiles as well, looking at his teacher from across the room. You know I don't really believe any of this spiritual BS, right? As far as I'm concerned, Tomonaga's just a crazy old hibakusha. But he has started something wonderful, something I think is vital for the future of Japan. His generation wanted to rule the world, and mine was content to let the world, and by the world I mean your country, rule us. Both paths led to the near destruction of our homeland. There has to be a better way, a middle path where we take responsibility for our own protection, but not so much that it inspires anxiety and hatred among our fellow nations. I can't tell you if this is the right path. The future is too mountainous to see too far ahead. But I will follow Sensei Tomonaga down this path, myself and the many others who join our ranks every day. Only the gods know what awaits us at its end. Armagh, Ireland. Philip Adler finishes his drink and rises to leave. We lost a hell of a lot more than just people when we abandoned them to the dead. That's all I'm going to say. Tel Aviv, Israel. We finish our lunch as Jürgen aggressively snatches the bill from my hand. Please, my choice of food, my treat. I used to hate this stuff, thought it looked like a buffet of vomit. My staff had to drag me here one afternoon, these young sabras with their exotic tastes. Just try it, you old yekka, they'd say. That's what they called me, a yekka. It means tight ass. But the official definition is German Jew. They were right on both counts. I was in the Kindertransport, the last chance to get Jewish children out of Germany. That was the last time I saw any of my family alive. There's a little pond in a small town in Poland where they used to dump the ashes. The pond is still gray, even half a century later. I've heard it said that the Holocaust has no survivors, that even those who managed to remain technically alive were so irreparably damaged that their spirit, their soul, the person that they were supposed to be, was gone forever. I'd like to think that's not true, but if it is, then no one on Earth survived this war. Aboard USS Tracy Bowden. Michael Choi leans against the fantail's railing, staring at the horizon. You want to know who lost World War Z? Wales. I guess they never really had much of a chance, not with several million hungry boat people,
and half the world's navies converted to fishing fleets. It doesn't take much. Just one helo-dropped torp, not so close as to do any physical damage, but close enough to leave them deaf and dazed. They wouldn't notice the factory ships until it was too late. You could hear it for miles away, the warhead detonations, the shrieks. Nothing conducts sound energy like water. Hell of a loss, and you don't have to be some patchouli stinking crunchhead to appreciate it. My dad worked at Scripps, not the Claremont Girls' School, the Oceanographic Institute outside of San Diego. That's why I joined the Navy in the first place and how I first learned to love the ocean. You couldn't help but see California grays, majestic animals. They were finally making a comeback after almost being hunted to extinction. They'd stopped being afraid of us, and sometimes you could paddle out close enough to touch them. They could have killed us in a heartbeat. One smack of a 12-foot tail fluke, one lunge of a 30-something-ton body. Early whalers used to call them devilfish because of the fierce fights they'd put up when cornered. They knew we didn't mean them any harm, though. They'd even let us pet them, or maybe if they were feeling protective of a calf, just brush us gently away. So much power, so much potential for destruction. Amazing creatures, the California grays. And now they're all gone, along with the blues and finbacks and humpbacks and rights. I've heard of random sightings of a few belugas and narwhals that survived under the Arctic ice, but there probably aren't enough for a sustainable gene pool. I know there are still a few intact pods of orcas, but with pollution levels the way they are, and less fish than an Arizona swimming pool, I wouldn't be too optimistic about their odds. Even if Mama Nature does give those killers some kind of reprieve, adapt them like she did with some of the dinosaurs, the gentle giants are gone forever. Kind of like that movie, Oh God, where the Almighty challenges man to try and make a mackerel from scratch. You can't, he says. And unless some genetic archivist got in there ahead of the torpedoes, you also can't make a California gray. The sun dips below the horizon, Michael sighs. So the next time someone tries to tell you about how the true losses of this war are our innocence or part of our humanity, he spits into the water. Whatever, bro. Tell it to the whales. Denver, Colorado, USA. Todd Wainio walks me to the train, savoring the 100% tobacco Cuban cigarettes I've bought him as a parting gift. Yeah, I lose it sometimes for a few minutes, maybe an hour. Dr. Chundra told me it was cool, though. He counsels right here at the VA. He told me once that it's a totally healthy thing, like little earthquakes releasing pressure off of a fault. He says anyone who's not having these minor tremors, you really got to watch out for. It doesn't take much to set me off. Sometimes I'll smell something, or somebody's voice will sound really familiar. Last month at dinner, the radio was playing this song. I don't think it was about my war. I don't even think it was American. The accent and some of the terms were all different, but the chorus. God help me, I was only 19. The chimes announce my train's departure. People begin boarding around us. Funny thing is, my most vivid memory kind of got turned into the national icon of the victory. He motions behind us to the giant mural. That was us, standing on the Jersey riverbank watching the dawn over New York. We'd just got the word. It was VA Day. There was no cheering, no celebration. It just didn't seem real. Peace? What the hell did that mean? I'd been afraid for so long, fighting and killing, and waiting to die, that I guess I just accepted it as normal for the rest of my life. I thought it was a dream. Sometimes it still feels like one, remembering that day, that sunrise over the hero city. Acknowledgements. A special thank you to my wife Michelle for all her love and support, to Ed Victor for starting it all, to Steve Ross, Luke Dempsey, and the entire Crown Publishers team, to T.M. for watching my back, to Brad Graham at the Washington Post, Drs. Cohen, Whiteman, and Hayward, Professors Greenberger and Tongan, Rabbi Andy, Father Fraser, STS-2SS Bordeaux, formerly U.S. Navy, B and E, Jim, John, Julie, Jesse, Greg, Honupo, and Dad for the human factor. And a final thank you to the three men whose inspiration made this book possible: Studs Terkel, the late General Sir John Hackett, and of course the genius and terror of George A. Romero. I love you, Mom. End of World War Z, An Oral History of the Zombie War, by Max Brooks, M-A-X-B-R-O-O-K-S. Read by Jim Zeiger in the studios of Talking Book Publishers, Incorporated, for the Library of Congress, December 2007. Published by Crown Publishers, Crown Publishing Group, a division of Random House, Incorporated, New York. www.crownpublishing.com. Further reproduction or distribution in other than a specialized format is prohibited.
End of book.